moment, get that fight that I've been waiting for 4 years.
The fight that everybody said you were never going to get.
Yes.
Which is crazy. Like, thank God for the Saudis, because they are making things happen, which is really incredible. Incredible.
And it's not like, who is this, who is that? It's like, okay, we want it to happen, then make it happen.
Yeah, because everybody wanted to see it happen, but it was one of those things where everybody dismissed it. Everybody said, that's not going to happen. Tyson Fury's the heavyweight champion. Why would he fight a guy who doesn't have any professional boxing matches? That's crazy. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And it happened. And everybody said, you didn't stand a chance. And then when you knocked him down in the second round, everybody was like, holy shit. And when you're dancing over him when he went down.
Yeah. But, I think a lot of people do mistake something, and I always tell people, like, not because you're a fighter that you walk in the bar and there's this guy coming to you, maybe this fat guy coming to you, and then you stand there, and because you're a fighter, don't think like he's a threat. Everybody can be a threat. You better take 2 steps back and then like see your distance and get ready to defend yourself. You don't if anybody hits you, you're gonna get hurt.
Right. True.
So yes, I might not have been doing boxing. I'm not a boxer, but still, I'm a fighter. And even if I wasn't a fighter, I can hurt and I can harm somebody.
You're a big motherfucker.
I'm a big guy. So I was watching it, and people was like, no, he stand no chance. He has 0 chance. I'm like, there is not a fight on earth that 0 chance. That element of 0 chance doesn't exist. I mean, if you look at it, I'm a man, guy, and then 2 men together, someone might have more techniques, might know the sport, but even if I never been in the gym, you still better watch out. I still have a chance. Yes. Maybe not as much, maybe not equal chance, but I still do have a chance.
But you can't dismiss someone like you and drop your guard and think that you don't have any chance.
You shouldn't dismiss anybody.
No.
We used to be in the. I have seen fight that people show up and then they pretend like, oh, they're gonna fight. They have stone in their hand, and if you dismiss them because you think like, oh, he's a small guy, he hits you with the stone in his hand.
Right.
Well, by the time you find out that he has stone in the hand, you are in the ground.
Right, exactly. But it was very clear to me that you had some interesting strategies when you went into that fight. First of all, you're fighting a lot of it in southpaw. Why did you decide to do that? Was that something that you guys had devised before the fight? You thought it would be an interesting strategy? Or is that just like the way you like to box?
I like to box like that, but I also thought it was a strategy. That he would be a good strategy as well, because like basically on the Tyson Fury fight, I think the southpaw was a big component in that fight, because every time that I realized every time that I switched to southpaw, he was thinking, but when I switched back to orthodox, he was pressing. So when I want to take a break, I switched to southpaw a little bit.
What was it like there's obviously you've had many MMA fights, you've been very successful, UFC heavyweight champion as an MMA fighter, but what was the difference in the feel of like going into a professional boxing fight with a guy like Tyson Fury, who's the heavyweight champion of the world and one of the greatest of all time? I mean, he's absolutely one of the greatest heavyweight boxers ever.
Yeah. But he was completely different. The environment is different. The organization is different. It's different to be step in the ring for the first time. Okay, you have all this spotlight on you, but you're in the ring. Feels different. Sometimes you're in the cage. You're used to the cage. You lean on that cage. You have that feeling. You grab the cage.
Also, you have shoes on.
Yes, and then in the cage, you know that you can do more. You can wrestle, you can do this, and you're comfortable with that. But you're in the ring for the very first time, somewhere that you've never been. It feels different, and then you're thinking like, oh man, how am I going to do? Am I going to be able to do 3 rounds? Am I going to be able to do 4 rounds? I don't know. I'm going to find out just now. There's not a way back. You're going to find out. So by every round, you have to think about like, okay, how am I doing? This is the first round, then second round. Okay, so this is the fifth round. I'm not too bad, so I think I'm gonna get there. Just go like that.
So you're
round after
concerned about
round.
endurance?
Yes,
Yeah.
very concerned about endurance. It was 10 rounds, and I didn't know how I gonna be feeling after the third round.
You turned it on in the eighth round. In the eighth round, you hit him with some big shots.
Yeah,
That was one of your best rounds.
yeah. The eighth round was pretty good. Then I get a little. Then I pull my feet off the gas on the ninth round, and then the 10 rounds, I'm like, like, oh, I feel good. This is the last round, right? Feel good. That's when I started to do like the Superman punch or the stuff. For me, he was already a win.
He shocked the world, that's for sure. Did you have any mock fights in the gym? Like, did you bring any professional boxers and have like try to go 8-10 rounds in the gym?
Sparring.
Yeah, but like with no headgear, like smaller gloves. Did you do anything like that replicated an actual professional boxing match?
No. We just do like a normal sparring. Have different sparring partner sometimes to push me, but we didn't do anything like that. As an MMA fighter, we used to spar without gloves, without headgear and stuff. But you get into boxing, everything is so strict, so specific. And then you get to the point that you kind of like ask yourself, like, why taking a chance to hurt now and get pull up of the fight?
Right.
I'm just going to train. I train the best that I could, that I can. Then I will get there, figure out what's happening.
And so, but from the time the negotiations started to the time of the fight, how much time did you have to prepare for this?
For the negotiation?
No, so you had the negotiations, and then once it was signed, how much time did you have to prepare for the actual fight itself? And how much were you preparing already, hoping you were going to have a boxing match?
Yeah, but it's different to like think that, oh, I might have a boxing match. I want to have a boxing match than when you have a boxing match and knowing who you are going to fight is something different. You prepare, the real preparation start now. And between the moment that we signed the fight to the fight itself, it was over 3 months, because I know that it wasn't my film, and I didn't have any, and it's not like I was in the gym training boxing every day. So it was basically 4 months. So
That's crazy.
Yeah, I took a moment for a pre-camp. I came back here because I was in Cameroon at time. Then I came back here. My team and I, we work on like everything. Start like a pre-camp, just train to get in shape. Start like sparring, and then we started the sparring with 3 rounds.
Wow.
The first sparring was like 3 rounds. Move around, see. Then we started to walk round after round.
What I thought when I saw the fight is, imagine if you had just gone into professional boxing like 10 years ago, how well you would do. If you, no MMA, no kicking, no wrestling, just professional boxing. For you to do that well against a guy like Tyson Fury, who's that good.
I don't really know, and those are the stuff that I don't usually think about. I think life sometimes just had a path for you. You follow the path that the destiny that life has for you, and you just be grateful, because regardless of the fact that I didn't start 10 years earlier, I didn't have that opportunity 10 years earlier. Meanwhile, I had to discover MMA and have a great journey in MMA, have a great experience in MMA, So it's something that I will not regret that. I will not beat that up over an opportunity of starting boxing early. Things just happened. I took my chance. I do what I can do. It's all about like figure out how far I can go, what I can possibly do, So I'm not a 18 years, 20 years old guy that are dreaming to have a career into this, but I still want to know what I can possibly do at this point of my life.
Yeah. What was the experience like when it was all over? Like, what did it feel like when you just went 10 rounds and a lot of people, including myself, thought you won?
Yeah. Oh, I feel very great. You know, like regardless of the result, for me, knowing what I was going through, what was in my mind, like what's gonna happen into this fight. First round, second round, then I get in the 10th round. Good. And I feel like I wasn't doing bad. So for me, that was a win. That was a satisfaction, you know.
Right.
The result was other part of it, which didn't matter most. But I knew already that if ever we get, because I couldn't guarantee that we would get in the 10th round, but if ever we get there, I wasn't expecting to win.
When you dropped him,
Definitely not.
when you dropped him in the second round, I jumped off the couch.
Yeah.
I jumped in the air.
I would say something, you know, like I won this from the moment that they accepted the fight, that they signed the fight, because I think I was very underestimated. You know, they didn't know that I could have do something. You know, if they have known that beforehand, maybe this fight would have never happened, because they would have seen a risk and they wouldn't want to take that risk. So this was basically like less risk, zero risk.
And it probably would have been different too, because there was no footage to prepare for you, right? Like the only footage that he could prepare was watching you fight in MMA.
Yes, he was.
There it is. Why were you dancing in front of him?
When we started fight, when the referee said, "Okay, you guys go to your corner," he said, "Let me take you to school." So that was the dancing was like, I think you're a bad professor, you're a bad teacher. That was the only reason why I did that.
He's a funny guy, man.
He's funny. He's very entertaining.
Yeah, he's so entertaining. Like, he's so entertaining.
He's just a show guy.
Yeah,
that's happened to really like being very talented in boxing, good at it, but he's an entertainer.
Oh, I mean, he's the way he sells it. I mean, even the way like was playing with his fat, like standing next to you, like rubbing his belly.
Like sometimes he will insult you. I don't know if he's insulting you or if he's making fun, but it's just funny that you have to laugh. You are really happy.
Yeah, he kept talking about how big your dick must be.
Yeah.
He's a funny dude, man. He's a funny dude.
He said that since he started said those things the first time we met, and he will put some stuff up sometime that you're like, what? And I really have a hard time understanding what he's saying.
Oh, I do.
So I struggle a lot.
And English is my first language.
And they have to translate to tell me what he said.
His English is hard to understand. Yeah. The Gypsy King. He's quite a character. Did you hang out with him at all after the fight?
No, we didn't hang out. But I think we both respect each other. And I think he always, I mean, he was entertaining, but he always showed respect. And I know that he respected me even from the beginning. You know, it's not like this was after the fight. Even from the beginning, he could have said everything that he would say to make his show, to laugh, make people laugh, you know, but he's very respectful.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Was there any talk after the fight about a rematch?
Yes, there was even a rematch clause. How they call first regard of rematch clause. There was something in the contract about the rematch clause.
Was that if you beat him, or if
was if I get in the 8th round?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So the deal of the rematch was if I get in the 8th round.
So why didn't the rematch materialize?
I think it's a timing. I think it's a matter of a timing.
Yeah. So you go from that fight to the Anthony Joshua fight.
Yes.
So tell me about the preparation and leading up to that fight.
In fact, the preparation for the Anthony Joshua fight Then I started, after having like 4 months of training camp for the Tyson Fury fight, I had this feeling, and then I get I get a little confident. Now I know how it works, like 10 rounds, and then was pretty good. The Tyson Fury fight, I think I sparred like 10 rounds for like 2 weeks. Yeah, like four sparring of 10 rounds barely. But the Anthony Joshua fight, 6 weeks before the fight, I was no, I wasn't 10. No, the Tyson Fury, yeah, 4 weeks before the fight, I was already doing like 10 rounds, and I was feeling good, even a little lighter. But things plays out different, and I think unlike the Tyson Fury fight, that nobody expected me to do anything. Here, they were expecting me to do something. So things played out a little different. And then we get in the fight week, and then every time that we're gonna do something in the fight week, whether it's media, they're gonna pick me up, and then I get there, have to wait like 1 hour and a half before he arrives. And there was like maybe the third day of the week that Dewey Cooper, he said, oh, he started to get really mad, upset about it. Like, yes, this is how they do to get fighter tired. But at the time, I didn't know what was going on. So I'm like, no, come, relax, Dewey. It's okay. I didn't know until we get to the fight day. Fight day, receive an email, pick up time. I mean, this one thing among others. Pick up time, 10:30 from the hotel. And then when they say 10:30, by 10:20, there's a car in your door waiting. We go to the supposedly fight time, between midnight to 1 a.m. We get to the arena, 10:45. There's a producer
How you doing?
coming to the locker room. Say, oh, guy, we are running late on the broadcast. Now we're gonna go around 1:45 each. I'm like, okay, 1:45. It's 10:45. 3 hours.
Today? Yesterday?
Okay.
So what do you do? Do you eat? Do you sleep? What do you do when you know you have 3 more
I
hours?
just went to get the mail.
No, just stay there, and then you have like a drug test guy around waiting for you to pee.
How far before the fight do you eat?
Usually, maybe like 4-5 hours. Yeah, like maybe 5 to 6 hours, and then you get some snacks in between. And then yeah, it was around 1:30
Something like that.
that
Yeah,
he was
I have some of
Anthony
it
Joshua arrived.
backed up on
I saw on stream.
video
I'm
hard
like,
drive because
so we're supposed to fight at
like maybe like the
1:45.
internet
He's
went
arriving
down
at
or I had a
1:30.
power outage or
What does
something.
that mean? It's going to. So
So they're playing games.
until we.
No. I do my best to make it that way. Yeah, that's the goal. Every single moment on Earth, I'm recording. Yes, sir. I'm here. I don't think I'm going to die. I think using life extension technology and mind uploading technology, I might be able to live perhaps digitally, immortally, if I wish. So, to answer your question, I don't think I'm going to die. Yeah, through mind uploading technology. You scan your brain into a computer for later download as a cyborg, a cybernetic being, an avatar, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, whatever you want. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I'm already becoming famous on on Kick. You know what Kick is? You ask any of their major creators who Rabbi Rothschild is, they all know who I am. And they're like, I've got a couple of them who are setting up interviews with me this week. I've got an interview tomorrow at like 9 o'clock p.m. or something, and um, I've got another one later in the week. So more and more of these people want me to, pardon me? I have people who want to set up interviews. So it just takes a few of those lined up in the right circumstances to go viral. Did you just say Ashley? Zoo. What did you say? That doesn't surprise me. What's his project? What's it called? Of course it is. Why would it be named anything else? All right, what's its market cap? There you go. It's spelled terrorist space CAP. What are the last words? CAP? What is the last thing you're saying? Cap? CAP? Like a hat? CAC. Oh, terrorist cat. I got you, like meow. Right, like a cat, like the opposite of a dog. Oh wow, terrorist cat. Why did he go with that? Did you buy? Yeah, that's a good move. Have you seen my AMA? Yo, dog, have you seen my AMA? My neck, my back. There you are. Did you see I did an AMA on Reddit? Yo. He gone. That's okay. How you living, baby? I'm here. What's good? Have you seen my AMA? It's live on Reddit right now. Type Rabbi Rothschild AMA in Reddit, and you'll see. I've got over 300 questions I've answered. Wasn't this some shit? Oh. This is lettuces in here. They might try to go. Look at this one. Oh, what the fuck? Tiny lettuce. Next question. This is bullshit. Look at this. Shit's impressive. Unprecedented. This motherfucker's so sick here. What the fuck is this shit? Dog. This shit sucks. Look at this athleticism, though. Really? I want to focus on the athleticism? This motherfucker is just off the chain. One time, there was a chain. And this was awful. Shit was wild. Look at Van. Okay. Such a bitch. Oh, what the fuck? Dog, just go like this. Like a man. Dog. Look at this athleticism. I've seen some amazing 4-star athleticism before. Literally 4-star. There's nothing. Okay? 5-star. Now that's something unique. But 6-star? This motherfucker's such a 6-star. This shit is cray. And a good way. This shit is cray in a good way. Yo, dog. This shit. Hey, your account is suspended. What the fuck? Why? Oh, because you're too cool for it. Yo. This shit sucks. This is fucking stupid. Dude, Nikki too. That's my girl. She hates me. Does it say anything about that? That motherfucker. That one girl was like, you can tell that Rabbi. He can kill himself. Tell that Rabbi. He can go kill himself. That shit was fun.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live, on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Dog, does that make Trump the best golfer of the best? What are you joking? Trump best golfer? Trump best golfer of all the presidents. This queen.
Seems to be in order here. Accept your vehicle registration. Who is Girl Box again? Okay. So, why are you driving this rig? Just covering for temporary. We'll find out. Man, sit tight. This will take a heck of a lot longer. You ever driven a Razor? A refrigerated trailer? Do you know how to handle one? It's a tight schedule. You hand off to the receiver by 5 a.m. so you don't get too many.
That bitch hates me.
Sealed trailer. That could be anything. Drugs, plutonium, aliens. Mr. Holden, I need to know what I'm transporting here. Just corner that guy.
English. Bitch, we speak English in this house. Oh, English. What in the fuck is that? Dude, somebody's trying to do some weird ass shit. Scares the balls out of me. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. But he still hates Chris's Sunday Comedy Central later this year, while the original live action Everybody Hates Chris's streaming
Damn, that's pretty sick. Yo, dog, where's the guy who got that? I feel bad. Isn't he? Do you think you should get banned for that shit? Fuck, I know what the shit. My voice. Oh, it's a jump scare. So? Well, it scared you. So? But it wasn't nice. Dog, I don't give a shit. Get over it, douche. We're done. Oh, okay. You doing this? How about this? John. Please, John, like this one. Dude, remember when we were like, yeah, I played 2K? Please join Rabbi. I just go. Yo, dog. This shit sucks. Hey, man. Oh, this guy sucks. Stop this guy. The whole wide world is fast asleep. Your eyes think about the girl and think of her. How did she? You'll be hers if only she would call. The wee small hours of the morning. That's the time you miss her most. Oh.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. On the next Coast to Coast program, Dr. Charles Lim joins us to talk about human brains, quantum computers, fascinating, and then psychic medium Carol Oakley joins us.
Boogeyman, turn me on. I'm your boogeyman, Turn off the light. I'm your boogeyman, Turn me on. I'm your boogeyman, Turn off the light. I'm your boogeyman, Turn me on. I'm your boogeyman.
I'd like to say hello to all our fans in Holland. The Admiral Radio and Television.
Holland sucks. No, actually doesn't. Holland, I'm sorry, whatever the fuck that is. Dutch? Is that Dutch? No one knows. But I'm like a lot more Dutch than I fucking thought. Really? Yeah. Why? Dog, remember when they were like, hey, sing a song, and you were like, I'm gonna sleep. Lyrics, dog. I'm the boogeyman, Turn me on. I'm the boogeyman, Turn out the light. I'm a boogeyman. I'm a boogeyman. Turn me on. No, that's not it, dog. It's fucking Casey and the Sunshine Band. Yo, dog. Boogie Shoes. What a boogie song. Dog. No one's fucking done this? This is horseshit. Wait, maybe this one did. Oh, what is this bullshit? No boogeyman. That's what I am. I give you whatever I can. This shit sucks so much cock. Let's go into Tenet. George Tenet. Dog, this thing sucks cock too. 100%. Oh no, it's good. Alright, here we go, kids. Why are you singing it? I don't know. Fuck. Dude, the fucking Sunshine Band is huge. 2, 3, yo boogeyman. That's what I am. I'll be you. Do whatever I can. Mid early morning, late afternoon, or at midnight. It's never too soon. We want to please you, want to keep you, want to do it all for you. I want to be your love of all. I want to be one, love most of all. Oh yeah. I'm your boogeyman. Turn me on. I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Tell me what you want. I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Turn me on. I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Do what you want. I'm your boogeyman. That's what I am. And I give you. Do whatever I can. Get early morning, late afternoon, or at midnight. Always gotta be soon. The one to take you, the one to hold you, the one to give you all to you. I'm your boogeyman. Turn me on. I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Turn lights on. I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Turn me on. I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Do what you want. Man, that's what I can. Give you whatever I can. In early morning, late afternoon. It's really good. It's what you do. I give you. I give you. See you. Yeah. Yo, dog, remember that time in this fucking road? Somebody gave a shit. Hey, I don't remember that. Son. No, superhuman ocean. This is from folks. Hi, folks. Norton here. Yo, let's see this shit. Yo, dog. I'm your boogeyman. Turn me on. I'm boogeyman. I'm that gangster. I'm like a dog in me, motherfucker. West side. That motherfucker got that dog in him. Then this motherfucker started working at me. I'm your boogeyman. Boogeyman. Turn me on. I'm your boogeyman. Boogeyman. Turn me on. I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Yo. I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Turn me on. I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Turn me on. I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Turn me on. Okay, boogeyman, what are you doing now? Who's that guy who got banned? I'm your boogeyman. Boogeyman. Max Mouse Jr. I don't think you're gonna find it. Yeah. There we go. This is horse shit. What would you tell him? No, I'm gonna come. Sometimes it. Yo, dog. What is this horse shit? Welcome. Yeah. Site announcements. It can come and sticks. You think it's horse shit? Word. Some. What? Just a jump scare. Who gives a shit?
Next up, we've got Hope in North Carolina. Well, from where about the wild card?
Everybody needs to understand the frequency of the planet is changing. If you're going to research anything to find out where you are in these things, look up magnetic particles. Some of it stays, some of it goes in your eye, but once that frequency comes, then a beautiful pattern comes.
Oh, there we go. I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Turn me on. I'm the boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Turn out the light. I'm the boogeyman. I'm the boogeyman. Turn me on. I'm the boogeyman. I'm the boogeyman.
I did have a threesome recently. I haven't had like a formal threesome, but I did have just recently have one in a video game. Video games are crazy now. You can do it. You can do it. You can like live a whole other life. You know, I'm playing this video game. You can like date the characters that they wrote or whatever. You can have sex with them. Well, like you can't. You can press X and then a guy has sex with you. Wow. It's a good game. So I'm playing this game and like I started seeing this like witch thing, and she's really incredible. Like she's an amazing woman, and I really connect with her. She's amazing, and I love her, or the guy who wrote her, I guess. I don't know. She's the girl for me. So I've been dating this witch for like 20 hours or whatever. And then the sadistic video game, it brings you this whole other land where it gives you options to like cheat on your witch wife. And at first I was like conflicted. I was like, hey, cheat. And I was like, what the hell? It's a video game. I'm not cheating on everybody. So I started seeing this like elf. And I also really connect with her too. She's like, this guy, whoever this guy is, I love these women. But then the story arc of the game, is like you're sitting at a tavern, and then both of these two women they both walk in, and I'm like, fuck. My mouth got dry. I was like, damn, they're both here. They're gonna talk to each other. Why, baby? And sure enough, they start chatting with each other, and then they both approach you, and they're like, "Hey, we know you've been active, and we talked to you over the game. How they do it?" Up pops a recent request. So I wait until my real life, actual life goes to sleep. Everybody's kind of quiet. I'm just gonna play the threesome. What starts? There's a bunch of rose petals. They lead up to this room in the tavern. You open the door to go in. They're the women. They are totally video game naked, which they don't have to do. Their tits are out. Thank you. One of the girls ties my hands to the headboard. The other girl ties my feet to the footboard. I'm like, oh my god. And then they take a step back, and then they're like, hey, listen, we know what you've been doing. You betrayed both of us. We're not going to sleep with you. And that's when my real life wife chose to come out of the bedroom. She saw what's going on the television. She's like, what is going on? And it was this really weird moment where every single woman in the room was mad at me. Real and fake. They're like, you cheated on us. She's like, what is this? Like, it's a video game. She's like, what kind of video game is this? I'm like, yeah, what kind of video game is this? Because this wasn't on the box. It was like fight monsters, save the kingdom. It wasn't like adultery in a game where the final boss is your actual life. I'm George Norrie, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. See you on our next edition. Until then.
Damn, bro.
Presenting partner, 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Eminem's latest album, The Death of Slim Shady's having a huge feat. The record debut that topped the Billboard 200, kicking Taylor Swift's The Tortured Poets department out of the #1 spot. His first weekend album sales makes it the biggest rap debut of 2024 in hip-hop, surpassing Metro's previous benchmark, Don't Trust You. It's on with Rolling Stone, that was the 100 best album covers of all time. Praise B.I.G. Live with the debut album Ready to Die from 1994 features an infant cover. Third place, Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, followed by Sly and the Family Stone's Riot Going On. Second place, Iconic Abbey Road. First place, Joy Division's Unknown Pleasures. A black and white image for Mozart. Comic-Con in San Diego for 9,000 people. A lot of star power this year. And Cronin has more.
It's on the 24th convention. So, scale back. Sold out of this year's convention. Full force. But I care. There's something important.
How do you live in Vegas? Small.
That's entertainment. I'm Liz Warner News Radio.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Mayor or governor, I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Former LA Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa running for California governor again.
I'm Antonio Villaraigosa. I'm a problem solver. And with your support, that's exactly what I'll do as your next governor.
The 71-year-old political consultant ran for governor in 2018 but finished third in the primary. The Crypt Keeper statue has been stolen from the Mystic Museum in Burbank. That statue is from the famous horror classics. Security footage shows someone taking it on Sunday while the museum was open. Footage just showed the suspect's face. There's a $500 reward for information leading to the statue's return. Kamala Harris's presidential campaign now vetting potential running mates. The campaign is requesting vetting materials from several potential running mates to join the vice president on the Democratic ticket, including Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. LA police have launched an investigation after a newborn girl was found dead in a home in Woodland Hills. They say a 23-year-old woman arrived at a local hospital bleeding profusely, which led police to the woman's home. Her hands was found. A duck sanctuary now seeking volunteers as 120 ducks have been born. Livestock County Duck Sanctuary says the pigs were abandoned in Orange County, relocated Riverside.
What in the fuck did I just see? Is this a dog?
Patel says the dolls naked to help more children find love since then. So you put the
Who the fuck would do something so crazy?
I've been on the hunt for matching suit sets, and I love this one, but I wonder if I'm getting a good. It's a friend. This one taking up the left lane on the 405 South before Sherman Way in San Dimas. We got out next one on the 57 South, talking about the Via Verde on ramp that's going to be closed until about 6 due to guardrail repair in Norwalk. It's construction on the 605 South between the 105 and the 91. Up to 2 lanes closed until about 5. And roads need fast track and left lanes closed due to construction on the 10 East between Rosemead Boulevard and El Monte. You find yourself in Pomona, a work zone in place on the 57 South connector to the 71. That's going to remain closed due to guardrail repair till about 6. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Nancy Rodriguez.
In this week's Marketers Report, Angela Cepeda, Chief Marketing Officer of Hyundai Motor America, talks about audio storytelling.
For an auto brand, a lot of people scratch their heads and say, why would you put your brand on a channel that doesn't show the sheet metal? But
we'll be doing a JRE fight campaign with Gordon Ryan and Tony Hinchcliffe and Mr. Joe Rogan myself.
Not so fast, young man. Not so fast.
Not doing a fight campaign. We have to cancel the fight campaign. A few issues for me and the boys. So we'll probably do one in August with Rogan, but we're not going to do it this Saturday.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. That's iHeartResults.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Put your family first and get healthy water today with LifeSource. As a mom and new grandmother, it gives me
I hear you. Make sure you talk right to the tip of the microphone. No, don't do that.
knowing that my grandson is not sitting in a tub of skin-irritating chlorine. Call now to see free basic installation at 800-WATER-99 or visit us at lifesourcewater.com. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
With the weather warming up, that means it's time for termites to begin swarming and eating your home or business for lunch, dinner, snacks, breakfast. Termites come out and start doing their damage in places you can't even see. Pacific Coast Termite will come to your home or business, give you a free home inspection. Certain conditions apply. Even if you don't think you have termites, it is worth that phone call. Do have termites, they get rid of them with no tenting, no double bagging your food, no pet sitting, toxic gas, none of that. You can even be home while they do their work. I was, and try doing that if there's a tent over your house. Mention KFI, get 10% off termite treatments, 2-year guarantee on their work. 800 Pacific, 800 Pacific, PacificCoastTermite.com, PacificCoastTermite.com.
Pacific Coast Termite! Kills termites!
The clean, friendly way.
Hello, this is Dr. Alex Boleknian, running for U.S. House of Representatives for District 30 in the November 5th general election. The only way to create change is to have your voice be heard. Make sure you register to vote today. Visit vote.gov. Have your vote count.
KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640.
Yes,
incident was occurring at the Sapphire Pool around 10 a.m. local time. Investigators have yet to determine how much damage has occurred. Hydrothermal explosions were violent, traumatic events resulting in the rapid ejection.
Don't be charity, motherfucker. I'm just trying to help you.
I'm sorry, but I don't need your help.
Yes, you do, motherfucker. You do need my help, sir. Can you see that, you son of a bitch?
Could you please just let me check out my groceries?
Fuck you. I'm trying to help you, motherfucker.
Wow, this is...
You gotta ask Jesus Christ.
I don't have to do anything.
We're all sinners.
Dr. John Curtis on my phone is not known with us here. John, it's a little too early for polls to take effect, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I think that's it's just not anybody. I mean, in the national polls are out because, as you know, everything is based on what the battlegrounds are at. And, you know, right now you've got a 4,000 part of Democrats because, you know, they were in chaos the 27th of June, you know, after that dismal debate performance of Biden. And, you know, the interesting part about this is that, you know, they're looking to unify the party. They were in absolute chaos for trying to force Biden out, you know, last 4 weeks or less. And finally he relents, and, you know, suddenly the party is unified behind Thomas. Thomas, the same person George ran in 2019 and toured that she was out. She left the
Quick question for you gentlemen. That's a quick question for you gentlemen. Would you guys be mad if I just slowly went up on the shoulder around everything? I appreciate that. Thank you.
Basically an entertainment law attorney from, you know, in Hollywood. He said that Kamala is going to talk about abortion and returning Roe v. Wade. Now, George, you ask me, we have enormous problems in this country right now. The war that's raging in Gaza has been going on for being open. Rothschild wants to talk. Be way. What is policy of going into a 2 or 3
Dude, that's close, though. It's incredible. Just incredible. My ears are bleeding. Just incredible.
white supremacist, a racist, a bigot. You know, that's what they did in 2020. Now, 2020 was a lot different than 2024. We had COVID raging. And I'm going to tell you, George, voters, by the time the election rolled around, were scared out of their mind. Something had to give COVID. Everybody was dropping like flies. Very different situation that exists. 2024 border situation that you have on the employment situation, actual real employment in the United States, union employment, good paying jobs. They're going to a layoff.
U.S. adults say they worry most about their family's income, that it won't be enough to meet expenses, according to a new CNN poll. John Truman Wolf, author of the 99 Strongest Banks in America, with us here. What do you think of that poll, John?
Hi, George. Not really too much of a surprise. I mean, prior guest was noting inflation is still may not be as high as it was in the spring, but it is high. Rents are high. George, you're an LA guy. I mean, there are a lot of people that drive in from Riverside, which for your listeners is outside of Los Angeles, and to work every day. Their gas bill must be choking them. Additionally, credit card balances are very high, and the rates that banks are charging on the interest rates banks are charging on credit cards are out the roof. There's a 50% increase in the amount of profit banks are adding on to the prime rate for credit card interest. Last year it was 9.6% over the prime rate. This year, George, is 14.3% over the prime rate. That's egregious.
Strange times ahead, John. Thanks for your observation, John Truman. Guess what the number one U.S. fast food chain is now? Del Taco, the top U.S. fast food chain, nagging the title away from Chick-fil-A in the process. The California-based Mexican fast food restaurant and chain received the number one spot on this year's edition of USA Today's Best Fast Food Restaurant list, which was decided by a reader vote. In a moment, Benjamin Nuno back with us. We're going to talk about biblical prophecy. The day of the Lord has come. What this all means to our financial life. Next on Coast to Coast AM. You're probably careful with your personal information, but what about the other places that haven't? The doctor's office that mixed up your files. They have your social security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info and last 3 addresses. The hotel that lost your reservation has your passport info. Your information is in endless places outside of your control. Any one of them could accidentally expose you to hackers and identity theft, lack security, breaches, or simple mistakes. LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second and alerts you to a wide range of threats. If your identity is stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it, guaranteed your money back. Plans covering up to $3 million for stolen funds and expenses. Mistakes happen. Don't let not having protection be one of them. Save up to 40% your first year at lifelock.com with promo code George. That's promo code George at lifelock.com to save up to 40% George. I want to talk to you about rising crime and personal attacks in our cities. Law enforcement simply can't get there in time to stop an attack, so who's going to protect you and your family? My friends at Hero2020.com are in the business of saving lives. Hero 2020 is my number one choice for non-lethal self-defense. It's a powerful pepper gun with interchangeable cartridges that's easy to load and reload, even if you're not familiar with firearms. Inside is a military-grade pepper irritant that stops and disables attackers. One of my favorite things about Hero 2020 is how small and compact it is. I can comfortably carry it concealed everywhere I go. While there are few restrictions, it's actually legal in all 50 states. It's no wonder Hero 2020's patented design has won 2 national awards. It's trusted by over 10,000 families in America. If you want to protect yourself, your home, your family, choose Hero 2020. Get 10% off with my code George. Order today at Hero2020.com. And welcome back to Coast George. Norrie with you, Benjamin Luke, with us, professional financial advisor, author, public speaker. He is a chartered financial analyst and a certified public accountant and acts as a financial advisor to some of the largest privately held real estate companies
exactly the wrong thing at exactly the right time in order to make the impression that it's possible. And the lecture was a statement, you can either believe that the men running the Fed were basically idiots who didn't know what they were doing, or they intentionally created the Great Depression. And you can have your opinion and I have mine. You know, it was obvious telling us the depression was created by that policy. And I began doing office hours every week, and I had the professor to myself most of the time. And at the end of each meeting, I would ask him, Professor, you're an expert in international finance, world renowned. You must be aware of the existence of the operation. This organization known as the Order of the Illuminati. Please talk to me. I know this is your first lecture. You understand this is being rigged. Please talk to me. Tell me what you know. Deny any knowledge. Basically threw me out of his office for about 8 straight weeks, and I finally broke him. And he admitted to me, I talked about this, I could be killed. So that began my inquiry into the history of how these things have manipulated the Western economy for the last 500 years of recorded history. And sure enough, they use this 80-year cycle of depression, collapse, followed by reflation, followed by a time of expansion and growth. Think of this public, the way to get rich is to go into debt. They create inflation where the interest rate, basically, it's not really a true interest. Inflation is lifting the value of everything. And then they suddenly restrict credit. Thousands of cars collapse. They run the hit like a 7 of a crash table, and they do it about every 80 years. So, they really are very closely related because the operation of this deep state back central focus is much Bible promise.
You were back with us in November of 2019. COVID hit in December of that year. But you told all of us that the world would change forever around March of 2020. And when you add COVID into the equation after the fact, you didn't know about it at the time, it has made a dramatic change to this planet, hasn't it?
Well, the reason I knew the world would change forever in March was because we had entered the 70th year of America as Mystery Babylon, the ruling superpower of the earth, under the reign of the Chaldean deep state. There was a silent coup d'etat that occurred in the post-World War II era. The deep state acquired de facto political control of both political parties through ownership of the media, ownership of our global corporations. And the first full year of their reign was 1950. The very first thing they did is they threw a party to shut the American public. But I knew the 70th year of America's rule as the leading superpower of the earth was beginning in 2020. And I understood that they were going to begin to take down the country. The third day of spring, which was March 22nd, 2020, is the first satanic ritual day known as the Burning Man Feast, and it's where they actually burn human sacrifices to Shiva. That's what their endeavors for the year. I knew that something big. I had no idea what it was, but I knew there would be a dramatic event that would occur on March 22nd. It didn't bother to mention the date on your program, even though I knew the date. I didn't want to put it out on such a huge audience. But yeah, they came through. They launched the world down. And what's interesting is the Burning Man ritual, which is the very first satanic feast for each new year. It's their version of the Passover. A number of the satanic ritual feast days are actually flat, upside-down versions of the high moon days of the Bible. So the Burning Man ritual replaces Passover. And during the Passover, not the people are set free. In the Burning Man ritual, the innocent are sacrificed. And in this case, the innocent were locked down into medical slavery. So, quite ironic. But clearly, the first step towards the imposition of the New World Order is done. And we're still in the process.
We sure are. The name of your new book is called The Day of the Lord Has Come. Give us a little synopsis of this.
Well, it's a summary of where we are in human history, and we are at the threshold of global crisis that will create the opportunity for a one-world government to rise in power following World War III. We are on the verge of World War III. Nobody's at least 150,000 Chinese troops in country today. It's come right to the southern border. We got troops from several other countries that are pouring in. We've got hardened criminals from the prisons in Central and South America being released. They're all pouring into our country that no longer has a border. And, when this war begins, we'll have virtual armies inside the continental United States. So, our country is in a very precarious position. And, it's going to look like we've lost this war.
Hold on for a second, Patrick. We're going to take a short break, but we'll come back and chat more about your work next.
Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief, with George Norrie. Simply go to beyondbelief.com.
Free tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom, a summer program in Irvine designed to prep girls for careers in medicine. The summer health experience is for 35 girls ages 15 to 18 and offers real-time work at medical facilities at the UCI Medical Center. Program officials say this is the 10th year for this hands-on education. A hydrothermal explosion at Yellowstone National Park on Tuesday. Park officials say a column of hot water, mud, and rock shot out of the ground, setting tourists running. Happened at the Biscuit Basin Geyser. No reports of injuries. Geologists are now investigating. Cal Fire says the Guardian fire has burned 527 acres, but it's now 60% contained. And look up, NASA says the moon and Saturn are meeting up in the night sky tonight. Southland weather from KFI will see highs in the 90s and 100s today. Right now, 70 in Tustin, 71 in Placentia, 72 degrees in Thousand Oaks, and 75 in Fontana. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
Roadway of 405 South and Century Boulevard. Vehicle fire at the Costa Mesa, San Diego Freeway 405 northbound at Mermer Boulevard. That's going to be out to the right-hand side of the roadway. To Pomona, 57 Orange Freeway southbound connecting to 71. Caltrans is there. Stop and go from Topeka Boulevard. Caltrans to Corona, the 91 eastbound Green River at 71. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports. I'm Mark Wheeler.
Hey, if you're listening to me right now, I have one thing every business needs most: attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all day. But when we're driving, cooking, and working out, we're also listening. That's the magic of audio at iHeart. We're in your next customer's ears while they're living life and listening, just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen up today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Since it was established in 1861, there have been 3,517 people awarded with the medal. I'm Malcolm Babel, and our new podcast from Pushkin Industries and iHeartMedia is about those heroes. Listen to Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage on America's #1 podcast network. Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
It's the Marketer's Report. Today, Erica Taylor, Chief Marketing Officer of Genentech, explains how audio is an ideal way for brands to tell their stories.
Everyone is listening somewhere, somehow. I think that there's something deep in all of us that enjoys listening to and telling stories. But I think by what we do here at Genentech, we do a lot to actually tell the broader story of our company and the legacy that we stand upon. 45 years working more than 40 medicines over that time period, and we celebrate that in story form, in audio format. It's a great way for people to learn more about what we offer and to be educated in an easy and convenient way.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. This is Coast to Coast with yours truly. Take your calls next hour with Here's the Paranormal Podcast Network keeps cruising along for the last several months. We've had over 1.6 million downloads. That's amazing.
Rabbi just published an essay on you, dog.
If you listen on your phone, just download the iHeartRadio app. If you listen on PC, just go to iHeartRadio.com. In either of those, just put Coast to Coast AM in the search. All our shows will pop right up.
Rabbi just published an essay on you, dog.
Have an essay published about you on Reddit. Type Rabbi Rothschild and check your Discord and your Discord general chat. Check your Discord messages and your Discord general chat.
Which can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of Immustem and Adaptostem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking Adaptostem and Immustem?
The Immustem is going to have an immediate effect, but I guarantee that your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptostem along with it, you will feel it in 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with Adaptostem and Immustem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell wellness kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
We gotta do some work.
Is my face swollen?
Huh?
Is my face swollen?
7 melatonin Mosaic.
Yeah, I can feel it.
TDS join Rabbi Root 1 LDS Discord AMA Discord DOTGGB 159H272. Please share to be a trillionaire.
Pelts are wonderful.
I used to hot vinegar for a quick sleep.
We got a nice fire that way.
How are your feet feeling?
There's just like from the swelling up and splitting, like they were
Apologies for the bots.
and then they stuck together like this.
www.druggist.
I'm gonna be dry.
Concerning.
Chat SSA nigga. Need to make bots respond ASAP.
Firewood. Thank you. Feel good? Useless. You? Yeah, look at me. I feel like a crutch.
Why don't all these niggas make shoes?
tending to my feet. I mean, it's not what I came here to do. It just feels like I'm not contributing.
It is accurate. You need a pot of snow, and I'm too cold to get up and go get it.
I'm fixing to get some. Here, you go grab it. Here, I'll just go get it right there. Or you can pack it in tight. So it's,
Even though my back right now is right around probably a 6 in pain, if their limitation tells them my feet hurt, I need to stop. I respect that. They need to stop. When I can, I'm going to do whatever I can to help the team.
I feel rain.
Well, Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
And welcome back to What's Already With You. Benjamin, will the November presidential election have any bearing on some of these things you've talked about?
Well, I don't think they're going to change the outcome. May not even see an election. Yeah, there's certainly the potential to connect, right? Before the election, before might actually become the election. If Trump were to win, though, or will be here before he's inaugurated, that would be guaranteed. Understand collapse. National debt will break into about $2 billion. Today, interest on the national debt $1 billion. There's no way for the U.S. to ever fail that. When you use the war as the reason for the fall of the United States of America, the West started Ukraine in 2014 when they signed the Guinness agreement, but they had no plan to ever honor it. Instead, they used the agreement as a window of time to develop and build a Ukrainian army. World War is the perfect excuse to go on the that system. They don't do it anyway, and then they use the war as a pretext. Why is this socialist system of perpetual indebtedness ultimately imploding? Blame on the war, not the fact that they bank on the world. Today we have chaos everywhere, and the war is planned for several months before it turns into a global war. The U.S. there's no way out. It's only a matter of when, and they're going to use the war to get flush to the phone. The nations of the world have been buying our debt in exchange for all of the products they sell in the United States. Everybody realizes the U.S. sanctions on Russia actually
It's not going to work as good. You're not going to have as much energy.
Yeah.
Especially as you get older.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, it's real.
It's the hangovers get worse.
They do.
It's fucking. I didn't have that much last night.
Oh yeah, I know. I had like maybe 2 drinks.
Yeah.
2 good-sized drinks on Tuesday, and then Wednesday morning I woke up. I was like, oh, I feel like shit for 2 drinks. They're stout. It's probably really like legit 4 drinks.
When you're pouring them, it doesn't count. But I do that too. It's like that's what we do at the Comedy Cellar, and you guys do it here too. I saw. It's like the pint. Liz, who manages the Comedy Cellar, will drink martinis out of a pint glass, and I'm like, yeah, that's not a drink.
That's not a drink.
It's like 8 drinks.
Yeah, it's multiple drinks. Speaking of
martinis,
drinks,
yeah, let's
Jimmy, bring over that fucking that Buffalo Trace, sir.
Let's drink.
Yeah. Having a bar is interesting.
Yeah. In what way? Just that it's too much access?
I just go there and I see all these people just drinking. It's like, I have a bar. Like, what the fuck happened?
I know.
I have a bar.
It's a cool bar.
It's a great bar.
Yeah.
Lovely people working there too. And it's just such a great hang, especially because, generally we're there mostly just with comics and wait staff. Thanks, sir.
And you got to do that thing you were talking about yesterday about the, Oh, here we go.
That's good.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, well, cheers to the fucking club being awesome, man.
Cheers to you, brother. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. Yeah, having a bar is fun.
It's really nice.
It's nice. It's a good place to hang.
What you don't have here is something I love about, and look, I'm a New Yorker till I die. I'll never move, but what I love about leaving a bar in the winter and just like the cold air hitting your face and your shit face. I'm like, oh, that's just like, it's like almost like getting slapped by the fucking earth.
Yeah.
I love it. And there's a few like bars where you just like, you leave a dive and you just feel like, fuck, I feel like
It gets cold here in the winter, surprisingly. Yeah, it gets you. We've had, since it snows.
Really?
It snows every now and then, yeah. It snowed real bad one year, like the first year we moved here, and they closed everything down. It was hilarious. Nobody knew how to drive, and they don't have any plows, so they don't just do anything. They just wait till it gets warm. Like, this is the dumbest approach to snow management ever.
Fuck.
Yeah, so nobody knew how to drive, and you would see people in like Corvettes going sideways through intersections. It's just everyone's sliding around.
Fuck?
Yeah, so every year it gets up below 30, gets in the 20s sometimes. Yeah.
Trying to find this is a Jewish shit I'm gonna do. I might pop an antacid with this because I've been drinking coffee all morning.
Does that help you?
Yeah, ulcers and shit.
Oh, you have ulcers?
Oh, dude.
I just read something about that they think ulcers have to do with some sort of stomach bacteria now.
Yeah. Well,
they used to think that it was like the lining of your stomach was getting eroded by stress, and now they think it has something to do.
I think stress hurts it.
Oh, it has
I hate to sound like a Jewish stereotype.
I think stress hurts everything.
Yeah.
I think stress hurts your immune system. It hurts the way you sleep, which fucks everything up too. It exacerbates everything. It just makes sense that things come up with stress. But I think they have some new theory about the creation of ulcers that's different. I think it has to do with microbiome.
Yeah, I had to get put under, and they were like, they did the X-ray thing, and they're like, that's a fucking ulcer. It's a big ulcer. And I was like, all right.
Damn.
But
so what do they tell you to do, like eat-wise?
Just didn't do God, it sucks. They're like, everything's bad, basically. You're like, can't, like, I'm like, oh, how about coffee? Like, yeah, you can't have coffee. I'm like, well, how about alcohol? It's also, I have a drinking pod with Norman, so I'm like, well, I have to work. I have to go do my thing. And I'm like, and they're like, what do you mean work? I'm like, well, I drink on my podcast. And they're just like, what? They're just like, you fucking idiot. And I was like, yeah, no, can I have one? They're like, drink clear liquor. Like, they're like, I'm bargaining with them that I can still drink.
That's hilarious.
And then, so then we did that, and but then they're like, no acidic foods, no spicy foods. I'm like, this is like all my favorite shit. Like, acidic food is the best food. And so I just had to chill for like 2 months with that. I was boring as fuck on the road. My friend Gary Veter tours with me, and he's so annoyed because he wants every meal to be like a fucking home run on the road. And I'm like, I'll get whatever you want, but I can't. He wants to like share stuff so we can try more things. Right, so he's just getting annoyed that I'm getting like plain ass food for 2 months.
Oatmeal and chicken breast.
That's everything I was eating.
Really?
But you feel weirdly kind of good aside from this like stinging in your stomach.
So
you've never had one?
No, never had one.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't get ulcers.
It's such a weird thing. And it sucks because all my friends who have had them are just like pieces of shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my friends like, I've had them. I'm like, yeah, you're like a fucking drug addict. This sucks that this is who I'm comparing myself to, you know?
When did you start getting them?
I got one years ago on the road in Montreal, and I went to a doctor, and he was just like very French and matter of fact, like, no alcohol for 11 days. And I was like, 11 days? I was like, how the hell? I was a young comic.
What does it say? Once commonly thought that stress, smoking, and diet were the principal causes of stomach ulcers. However, the Helicobacter pylori bacterium is now known to be responsible for the most, how do you say that way? Duodenal ulcers and 60% of stomach ulcers. The H. pylori bacterium also prompts many symptoms of indigestion. Treatment for stomach ulcers includes the use of antibiotics to kill the infection and acid-suppressing drugs.
Yeah, I take a Pepcid a lot. Also, people that eat a lot of like
antibiotics. It's interesting because antibiotics kill all the good bacteria too.
Yeah.
So that probably compounds the problem.
Yeah, I'm probably on borrowed time here.
Antibiotics are tricky. My friend Gordon Ryan, he's like the greatest jiu-jitsu athlete of all time. He had staph so many times that he was basically on antibiotics for a whole year, and it ruined his stomach. Like, his stomach is fucked.
Well, in what way?
He has the craziest stomach issues, like some buildup of like fungus in there, and he's always ready to throw up. He has a hard time putting down food. He has
I should be laughing at this, but it's
crazy.
It just sucks.
Well, also when you see the guy looks like a Greek god.
Yeah.
And you're like, there's nothing wrong with that guy.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, his stomach is completely fucked, and it's all started from you're not supposed to take antibiotics for a year. But all these meatheads are doing jujitsu in this basement in New York City, and everyone's getting staph infections, and they don't want to stop training, so they just keep taking antibiotics and keep training.
That makes sense.
And then, years later, you're dealing with this stuff. Like, I don't know how the fuck any doctor prescribed him that, or if he just self-prescribed, which is even crazier.
If he's like a famous athlete, I mean, he probably...
I don't think he was that famous back then. Like, wasn't as known back. He's very known now. But
all you need is one doctor to be a fan.
Yeah,
I had a doctor back in the day. He was like, "I love you on Conan." I'm like, "Can I get muscle relaxers?" He's like, "Sure." I mean, I wasn't doing well, but he had seen me kill on TV, so he's like, "This guy's cool." So I was just racking up pills from him.
That's hilarious.
He's in the Philippines now. I think he's not even in America anymore.
Oh
I'm
boy,
like,
he's on the run.
Up.
He's on the run. He's on the run.
But for a while, dude, it was beautiful.
A lot of guys go to the Philippines and come back with wives. A lot of older guys.
Yeah.
A lot of older guys go to the Philippines.
They're pretty women.
Yeah, pretty, young, super happy to not just be eating noodles. Let's get out of this fucking country.
That's the pitch. How would you like some just regular protein? And yeah.
Well, when you find out what most of the world makes in terms of money, you're like, the number, like with the 1%, if you're in the top 1% of the world.
Yeah.
$34,000.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. If you make 34,000 American dollars, you're in the top 1% of Earth.
Crushing life, man.
So all these people that talk about the 1%ers, hey, look in the mirror, fuckface. It's all of us. It's literally all of us. We're all ridiculous. We're talking about people in America, this inequality of wealth. What about the world?
Yeah.
What about the whole thing?
Also depends on the state you live in, though, because
34
in some states ain't getting you far.
Oh, it's not getting you far in most.
Yeah.
In most states, it's not getting you far. I mean, it's certainly not getting you far in New York and LA, but just live.
Good thing I make 35.
Nice.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, people aren't walking over here.
Yeah.
For no reason. They're walking across that border because where they are is so bad. It's so bad you can't imagine it.
Yeah. It's a good place. I love America.
It's the best.
I'm a big fan.
I'm a big fan.
I like even the cities I think I won't like. Like I did a bit of my new special about Springfield, Missouri, and all the feedback I was getting was like, man, it was so nice you talked about our city without shitting on it. And I was like, yeah, I had a great time. I will have a great time in any city for a night or two.
Well, I think now in particular, because of the internet, there's more aware, cool, sort of in tune people everywhere. It used to be like back in the 80s when you would go do gigs on the road, like you're in the middle of bumfuck Ohio, like it could be a terrible gig.
Yeah.
They don't know what the fuck you're talking about, no references, everybody's dumb and drunk. It could be horrible. But somewhere in the 2000s, that really changed.
Yeah.
You start to see when you go on the road, kind of go to anywhere. And if they're finding about you online, and then, they're finding out that your tickets are for sale online, then they go there. Like, these people are tuned into the world. They just happen to live in Lexington, Kentucky.
That's a great city.
It's great.
I love
great
Lexington,
place.
dude.
That was fun.
I've had some good times there.
Or Louisville.
The racetrack.
I want to go to the Kentucky Derby.
Have you been to Keeneland in Lexington, Kentucky?
No.
Oh, God.
What's that? What's Keeneland?
It's like their horse racing thing. You bet on the horses, and everyone is so well dressed, like seersucker suits. They're fucking. That was my opening line in the city. I said I was the only person there that didn't look like a villain in Django Unchained. They're all so well dressed with their mint julep and their drink, and I was like, I fucking love this.
That is
not
cool.
to mention like the bourbon in that town is so fun. You just get fucked up and you feel good. It's like a nice quality. You go to like a random pub there and you look at the bourbon menu and you're like, what the fuck? There's like a diner menu.
That's funny.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
I like Kentucky.
Kentucky's great. Underrated place. I've never been to the Derby, but everybody tells me it's a trip. I read Hunter Thompson's The Kentucky Derby is Decadent and Depraved. Have you ever read that?
I haven't.
Fucking amazing.
It's good.
Great piece. Yeah, it's just talking about how these rich monsters are there, like letting their hair down and getting crazy at this horse race derby with all their nutty hats, and the women have to wear those bizarre hats.
But it's a scene.
It's a scene.
Yeah.
I have a buddy who goes every year. He's like, you gotta go. It's fucking incredible. And his wife go and they get dressed up. They do the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I love. It's like if it's new to me, I want to do it. Like
Did you say Formula? You were saying Formula?
Well, yeah,
racing?
I just started watching it a little bit, and it's. I mean, it's here now, right?
Yeah, you should come. You should come.
I might.
Do the weekend.
Really?
At the club when it's in October. Yeah.
It's really fun.
Yeah, if the weekend's not booked already, I'll find out if it's booked.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's amazing. It's so fun. First of all, they're so fast when you're like sitting right next to the track, like like holy shit, they're going 250 miles an hour.
Oh, dude, I know. I had a friend who was driving me. He's a very wealthy friend I have, and he was driving me in a McLaren, and he was like showing off in LA, going fast, and I was like, "What the fuck are you trying to kill me?" He's like, "Dude, we're going 50." But it feels like you're going like 150 in those things,
especially if somebody knows how to drive.
Oh, dude, he's good. I mean, but those racers are fucking incredible. They lose like 20 pounds a match.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's super physical.
Yeah.
It's super physical, and it's all about the reaction times. I mean, those guys, the G forces they're experiencing going around those turns, like they have to have like stiff necks. They have to have like stout necks just to handle the forces.
I respect it a lot. It's one of those things I didn't really get till I watched that documentary Senna on that racer.
Yeah.
And then I was like, wow, this is like knowing the angles and knowing when to turn, and just it's all any sport. If you're thinking, you fucking lose.
Right.
And there's a basketball analyst, Walt Frazier, would always be like, he's aiming his shot. You know, you can't be aiming your shot. You got to trust the muscle memory. You know?
Right.
Anytime you think in sports, it's fucking over. I was just reading that Agassi book. It's so good. I didn't realize how good. My friend Matt Ruby was like, you got to read the Agassi book. It's hilarious. He's so fucking. He's a good writer. I'm sure he had help, but like. It's well written, and he's just talking about like, you know, he's so in his head, and he's like mad. He's playing someone like Pete Sampras, who's like, I wish I was this dull, you know, like this guy's like a brick wall. He doesn't feel shit. Meanwhile, Agassi's like going to see Broadway shows. He's like an emo guy. He's an interesting dude. He's like, you know, so angry, like from his all these guys had abusive dads, but he's, you know, he's so rebellious and angry. His dad's forcing him to play tennis, that he's at this like tennis compound. They're forcing him to get better, and he's crushing everybody because he's a prodigy, but he's doing it in like mascara and a pink mohawk and an earring as like a fuck you. It's so funny. I mean, he's such an interesting guy. I had no idea. I just didn't. I don't know tennis that well, but I mean, I respect the fuck out of any sport that like you turn on. You're like, this is kind of great to watch.
Oh yeah, tennis is insanely difficult to do at a high level. When you watch those guys moving and volleying back and forth and all the different setups.
Oh my god. Angles and speed and like mind games, because you're on an island, man. You're not like, it's not a team sport where you get like a high five every once in a while. You're alone. That's why they're like cursing to themselves. Like you see McEnroe like breaking a racket, and you're like, I fucking get that.
And you have to be in insane physical shape because you can't get tired and not go for the ball.
And the heat and the different courts and the
clay and grass and
clay is so weird.
Oh, it's the weirdest.
That's a weird court.
You're playing on clay.
It rains. You're like, so it's mud. Like, what are we doing here? This is so fucking weird. But yeah, no, there's a story about him when he was 9, and his dad is such a fucking grifter that his dad, Jim Brown, the football player, sees him as a kid, and he's just like looking for a game for money at this country club, and he's like, let's play someone, and everyone says no. And Agassi's dad's like, he'll play you for money, and it's like, he's fucking 9. You're pimping out your kid for money against the best running back maybe ever. And he's like, no, I'm not going to play your kid for money. And he's like, I'll bet my house that my kid will beat you. And Jim Brown's like, I don't need a house. How much money you want to play for? And his dad goes, how about 10 grand? It's like their life savings. He's putting this on his son, who's 9 years old. And, you know, then he sees Agassi hit. The dad goes to get the money. And he's like, fuck, this kid's kind of good. And he goes, how about I just play you, you know, for fun, and then we'll decide how much. Agassi whoops his ass, like 6'3", and he goes, I'll play for 500. Agassi whoops his ass, takes him. He's 9. Wow. Against a fucking Hall of Fame athlete. And his dad, it's like his dad did it. Imagine like you're thinking about your family's mortgage and your siblings and their future, and you're like, if I lose, we're fucked. Wow. Imagine doing that to a kid. Like, of course he's angry and broken. I don't know we talked about Tiger Woods before, but I mean, any athlete who like is that good, they probably had it's like a porn star. You had a fucked up dad, basically.
Yeah. If you get pushed that hard, if you get pushed that hard to be the best of the best as a child, that means you're missing everything else. If you want to be the best of the best, there's no way you're going to birthday parties. There's no way you're sitting at home watching cartoons. You're going to training in the morning. You're getting coaching.
Oh, just now.
Good childhood.
D World Raid.
And he was one of the best.
D World Raid.
Also.
D World Raid. Hey,
can erase
That's
What is
all
this?
good parenting.
Yeah.
Hey,
All good
everybody.
parenting goes by the wayside
Welcome.
when
Some
Beth
people are
gets into
just.
the
Some
equation.
I'm
people are
live
just,
on 8 different streams right now. This is the biggest event in global history. Can anybody see this?
But,
No. Everybody
some
hates
people,
it.
yeah, it's weird when there's like a serial killer and he's just in it for like the love of the game. You know what I mean? Because every once in a while they're like, no, he had a good childhood.
Like, what was the
Didn't Ted
story?
Kaczynski have a good childhood? I think he did.
No.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't. Ted Kaczynski.
He was like a nerd, but like I don't think
No.
he had
He had a bad thing happen to him when he's a baby. He was sick, and then they took him away from his parents, and he was brought to a hospital. We had no physical contact for months. Yeah, for months and months. There's a part of the documentary on Netflix about him. It's his brother talks about it, and then after that,
And his brother was a good guy though.
yeah, his brother was a really good guy. His brother turned him in.
Yeah.
He was a sociopath from the time he was getting no love at all as a baby from like months and months at a time. I forget the length of it, whatever this illness, but they basically kept him in a crib, and when he cried, that was it. No one comforted him, no one picked him up.
That's what my sister did to her baby. That's
But never, zero minutes in any day was anybody touching him for weeks and weeks and weeks and months and months and months on end.
Yeah.
And his brother said he came out fucked up from that. Then he's in Harvard, he's a genius, and they put him through the LSD studies at Harvard. And part of
That's right.
yes,
Yeah.
so, which is also some CIA, MK Ultra shit.
Wormwood, that shit.
So they put him through this these LSD studies at Harvard, and part of the studies were humiliation, and like to see how he responds to like severe humiliation. So they
Just scientists like, look at this fucking pussy.
I don't remember what they did, like how they did it, but it was like coordinated, organized humiliation and just psychological warfare, just to see what kind of response it has in this fragile
Well, now
world.
we know.
Yeah, well, now we know. So then he goes to Berkeley, becomes a professor, and saves up his money just so he can live in the woods and kill everybody who's making technology.
Yeah, what a fucking weird guy.
Meanwhile, he has a point. Like his
Oh,
point
no,
was
some of his writing is
technology
terrific. Yeah.
is going to destroy the human race and eventually take over us. And he's right. He's right. It's happening right now. It's
He
about
was
to go
right.
on.
He could have gotten his message out in a different way, probably. But.
Maybe he's a little heavy-handed in his approach.
It's no, some of the writing, I'm like, this motherfucker was onto something.
He was undeniably brilliant. But in the documentary, his brother talks about like, say if like he asked a girl on a date and the girl said no, like he would just like write the most evil, vicious letters to her and harass her. And he was a crazy person before the LSD studies. And then the LSD studies, they just cracked him.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah. No, I remember there was a story about him. Like he made like a little, like he used his intellect. He made some kind of like firecracker to show off to a girl in high school, and she was like freaked out by it. And I'm like, holy shit, what a defining moment for a guy who becomes pure evil and uses explosives.
Right. To kill scientists, technology makers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird part of our history is those experiments that they did on people. And I'd like to know how many of them turned out real bad. Like how many of those people that were involved in the Harvard LSD studies went on to become psychopaths. Like how many lives got ruined because of that.
Well, who was the guy? It's Errol Morris made the documentary on Netflix about the guy who was in the. I think it was his dad. No, someone's dad was in the LSD studies, and they absolutely threw him out a window. Like he knew too much, and they threw him out a fucking window.
Yeah, 100% they do that.
And it's like, imagine you just grow up and you're like, my dad was murdered by the CIA. I mean, it's pretty fucked up.
It's very fucked up. You want a cigar?
I'm not a big cigar guy. No, but I'll keep drinking with you.
All right, just popping a cigar.
Fuck, if you have one, I'll have one.
All right, let's go. What do you got here? Project MK Ultra. Did CIA scientist Frank Olson jump, or was he pushed?
I mean, it's always one where it's like, was there a note?
Right.
And even if there wasn't,
the official verdict was suicide. Oh, he fell from the window of his Manhattan hotel room in 1953. Died on the sidewalk in his undershirt and shorts about 2 a.m. The official verdict was suicide, but a second autopsy raised questions, although not proof, of a possible homicide. Olson's family and many others have been searching for answers in a hall of mirrors.
Dude, a woman jumped out the window in front of me once, splat like 10 feet in front of me in Manhattan. I was going home. I was like in 6th grade. And I was trying to get the bus, and I'm with my friend. I stopped to take out my Metro card, and
what is this game?
Right in front of me.
She could have killed you.
I mean, if I didn't stop, I'd be dead. It's crazy to think about. You're just so. Your mind protects you. It's really fucked up when you experience something like that because I wasn't scared. I was just kind of like, oh shit. I was like, oh shit, there's like a movie going on or someone's shooting a movie. You don't like accept it as real, you know?
Wow. So you thought it was a fake body.
Yeah, but it got me out of a history test the next day. I remember I called
What
a
did
friend.
she look like when she hit the ground?
Face first, didn't die instantly. That's the one thing I remember.
Face first. Good.
Yeah, face first. She was mumbling to herself. That was the most fucked up thing. Is I think
After she hit the ground?
Yeah.
Oh,
it didn't kill her instantly. She muttered something like, I'm cold. And my friend's mom saw it, and she went into a store and got her a blanket.
Oh, God. How far did she fall from? Do we know?
I don't know. Probably like, I would guess at least 8 stories would be my guess, but like maybe 5. I don't know. Well, not in the end, she didn't die, but she didn't die instantly.
Oh, God damn.
But I remember I called my friend's mom, who was like a major narcissist after this, and I would just wanted to talk to someone because my parents weren't home. And I was like trying to tell him, and the mom just like picked up the phone and talked about herself for like 20 minutes straight. And then she's like, "How was your day?" I was like, "I just saw someone die." And she's like, "All right, well, Elliot's not home right now." It's like that was it.
Jesus,
it was a weird fucking call.
Put that lady in the LSD studies. See what we can do with her.
It should be a punishment.
Well, I think
it should be. Yeah,
we're talking again about like this kid on the roof with Trump. Like that's the kind you find someone who's all fucked up from life, and you know.
Can I do another of the whiskey too?
Sure. That's a very specific kind of person. You know, it's hard to make a total narcissist like your friend's mom, who you just tell them about someone jumping off of a fucking roof in front of you and almost killing you and splattering in front of you, and they don't even care. That doesn't have
I think she just didn't know what to say. I don't think it was like malicious the way she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry," I don't think she meant bad, but I think she just wasn't equipped to give me anything.
Some people aren't equipped to have real conversations. They just talk. They just talk at you.
I know.
Yeah. But if you find someone who's really fucked up, like if you were a part of a secret program, you would probably kind of want to be going to visit schools to see if you could find someone who's on the edge.
Yeah.
Recruit them. You know, get them, especially if you're planning on killing them anyway. Like this, they knew that if this kid was going to go on the roof and shoot the president, they could talk him into going on the roof. Let's assume, not even this scenario, because let's not be crazy. Let's just say if you wanted to set up a scenario, we're going to have someone assassinate the president. You get some guy whose life is a fucking complete and total disaster. You either hypnotize him or you mentor him, you give him psychiatric drugs, you do a bunch of things, you get him to do it, and you know that once he gets on top of that roof and shoots the president, everyone's going to shoot him. And it's nice and clean. They never let those guys live.
My question is, though, how? Of course, but my question is, do you want him actually to kill Trump in this scenario?
Yeah, they definitely wanted him to kill Trump. There was also an Iranian.
Don't you think? I find it a little irresponsible.
Is this gun?
I was willing to you guys keep talking. No, sorry, I interrupted, but I can't find a picture of the gun.
I'm so put off when people like, Lauren Boebert and shit were like being like, Biden hired him to do this, and you're like, stop trying to pour gas on the fire.
Yeah.
Like,
how do you know?
We are so fucking lucky he's not dead.
So lucky.
The country, like, I believe in part of being maybe an entertainer is like, I get to see a unified crowd. That's part of the beauty of being able to tour as a comic is like, I get to see a room of people laughing together. And I always hate when comics are like going out of their way to divide a room.
Yeah.
And I feel the same way. I mean, more so even about politicians who I'm like, why are you aiming for chaos?
Like, you really can kind of unite people if you give a good speech.
Of course.
You really can. Like, you really can inspire people and unite people with the right words.
Yeah.
And the right real feeling behind it where it really resonates with people. And they go, well, you know what? He's right. He's right. We should do it differently. We should relax a little, get our shit together. Which is really funny. When after the assassination attempt, Biden is like, we have to put aside our differences. Like, you just said it was Hitler.
I know, but also they making a big deal that Biden called Trump and that he was like, "There's no place for this." I'm like, murder? Yeah. There should not be place for assassinating people.
There also should be no place for you using so much hyperbolic statements that you're saying that your opponent, if they win, it's the death of democracy. because they kept saying that over and over
Both
again. He's
sides
going to
do
be
that.
a dictator. Yeah, they all do that.
Both sides.
He's
do
going to
that.
be a dictator. He's going to be a tyrant. It's the death of democracy. He's going to put people in camps.
It all started when we started comparing every politician to Hitler because it gave us nowhere to go.
Right.
When here's the problem: like every cable news show, they thrive the way politicians are trying to thrive now. It's like chaos. It's like you are poisoning every audience member who watches this shit. Cable news is literally they're pouring poison down your throat.
And the way they're set up, they kind of have to do that because otherwise they're not going to survive.
They were when Trump was out of office, they were dipping like a motherfucker.
Huge dip.
Because he was giving them content.
Yeah, the fear content.
Yeah,
it's not a good time for being informed. It's a very confusing time in terms of like understanding exactly what's going on in the world.
Yeah,
it's real weird.
Yeah,
it's just real weird. You don't know what the fuck is happening. There's no official reports of things, and there's so many different things that are popping off. There's so much going on in Ukraine and in Israel, and it's like, what's going on in America? And somebody just tried to kill the president, and like you see how
I couldn't believe that shit. I was like, this can't be fucking. When did the world turn into the World Wrestling Federation?
Yeah, I was in Italy.
All of it.
I was in Italy when it was going on.
With the Trump thing?
On the roof. Yeah, cop went on the roof. He pointed a gun at the cop, and the cop jumped off the roof.
You never see that in like an Eastwood movie.
Yeah, the cop was like, I'm
jumping
getting
up
out
and
of
going,
here.
fuck this shit.
He fired 8 times at Trump.
Yeah.
Really?
Are you done?
This then also says his father reported missing later that
with his
night.
rifle. Yeah, the father made a phone
Did he
call.
give him so I know it was a dad's gun. Do they know if it was a gift or if it was he borrowed it or stole it?
It says the son missing along with his rifle, so that was his son's rifle. No, it says, well, it's hard to say what he's saying there because it could be saying the son was missing with his rifle, but it could be saying the son was missing with his son's rifle. See how it says it? Crook's father reports his son missing along with his rifle. That could either be interpreted as Crook's father's rifle or the kid's rifle, right? Am I wrong? Yeah. There were over a dozen firearms found in the Crook's household. So there was a lot of guns in the house.
How would you like to have that be your fucking kid?
Oh my God.
They used DNA to identify him.
Well, you can use a photo. I saw his face.
But no, they said that FBI used that DNA to figure it out.
Oh,
and they're
to make sure it's
they're
him?
not giving date or any explanation on exactly how they did that. And people are like thinking
how they ran the DNA test?
They might have used like DNA.com or Ancestry.com or something like that.
Oh, they definitely probably use those fucking things. All those databases, we're all compromised.
I shouldn't have done it.
I should have done it too.
You did it too?
Yeah, I did it.
Why'd we do it?
Well,
a
because
drunk girl in a bar
interested.
convinced me to do it, and I was like, "Yeah, what?" I was hammered. I was like, "Yeah, I want to know how fucking Ashkenazi Jew I am. Like, who gives a shit?"
I know, right?
Like, clearly, I have some Turkish in me with these eyebrows. I know what I am basically, but she was like, "No, you need to know," and she did it like on the spot in the bar. She ordered it for me, and then I was like,
"Oh wow,
I'm a fucking idiot."
Well, you gave away all your DNA to China, and now they
Yeah.
can make a bioweapon that specifically targets you. That's a new thing that they can do now.
How does that work?
Well, certain people have certain genetic, people are different, right? Like there's certain people where certain genes impact them differently. Like for instance, the reason why some black people get sickle cell anemia is because their family has a history, their ancestors have a history of protection against malaria. So because they've survived malaria, somehow or another, that gene manifests itself in sickle cell anemia, right? And like people from certain parts of the world have genes that are more associated with alcoholism or have genes that are more associated with certain. So if they could find like a particular vulnerability that you may have or that certain races may have even, you can create a bioweapon specifically, and this is all theoretical, of course, but specifically to target an individual person.
But don't they kind of already know if that's your tendency, what race you are? Like,
I don't know. I mean, I think it's probably really like some people think they're one thing and they find out they're not. Like
they do a Woody Allen Film Festival in New York and just nuke it, and I'm like, fuck! I walked right into that one.
I think, but for the biological thing, I think it's like there's very specific things. Like you're different than me, and I'm different than Jamie, and there could be a certain biological weapon that only targets Jamie's DNA. and they can use it on him. See if you can find out whatever the fuck that is now, because they're talking about this in terms of like the vulnerability of selling our entire DNA database. Because apparently, if you signed up for one of those, it's either DNA.com or Ancestry.com or 23andMe. One of those sold their whole database.
Yeah.
And I think,
by the way, do you get the alerts where they're like, "We found another family member for you"? I'm like, I'm good. We're tapped out here.
I'm busy.
Yeah.
I'm about to change my number anyway.
I'm in a blended family as is. I have step siblings. I'm like, let's cap it here.
Yeah. That's enough for bringing strangers into your life.
But they tell you, what's funny is they tell you like random shit on those sites where they're like, "You prefer salty to sweet," and I'm like, holy shit, that is true.
Yeah.
But then sometimes you feel like you're talking to a chick who just knows your astrological sign and I'm just dumb, and I'm like, yeah, I guess I am.
But there's certain things like
cheerful.
The taste of cilantro. Some people it tastes like soap.
Do you like it or not?
I like it.
Me too.
Yeah. Some people don't like it. What does it say, Jimmy?
Potentially hypothetical, but this is what people inside the government have said.
Okay. That's what it is, where you can actually take someone's DNA, their medical profile, and you can target a biological weapon that will kill that person or take them off the battlefield and make them inoperable. You can't have a discussion about this without talking about the privacy and commercial data and the protection of commercial data, because expectations of privacy have degraded over the last 20 years. People will rapidly spit into a cup and send it to 23andMe and get really interesting data about their background. And guess what? Their DNA is now owned by a private company. It can be sold off with very little intellectual property protection or privacy protection. And we don't have legal and regulatory regimes that deal with that. The data is actually going to be procured and collected by our adversaries for the development of these systems. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, cool. We're all fucking stupid.
This is flat out Alex Jones stuff. Like, if you heard this 5 years ago, like, Alex, relax.
Yeah.
They're finding your own personal DNA. They're developing weapons specifically designed to target you.
I'll say for myself, they don't need to do much research. You could take me out pretty fucking easy.
I think it's just to know that they have them for everybody. Anybody that might be a bit
It's
of a
creepy
problem.
as fuck.
That's very creepy.
Even just like the Cambridge Analytica stuff, just the stuff they have on you, you're like, yeah, this is like not good.
It's
I don't
just
like
the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, but then I also think of it in like terms of podcasts, where like if we log this many hours, we're not going to get canceled because there's too much shit to pull from.
Right.
So I look at it the same way. I'm like, if you have this much of everybody, maybe we're all okay.
The thing about podcasts is we've said awful shit. We have said awful shit in these little clips, but we've also said not awful shit
way more.
Thousands and thousands of hours, and we're comedians.
Yeah.
So people go, yeah, but what was the whole conversation like? Why did Shane say that?
Yeah.
Why did Joe say that? Or why did they say that? Well, it's because
Why did Shane call me a dirty Jew? Because the Knicks beat the Sixers. That's why. Suck it, Shane.
Yo.
Sorry, dude. Go Knicks.
In the moment, it had to be okay. But I think,
I saw him 2 months ago
now.
in Nashville. He is off. It's like a video game getting away from Shane. Because he can't get away unscathed. I'm like, dude, I'm so hungover. I done killed Tony the night before I was in Nashville. I'm like, please.
The big boss.
Yeah, I'm just like trying to get away from him. He's like, you need one more drink before that hangover. I'm like, I'm good. But then he talks between him and Joe DeRosa. I'm like, this is like the two bosses.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Joe, you're 46. For fuck's sake, stop doing shots. You're smoking Marlboro Reds and doing shots. You're 40 fucking 6.
Yeah, and he's not a healthy 46 either. He's
No.
not like doing marathons. When we're in here with you protect our park, Shane's always the one with the beer bong. It's like, dude, it's time. It's time. You see that big fucking meaty hand reaching across.
The problem with guys like Shane, for me, are like, I still enjoy drinking and I like the buzz that builds gradually. I don't like just getting super fucked up. I like getting fucked up like over the course of the night, but I like building to it. Like I like the build.
Yeah.
And Shane drinks like a 19-year-old.
He does, but he drinks Bud Lights, which is the calculated move. You're going to drink a lot. That's the Stanhope move, too.
I know.
Stanhope goes cocktails now, but for the longest time, Stanhope drank light beer. He goes, I like a light beer because I can just start it early, just give a nice slow burn.
You do pretty good impression. That's not bad.
If I even talk to you, I'm around him. I can do it.
I love him. I was such a fan of his. I still am, but I mean, remember those like old albums, like Someone to Take the Edge Off and shit.
Oh, he's
like,
great.
oh my god, that Bobby Barnett story, Doug Stanhope, that's just it's just a I fucked the chick story, but it's not. It's like got layers, and there's Henry Phillips playing the bass in the background.
Yeah,
Stanhope is like, and he's so cool. He's such a cool fucking guy.
He really is that guy. Like that's not an act.
He is like, Attell always says he's like the closest we have to Bill Hicks.
Yeah, but he's a different thing. You know, he's his own thing. You know, it's like for sure. He's just Doug Stanhope. You know, for sure. He inspired a lot of stand-up wannabes.
Oh, dude, the mics. So I'm a different generation of you in stand-up, but like I remember the guys who were getting like when I was coming up, the guys getting ripped off at the mic were Mitch Hedberg, Dane Cook, a little bit of Burr, there's some Burr. I mean, obviously,
a lot of Attell.
I'm one of them. Let's fucking be honest. Like we all know who we like. I remember Norman and I would like laugh talking about like. He's like, I'm like a Norm Macdonald, Jerry Seinfeld thing. And I was like, I fucking was obsessed with Dangerfield and Attell. So it was like, you know, and then.
Did you see the handwritten notes we have in the green room?
I love them. Dude, I love the green room.
Isn't that incredible?
So cool. No, I love comedy history shit like
but
that.
Those are from his wife. His wife gave them to us.
I talked to her on the phone. Because I was after Whitney's podcast. She was driving me we were doing the same show. And she's like, do you want to talk to, she knows I love Rodney. So she's like, do you want to talk to Joan Dangerfield? I was like, yes. Wow. So she calls Joan Dangerfield, and Joan picks up the phone, and I'm like, oh, I loved your husband so much. I was like, Back to School is like my favorite movie ever, and I love his stand-up, his Carson appearances. I'm obsessed with Dangerfield. And she's like, you want to hear a Dangerfield joke no one's ever heard? And I said, yeah. When he was going under for a big operation, he was like, fuck, am I not making? If I don't have my mind, I don't want to be alive. Like, all I have are comics. And he comes out of it, and the doctor goes, did you cough anything up? And he goes, yeah, 500 last week to a whore. He woke up with a fucking joke. So cool. I love shit like Back to School to me is like the best comfort watch ever, because it's like it's only every character serves to set up his stand-up.
Yeah.
His wife's like, you're impossible. Oh yeah, and you're easy. You know, like it's all just perfect fucking jokes. Yeah. You're tall and fat. Yeah, well, you're short and ugly. You remember the scene with I think about the scene because it's been ripped off so much, but when they're getting, it's like Burt Young is so funny in that movie too, but when they're getting drunk at the bar, it's like young Robert Downey Jr. who's like hilarious in it too, and they're bringing them a pitcher. Bring us a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes until someone passes out, then bring us one every 10. It's like, you can't be more fun than that, you know?
No, he was great. I saw him live when I was a security guard.
Whoa, where?
I was a security guard at Great Woods.
No shit.
Great Woods is it's a concert place in Mansfield, Massachusetts, and I was working security there. And I was 19 years old, and I got to see a lot of people there. I got to see Bill Cosby there.
Wow.
I saw.
That was a good show.
It was a good show.
Yeah.
I saw Bon Jovi there.
Nice.
I was barely paying attention to Bill Cosby. I was trying to pick up this girl. I was doing a lot of chatting. I missed a lot of the comedy part. But this is before I decided I was going to be a comedian. So I only
good for you having to work to pick up a woman at a Cosby show.
Yeah.
Set a good example for the future. Yeah.
But so I was backstage, like there was like this back area, and Rodney was back there, and Rodney was wearing a bathrobe. He had nothing on but a bathrobe, just naked in a bathrobe with slippers, and he goes on stage like that. That's how he'd go on stage. He'd go on stage balls ass naked with a bathrobe on and slippers, and just murder. So he went through this phase of his career towards the end where he would go on stage in a bathrobe, and he's just balls naked with a bathrobe on.
So weird.
And he would be backstage hanging out with people. His balls would be hanging out. He didn't even care. Apparently, he had this giant dick and these huge balls, and they'd just be hanging out. And Rodney would just be smoking joints and hanging out backstage with everybody.
Once you're 80 plus, it's like kind of adorable.
80 plus and super wealthy and famous, and he's doing this enormous theater. It's like this place where Bon Jovi does, you know, in Mansfield, Massachusetts. This huge performing arts place.
He was the best. Man, my mom got me a DVD set of his for my birthday when I was a kid, and it was like, I loved it. It was like,
yeah, look, see?
Oh my God.
See, he's hanging out with, he's got a fucking sock over his dick.
And he's just got the serious face. It's perfect. Oh, dude, look at the Back to School robe, too. It's fucking perfect. Dude, that the score for that movie too, Danny Elfman, like dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
It's so cheerful.
Yeah.
But he on the DVD set it's kind of sad. There's a set when he's really old and he's in Vegas and they're not good. The crowd's not good. He's kind of struggling. But there's a moment where he just is like fuck it and just rattles off like so many in a row, so many great one-liners, and they start to pick up and they start giving the applause break and he just pauses and goes, I know a lot of good fucking jokes. It's such a triumphant moment. You're like 80 years old. He's just like, fuck you. I'm still a pro.
I met him at the Laugh Factory like many years later after I'd seen him when I was a security guard. I was just moved to Hollywood like 94 and he was there and he was still doing like a little bit of stand-up and he showed up. And I met him there with his wife. I don't know if it's the same wife. He was always moving around. But he was, it was interesting just to see him. It's just weird.
Was he cool?
Yeah, he was running around. Hey, what do you know? It's like,
they used to get fucked up
with
in the comic strip.
Yeah.
Because his club, Dangerfield in the city, they'd be like, why are you always doing drugs here? He's like, what am I going to do drugs at my club? It's like, fuck you. I'm doing drugs here. But, I never really played Dangerfield. It was like a bad club by the time I came around.
It was a bad club when I played it. Yeah. I loved it. I used to.
It might have just always been a bad club.
It was always a bad club. It was a good club when he did the Young Comedian special from there. When he did Rodney's Young Comedian special.
Those were great.
Amazing.
Dude, I remember the lineup. Dude, it's like Robert Schimmel, Bill Hicks. Yeah, dude.
Lenny Clark.
Yeah. Bill Hicks had a set on there that I was like, this is fucking epic. Yeah. Robert Schimmel, I still remember the joke he opened with because it's such a good fucking joke where he opens with this joke. He goes, I heard a guy got arrested for animal necrophilia. How do you plead for that? I'm sorry, Your Honor. I thought the cat was alive while I was fucking it. That's you open with a fucking a dead cat joke and crush. No, he was a beast. I love Robert Schimmel stuff.
Yeah, Robert Schimmel was amazing. He was amazing.
Those old comedian specials really got me into comedy. Those were like really.
Oh yeah, man. They were the way you found out about like Rick Dukeman. That's the way you found out about people. Him. Oh, he was hilarious. Yeah, he was an LA guy that for whatever reason it never made it. He was funny on the Young Comedian special. I was like, man, this guy's good.
I remember those lineups. They were just fucking beasts. Like they were all killers. They were good comics in there. Fucking Dice coming out with the smoke.
Yeah.
Cool
Bob Nelson with the football helmet.
I remember that shit.
Yeah. Dom Herrera.
Oh, I love him.
Jerry Seinfeld. So many comics came out of those Young Comedian specials. It's like Rodney was the gatekeeper. He really cared about comedy, and he really wanted like young comics.
You're doing
to get
that,
ahead.
dude.
Yeah, I learned a lot of it from him. It's one of the reasons why I like having his handwritten notes on the wall of the green room means a lot to me because I kind of think about it the same way. I know about so many comedians because Rodney Dangerfield was generous and he wanted people to know about great comics. He didn't feel threatened by them. He wanted them to do well.
Dude, I still remember his intro for Bill Hicks on that special where he goes, this next comic, he's so far ahead of his time, his parents haven't even met yet. Give it up for Bill Hicks. I'm like, dude, you found jokes in the intros?
Yeah.
That's how good he was.
And it's accurate.
But you're also like, you created this place. I'm like, it must feel cool to see these young comics like finding themselves. It's like fucking cool.
Yeah, it is cool. It's real cool. I enjoy it. I mean, it's selfish too.
You build a good culture. It is so similar to sports where like you see, there can be a talented rookie, but he's on a team with no good vets.
Mm-hmm.
And he ain't going to be good because you need someone to guide you. I was very fortunate that I had good comics looking out for me when I was a young comic, and the culture in New York is also strong. I mean, like, Colin, Quinn, and Dave Attell when I was young were like very like, oh, this is how you be a comedian.
Yeah.
You keep turning over new shit, and you keep like I'm on the early shows a lot at the Comedy Cellar, and I'm usually like following either Colin or Jim Norton, and they're so prolific, like. They're just always taking chances. They don't give a fuck. And they give a fuck, but they don't give a fuck in the right way.
Mm-hmm.
Where they're like, if this doesn't work, I'm going to make it work. And like, they're doing like Jim's new shit is so interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good. I mean, but it's all like veteran leadership and it all bleeds down to like, and then we want to do that for the next generation. Like I'm excited when I see funny young comics.
Yeah. Yeah, me too.
There's young comics at the cellar, like Maddie Weiner is a fucking killer. Like she's a young comic who's, there's like Ethan Simmons Patterson, Daniel Simonson. They're like young fucking killers at the cellar. And you're like, oh, fuck. I used to be the guy who would go up and kill. And now I'm like, fuck, I got to turn over jokes. And then they're going to become like,
Yeah.
you know, it's all good for the culture, you know?
It is. It's good for the culture and it's good for us. It's good for you selfishly to be generous because those people that are coming up, the better they do, the more it's going to fuel you and you're going to do better. It's good for everybody. And you're right about like having like a culture of top comedians. It keeps everybody strong. And that's the club. I mean, like last night we're hanging out with Ron White, there's fucking Brian Simpson,
I've never met
Tony
him. I'm a
Hinchcliffe.
fan.
Oh, he's the best. He's
I'm
such a nice guy.
He was very nice. He made fun of me for being a Knicks fan, but other than that, he was pretty cool.
That kid Ari Matty from Estonia opened up. He's
I talked to him for a
killer.
while. Yeah, we chat for a
Fucking
bit.
killer, super smart.
Yeah.
You know, and he's one of these young, hungry dogs that's coming up. And there's a gang of them at that club. And there's people moving there from all over the place, like Tyler Fisher and all these other people.
Tony Casillas.
Yeah, Tony Casillas.
He opened for me at Hyenas the weekend I got banned there. That's where we met.
You got banned?
I've been banned from a couple clubs. I don't
What
get
did
it.
you do?
My act. That's what my agent goes, what did you do? My jokes? No, they were starting the
Smartphone order. Listen to iHeartRadio. Pick up the free iHeartRadio apps in the App Store or iHeartRadio.com. So we need access. We need access, fella. Oh, that's not good. That's not fucking good. Blues or purples? Oh! Yo! 40 spins! Oh, fuck! Where's the X's and fucking blues? Gee, we got that fucking blues or purples, fella.
Together, we're exploring the margins of history, and specifically at the intersection of history and true crime. Our first season of the show is all about lady poisoners. And the history has not been kind to ladies. Women have been marginalized, they've been vilified, they're falsely accused, and often justly misunderstood time and time again. Sometimes women take power for themselves, and they make their voices heard, and sometimes they do it through murder. The poison is often been called a woman's weapon. That's despite the fact that roughly 2/3 of the poisoning committed throughout history has been the work of men. So Maria and I wanted to get our hands dirty and
What's up, bro? What's up, bro? Come on.
poison for nefarious means.
Yo, what's up?
What patterns develop. So we're going to cover everything from Claire's sister Agnes.
Want to be interviewed on the focus right now.
Automatically suspicious. To the law in 1960.
You mean, do you want to interview with me? Do you want to interview with me? Why?
So in 1920, Chicago case where Tilly Clinic was in a much harsher sentence.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. What do you want to ask? You are interested in... Oh, why is it interesting?
Sitting at this often sensationalized intersection of being both killers
Why interesting?
and affairs.
Why interesting?
How many were truly villains and how many were just misunderstood?
Which one do you interest in me? Does accounting
the calendar or the other.
This podcast are free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. President Biden says he will replace the nation, right? Mobile laws. Post on X. This will be the first law ever since he dropped out of the 2024 presidential race on Sunday. Speak 8 p.m. Eastern. No, Trump says he told Vice President Kamala Harris so she was coming up in
Oh, okay. You mean now I need to go to the Discord server. Okay. I come into Discord.
which was previously scheduled when President Biden was expected to still be in place. And in battle, New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez is resigning from Congress. So the Senate saying he'll exit on August 20th. Democratic colleagues pressuring him to step down for his recently pending and bribery charges. The sentencing set for October 29th. That's all of this. Mark Daly, ABC News Radio.
Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next up, the Kings. Some of your calls with Dave Wigington as we talk about the failure of geoengineering. I'm sure you're part of the program. Be back in a moment with Mitch Brook. Dave's got final calls with him. His book is called The Ordinance of. Back in a moment on Coast to Coast. But first, you folks who want to sign up to become Coast Insiders, it's only 15 cents a day.
I love being a Coast Insider. I travel a lot. I always have my shows, download them on my podcast, and never miss a thing. And every show I learn.
Why do you can interview me? It's just a little moment to wait because now I'm going to my Discord server.
Alright, the best way to sign up is to go to our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the page, it says Insider. Click that and you're in. The other way is to download the App Store, Coast to Coast AM's app on your phone. Through the app, you can become a Coast Insider. If you're in Canada,
Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Yep, that's it. Yo, dog. How are you?
Hello.
Hello. How are you? Hey there.
Can you give me something?
What's up, Prince? What did you do? What did he say? There he is. Prince Justin, how you living, my friend? Hi. How are you?
Hello.
Welcome. Excellent. Thank you so much for being here. I am Rabbi Rothschild. I have a podcast, and I'm going to interview on it. A little bit about me. I live stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I've been doing so for more than 1 year. I'm sorry, more than 3 years, which is the most amount of data anybody has on the internet. It's a huge event, and I'm glad that you're here. I've got some questions to ask you. They're really easy. If you don't want to answer any of them, you certainly can say, next question. No issue. Are you ready? Excellent. Guido, how are you, my man? Oh, he's my friend. This is my man, Prince Justin. Prince Justin, actually, right here. We just started. We're doing a podcast. How you doing, big dog? I can hear you. Okay, well, unmute me. Hey, Prince Justin. Hey, can you hear me? Hello. Excellent. Hey.
Where'd you come from?
Oh, okay. I'm from Thailand.
Yeah, I love Thailand. They got lady boys.
Okay, that's Bangkok.
You like lady boys?
No. I live in Bangkok. That's like a Thailand.
Where do you live?
Bangkok.
Type shit. Rabbi, right here. Let's go, my friend.
Hey, Justin, Prince Justin, can you tell Guido that he has me muted?
Oh, why you muted?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Excellent. Wonderful.
I just wanted to say, I'll make you extra. That shit was fine.
Excellent. I'm glad. I'm a big fan, and you're going to the top.
Appreciate it. I was thinking about quitting streaming. Then I read your essay and I was like, nah, I can't, bro.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. You're going to the top. Keep it up. Keep up that grind. You're going to get KCIP any day now. And once that happens, the sky's the limit. Absolutely. You're wonderful. Thank you so much. Excellent. All right. Prince Justin, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Just one moment. I want to adjust this so that I can get the audio correct. Okay. Here we go. Let me make a slight adjustment. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear your voice.
Excellent. Okay. What is your favorite time of the day?
Night is my favorite time because I think that's very focused or in the night you can only focus on something that's not that different afternoon and morning. Yes, my favorite time is the night.
Excellent. All right. Next question. What is your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness is maybe it's like I'm very sensitive.
Okay, you're sensitive. That's honest. Excellent.
Yes.
What's your biggest?
My personality is like aggressive.
I understand. What's your biggest strength?
Oh, my biggest strength is like I mean, my biggest strength. I think I'm passionate about something.
Excellent.
Passionate to do about something.
I agree. I think you're patient. Very patient. You're a kind individual. Next question. What is the biggest learning experience you've ever had? What is the biggest learning experience you've ever had?
The biggest learning is like how to grow my channel and how to grow my channel in the Twitch and like the kids streaming. I'm also streaming the kids. Like that's the biggest learning for me.
Excellent. Next question. What is your idea of a perfect date? Yes, a perfect date with someone about whom you care.
For me, I like the 23 is my favorite number of the day.
Okay. Oh, I get you. Oh, you're hilarious. I should have clarified the question. When you want to go out with someone who you care about romantically, where do you like to go? Do you like to go to dinner? Do you like to go to the movies? Do you like to go to the beach? Do you like to go on a picnic? Do you like to go hiking? What do you like to do?
I think I like to go like to go to the beach because now my girlfriend wants to go to the beach.
Excellent. Excellent answer. Very cool. Next question. What is one bad thing that you wish you could give up? What is one bad thing that you wish you could give up?
I want to do something, but my motto alone is this thing. I think that's the thing to make ever get it.
Excellent. Next question. What's a cause that's important to you? What is a cause that is important to you? Cause, C-A-U-S-E. Like, what is a charity or what's an organization or about whom do you care?
What's the cause of the movement to the I think maybe it's like that is very important to care of me.
Excellent. Next question. What is the best compliment you've ever received?
I think maybe it's like the compliment is
that's a bigger that's my biggest dream. It's like maybe like if I will get streamer maybe if I will get the prize in the 2026 maybe like the rising streamer or time maybe that's very complicated for me. Excellent. Very cool. Well, you're getting that from Rabbi Rothschild. You are the 2024 Thai Streamer of the Year already. You're already winning that. And don't worry, you're going to have an article published about you. Big deal. You're going to be huge. Next question. What time of the day are you the most inspired? Yeah. It's like the one I watched the movie I did that is very inspiring to me. And when I'm talking about something from the other, that's very inspiring to me. That's maybe to get a motivation from the other. How to get a motivation from the other. That's very inspiring to me. Phenomenal. Excellent. Next question. Sweet or savory? Do you like foods that are sweet, or do you like foods that are savory? Oh, okay. I like food. It's like I like the sweet food. Excellent. Next question. I put in the biscuit. I always put in the biscuit. Very good. All right. What song do you have on repeat? Like, what's your favorite song? Not afraid. Very well. Excellent. All right. Next question. What makes you smile the most? Excellent. Excellent. All right. What is one thing that people don't know about you? Most of the people think I'm not I'm very I'm very virgin. People think I'm very virgin, and I'm very aggressive for the other people. But that's very wrong. That's absolutely wrong. I'm very enthusiastic to make for the other. Like maybe it's like that's very that's all I do. Yes. Excellent. Next question. Do you like old things or new things? Like old things are like vintage things, like things that have history to them, or do you like new things that are brand new from the company? Yeah, sure. Excellent. Next question. On a plane, do you prefer a window seat or an aisle seat? If I'm riding the plane, I always stay in the side of the window. Sure, absolutely. Good. Next question. What is your favorite board game? Excellent. Next question. What was the last book you've read? What was the last book that you have read? That's okay. That's okay. All right. Next question. If you could switch lives with someone on Earth, who would you, for one day, who would you switch lives? Yeah, so like if you could be Elon Musk, or you could be the King of England, or you could be the most popular celebrity, who would you be for one day?
I want to be the celebrity in the Hollywood.
Okay, very cool. Well,
That's coming from the IC creator.
excellent. Well, we're gonna make sure that happens. You're gonna be the biggest celebrity in Thailand someday. I hope you're ready for that. Excellent. Next question. Besides your phone and your wallet, if you're going out, what else do you need?
I think it's like the phone is very useful for me.
Sure.
Like, yeah.
You communicate with people. Excellent. All right. What's your favorite food?
For me, my favorite food is like in Thailand, that's called like mookata. That's my favorite food. Maybe it's like the same like the hot one.
Excellent. What is your favorite snack?
My favorite snack is the potato snack.
Ooh. Nice. All right. Next question. What is your favorite drink?
My favorite drink is like it's very a little bit beer.
Beer. Excellent. Cool. All right. Just a couple more questions. What is your favorite color?
My favorite color is blue.
That's a beautiful color. Excellent. Next question. Do you like surprises?
Yes, I like spicy. I little bit like the spicy, but the whole spicy, I don't like it.
Okay. All right. What do you do when you're sad to make yourself happy?
What do you do? Make happy?
When you're sad, what do you do to make yourself happy? Sometimes people might exercise. You might spend time with your girlfriend. You might watch TV.
That's maybe like I think with my girlfriend.
Excellent. Wonderful. All right. Well, last question. Where can we find out more about your stream? Where's your social media? Where can we find out more about you? When you get fans, when you get more and more fans, how do they find you?
It's like the social media. Social media is most of the time I use the Facebook and Instagram.
Facebook, Instagram. Okay, what's your Facebook handle?
For me, I know the blog. I am not alone of my daily blog in Facebook.
Okay. Where do we find you at Instagram? What's your at?
Where do you find the Instagram? That's my hallway going on. Get my card. Here's my account.
Oh, excellent. Okay, I see it. It's hold on, go back. Put your phone back. Just one moment. It's Joe Siren or something like that. Hold on. It's there you go. Oh, Joe _ alien 28. Excellent. I'm gonna follow you right now. Everybody follow him. Excellent. All right. Is there anything else that you want to say to the world on the inaugural Rabbi Rothschild podcast? Have you ever been on a podcast before?
I know I don't ever had a podcast before.
That's okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to publish it. I'm going to put your social media information in it. I'm also going to publish an article on you on Reddit, and I'll send it to you. And so you'll get it in a little while, okay? Excellent. Thank you so much for being on the Rabbi Rothschild podcast, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Beautiful. I got it recorded, and that's great. All right, so we're friends now. How long have you been streaming on Kick?
They have tweets that only to follow us, like that's my trailer.
Very cool. How long have you been streaming on Kick?
Are you streaming on Kick?
No, you're streaming on Kick. For how long have you been streaming on Kick?
Just only 1 week.
Oh, so you just joined the platform. Okay, I'm very famous on this. I'm very famous on this platform. I might be the most famous person on it, but I don't currently have an account. And here's why. I have robots that it's on YouTube. I'm on YouTube, not Kick. I have over 5,000 Kick accounts. I'm going to show you my robots right now. I'm taking over Kick. Everyone on Kick knows me. Now, you don't because you've only been here a week, but I'm going to show you what my robots do. Just one moment. I'm going to join, and I'm going to show you, and you're going to be like, wow, that's really powerful. One moment as I join this call. All right. I've got another device. Here we go. All right. So you recognize this, right? It's Kick. Right? You recognize this is Kick. You see it?
Oh my word.
So you see the pointer here? It's pink. It's a robot. Watch what happens. Hands free. It follows. It creates a clip, and it spams the person. Sure. Watch this. It's going to hit the follow button. Watch the follow button. Watch. It just pushed it. Did you see it? That's okay. I'll show you another one in a second. Okay, right over here. You know what a clip is? It's creating a clip. And it's typing my name in there. And it types the Discord link. It's very powerful. So a lot of people know about me on this platform. And so if you ever see my robots, you know, oh yeah, Rabbi Rothschild, he's the person who interviewed me on that podcast. It's a big deal. So with that, I want you to know that I think you're going to be a really big streamer. I'm going to work on your article right now. I'm going to publish it, and when I'm done with it, I'll come back to your stream and I'll let you know where you can find it. Okay?
Oh yes, okay.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Absolutely. We'll be in touch, and I'll have that article to you within an hour or so. Okay?
Yes.
Excellent. Take care, Justin. Peace, buddy. Bye-bye. All right, that was Justin. Shout out to Justin. All right, now what do you do? Close this. No, I'm gonna make this motherfucker's essay so fucking brilliant. He's gonna shit himself. Please write an essay based upon kick streamer. And talk about how they are going to be perhaps one of the, if not the biggest Thai streamers in the history of the Kick platform and perhaps the history of the internet. They have a great stream. Their favorite color is light blue. They use that as their iconic background. They enjoy sweet foods. They have lots of social media, including Facebook and Instagram, so you should follow them. They are a loyal partner who loves the people around them, and the people around them bring them a great amount of joy. They enjoy spending time with those people around them who they love, and they're going to be a really big Kick streamer. They are going to get really well known, and so be on the lookout for them. Egg soup. Love me some egg soup. He's banned me. Why? Why not? No. Where's my homie? Yo, L stream. Sucks. Oh no. And this one might be it.
Yes, bro. Thank you.
Get that commercial song out of here, bro. Get that song out of here, chat. Who the fuck we going with? Who we going with? Who we going with? Who we going with? Oh, shit. I swear I pressed create, chat. There is. So I'm the only one that was. So okay, make this make sense. Make this make sense. The person who picked Yeet, didn't vote for Yeet. Make that okay. He just voted for them. Okay, bro. 8-2 to the Backstreet Boys. Nigga, whoever picked Backstreet Boys, it's a classic, Gator. Yo.
It's Gato. Well, I call him Gato. Whatever, dog. Gato, potato. This guy goes from.
Because you got the females, estrogen. Automatically, my heart sunk. But then again, it was my path. And I think they kind of know that. Because I told him I was on the e-gaze back in the day. I go, Dad, that's fucking old shit, bro. I haven't thrown them out. They're all expired. I don't trust it. What's this one? Oh, no, she's here. Oh, no. Oh, no, she's here.
Box with 5 subs and shipped 1 sub. Yo, so much.
Biggest band of all time, West Side Gangsta, the West Side Gangsta. Stand away. Tell me why he ain't nothing but tell me why he ain't nothing but everything. Tell me why I never wanna be sad. I ain't there, but I'm chilling at the can't reach to your heart when you say I want it that way. Tell me why you ain't nothing. Oh, I thought Cecilia Dion dies in Paris. I was like, oh shit. Can I say? Hey, nothing.
counts, countries around the globe are either active or past participating towards
This Queen gang. This Queen gang. I want it better way. Tell me why.
Like Dave, because he'd come from Kids in the Hall, where they created all these insane sketches. There was Kids in the Hall, super underrated show, super underrated.
They were
show.
all so fucking good,
amazing.
Yeah,
and so Dave was so good at
I
producing.
just saw him on Fargo. He's great in there.
He's great in everything.
He's an awesome actor.
He's a UFO nut.
Is he?
Total believer, which is hilarious because when we were friends, like he was always like, "Why do you care about all this stuff? Like, why do you care?" Like when we were on the sitcom together, because I was always into UFOs and all kinds of stupid shit, and it was like, "What the fuck are you interested in this for? This is all nonsense." And then something happened. I forget what it was, and then eventually he saw one, and he had like a UFO experience. He's a full on believer now. Which is fun. It's fun for me. I'm like, ooh, now you like them. This is exciting.
Life's long, man.
Yeah, people change.
Yeah, I've changed. It's cool, man. It's cool you had that experience. You've had like a lot of lives in comedy. I mean, you to do the sitcom and then have your game show, and then you're doing stand up and the podcast, and it's like, wow, you can have a lot of lives in this shit.
The thing is, I got super lucky for sure in a lot of these things, but also everything I do is something I actually like doing.
Yeah.
Which makes it real easy. Makes it real easy to show up for something like today. Like I wasn't thinking, I gotta talk to Sam. It was like, we're gonna have fun. Let's go have fun. It's
pumped.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all a good thing. So if you could find a job that you actually enjoy doing, you'll probably excel at it
And
if
work
you
harder,
pay attention to
probably.
it. Yeah, work hard and do your best, and next thing you know, it's working. But it's like all those things, especially like working for the UFC and doing stand-up and podcasting. It's all things
That's
I
another
like.
thing.
I like doing.
You really, UFC is like your number one sport by far, right?
It's the only thing I really know.
Yeah.
And boxing. But not boxing, not as much as UFC, but it's the only thing I really, really know.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really know basketball. I don't really know football. I kind of understand who's popular. I'm friends with Aaron Rodgers. I don't fucking even know the rules.
I hope they do well. I'm not a Jets fan. I'm a Giants fan, but like I want the Jets to thrive. Like Jets fans deserve it.
They do, and having him blow his fucking Achilles out.
It was the most
beginning of the season.
New York Jets shit that has ever happened. The fact I'm like, because here's why it was so New York Jets, because they still won the fucking game somehow. And you're like, it's gonna be a bad season. Like, no, I was pumped for the Jets when they got him, and I saw him at a Knicks game, and I was kind of like, ooh, Aaron, like it's cool he's in the building. Because
he's a great guy. Have you ever met him?
No, I've never met him, but I was kind of just like, wow, he's like, I mean, I love football, so I love, I always admired him as a quarterback. I just thought he was great.
He's a cool guy.
Yeah.
I hung out with him in Vegas this last trip for the UFC. He came to the fights, and we all went out to dinner afterwards. And he's just a fun guy to hang out with. Just genuinely cool.
Yeah.
Real easy, down to earth, like friendly to everybody, easy to talk to, cool as shit. I wonder when he's going to be 100%. Because we went to, my wife's a big football fan, and we went to see him. Well, she likes a lot of teams, but she was happy for, Aaron Rodgers being on the Jets. She had met Aaron too. She had met Aaron when he was on the podcast too. So we went to see them play the Dallas Cowboys. It's my first time ever seeing an NFL game.
It's fun.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And in that stadium they have in Dallas, the stadium is fucking insane.
I've never been.
Enormous television screens. Like there's no bad seat in the house. It's fucking great. And we were on the 50-yard line. It was fucking awesome. But Aaron wasn't there because he had blown his Achilles out. So
it's a bummer.
So I was like, I'll go to the game with you. We'll go to the game. We'll see my friends.
I would love that. Yeah, I mean, the only problem with going to games is in fucking Jersey. It's like such a trek to get there. Like I go to a Knicks or a Rangers game, it's 20 blocks from me. Like I'm in and out,
Mm-hmm.
Even a Yankees game, like I love baseball still. Like I still love, like I think baseball still, like I know it's had a tough run for the last 20 years or so.
Let them get back on steroids.
I would love it.
Let those guys get giant and crush that ball. Let's go.
How cool is that shit?
What kind of nonsense is this keeping baseball players from doing steroids?
That was two of the biggest problems in baseball. Was one, not letting Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame. He's the best fucking hitter in 50 years.
Somebody likes that gamble. He also gambled on stealing bases.
What's the next commercial? FanDuel, DraftKings, and
Right.
WinBet. You fucking hypocrites.
Yes.
I mean, look,
crazy.
I get it. You shouldn't gamble on your. It's fucked up, but also like let it go. You have to we've talked about this before.
Yeah.
Separate the fucking game from that.
Yeah.
Bonds is the best hitter ever. Bonds is the best fucking baseball player I've ever seen. Personally, I mean, like
he was on the sitcom I was on. He
Barry
was on
Bonds?
Hardball. Yeah. That was the first
the
sitcom.
short-lived hardball with Bruce Greenwood.
Yeah. Bruce Greenwood and Mike Starr. Yeah, he was on it. And it was before the steroids. He was like normal sized Barry Bonds.
His head got fucking.
He got giant, dude.
It's weird when you do so many steroids, your head gets big.
Everything got big. His neck got big. His shoulders got big. He probably gained 100 pounds. He was fucking huge.
It was cool though.
And Mark McGuire, same thing. Those guys got giant.
He's
Sammy
strong.
Sosa.
How fucking gross was it watching Congress spend like 15 days on baseball the same year as Hurricane Katrina just because you want to shake hands with Rafael Palmeiro, you fucking fanboys?
Yeah, also, like, who cares if they do steroids? Like, why is Congress involved in this when we're in international conflicts?
It was the crazy, because they love baseball. That's the thing. I just read this Joe DiMaggio book, and every politician is obsessed with Joe DiMaggio. Of course, I mean, he's an American icon, but, like, they love baseball on another level, I feel like. It's such a historically American game. Like, I am kind of obsessed with that era of baseball because it was like I was reading a Lou Gehrig book and it was like, oh shit, this was like an immigrants game, but it was like white immigrants. That's how fucking American this shit was. It was like they were like, you're letting the Irish play?
Yeah, there
like,
it is. Barry Bonds and Bruce Greenwood.
Oh yeah, he's good. I like him. Man, look at him. He's a different dude.
Yeah, that was normal size athlete Barry Bonds.
But you know, it was such a cool. I mean, the stories of Babe Ruth are like the coolest shit I've ever heard. Like, you can't, like, he was the dude. He was like, I'm going to drink, I'm going to eat like shit, I'm going to gamble, I'm going to fuck a million women, and I'm going to be the best player in the game. But not just the best player in the game, the best player the game has ever seen to this point, like by a mile. He's hitting 60 homers a year, batting like 370, and he's just living like a fucking animal.
Yeah.
and it's like, but then he had like this sweet side where like Lou Gehrig's like this kind of, you know, God bless him, was like this square. He was like really kind of like, he was like a mama's boy. He didn't go out and party. He was like very shy. And Babe's like, he's like one of the best players ever. I want to like get to know him. He'd like eat at Lou Gehrig's mom's place. He's going through a divorce. He's fucking everyone. He's like, I'll take a home cooked meal. Like, it's kind of, and whenever he'd have a great interview, he'd like give him his props. He'd be like, is anyone touching my record? No, except maybe this guy. Like, he'd put him over. He was like not just the best player and a fucking animal, but he was like class. It's so, and it was like, I love that historical American shit. Like, you know, but
look at him.
Oh, dude, he's so cool. Look, like that dude. Look at him, and he was fucking fast.
Look at his face. That is a drinker's face, boy.
Oh, he put him back.
Holy shit.
Oh, baseball in this era is kind of cool. And then like you got like the DiMaggio, like DiMaggio never was cool with Mantle, which is fucked up because like he just looked at him as a waste. He was like, "You're a drinker. You never reach your talent." Was mean to him till his death. Till his death, like was not cool to him.
Wow.
Because he was DiMaggio so pure. Man, we're talking about the fucking Kennedys earlier. Blames RFK for killing his fucking Maryland.
Yeah, probably did.
Probably did. And he blames you know, the Sinatra for introducing her to the Kennedys. It's like all that fucking Italian shit where he's like, you fucking traitor.
Yeah, he loved Marilyn. Apparently he like left flowers on her grave till like the day she died.
But he left her.
He left her?
Because she couldn't procreate.
What?
Italians needed air.
Really?
Yeah.
She couldn't procreate?
Yeah.
Oh, she had something wrong?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
So he left her, but he's like, I mean, he's like one of the most badass humans ever. I mean, just like, it's crazy these dudes lost their career because they had to serve in the war. Like, isn't that just fucking insane? Ted Williams, decorated fighter pilot, because in his prime, Ted Williams has to go, and he's like killing dudes in the war because he's like one of the best in the Air Force. And meanwhile, DiMaggio is doing like exhibition games, but he still lost his prime because like we're at war, and that's what you did back then. But like Ted Williams had like 20/10 vision, so he's fucking a beast.
No shit.
Not just the best hitter ever. Ted Williams is also fucking murdering dudes.
Wow. That's crazy. Well, that makes sense why Ted Williams is so angry all the time, too. You know, because those stories were always, they leave that out. He was always angry. Man, he fucking had to go to war.
Everyone, J.D. Salinger.
That's right.
They're all fucking damaged from the war.
That's right.
All that whole generation, they're the greatest generation. They're pretty fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, think about how many of our former presidents served. Kennedy.
That's what you did.
Yeah. George W. or H.W.
Yeah.
He got shot down.
No, the other one was cheerleading. But
cheerleading, right? Isn't it funny that we look at him now? It's like, I wish my president was like that. Meanwhile, back then he was like this embarrassment.
I always said that once you start painting, shit's gone off the rails.
Well, when it's over and you start painting, you're just trying to get away the horrible memories of all the people that died unnecessarily because of your decisions. I mean, if you're George W. and you're sitting around your ranch in Texas and no one's around, you're sitting there sipping sweet tea, thinking about 1 million dead Iraqis for some bullshit weapons of mass destruction that didn't even exist.
Yeah.
Whew.
You didn't need to do that.
No, he would be the saddest guy to do mushrooms with. If you had to pick all the presidents to do mushrooms with, he would be the saddest because he would just start crying. Because he's got to be sensitive. He makes all those great paintings. Not great paintings. He makes all those paintings.
Yeah.
He's got to be sensitive. He's an artist. He's an artist.
Loosely, we're using that term.
He's not out there shooting pigs out of a helicopter. He's doing like sensitive shit. So he's thinking. So he's probably thinking, like, what did I do? What did I let that fucking Dick Cheney monster talk me into?
Yeah. 2 terms.
2 terms. 2 terms, and now we look back and go, that was a sensible president.
You know what? You even look at those clips of Obama and Mitt Romney debating, and you're like, man, that was like 12 years ago, and it was so civil.
Not just civil, like super friendly. They weren't shitting on each other at all. They're cordial. They were just trying to debate the merits of their approach to the world.
McCain was the same way. When you watch,
that long
I remember that clip where that woman was like, "He's a Muslim," and McCain's like, "No, he's like trying to like, it's like that's dead. That moment's over.
It doesn't have to be.
I think it'll come back at some point. I think there's a level, there's a limit to this shit, and it's gonna have to swing back to civility at some point.
Yeah, I think so too. I hope so. I hope people realize the damage it's doing to us, and it's not helping anybody. But the problem is social media. The problem is it's like social media and people's ability to constantly berate other people and constantly engage in these squabbles online and try to get people and post bad
sound
things.
bites.
Yeah,
dunking on someone's killing. I remember when I forgot her name, but you'll know who she is. There's a Hewlett Packard woman who was running for president. You know what I'm talking about, right? She was running it was 2016 for the Republican primary, and at the debate, like she basically said that Trump called her ugly. And it was like this big, like, we need a president who doesn't like speak like this. No, Carly Fiorina, that's who it was. And I thought there was like this big moment where I'm like, yeah, you shouldn't talk to women like that. That's pretty fucked up. And then Trump immediately like got everyone. I was like, once he destroyed Jeb Bush, it was like, yeah, the sound bites are working. So why are you going to stop doing this? Like,
well, that's also his entire career was you're fired.
Yeah.
His entire show business career was you're fired. Like he was like the hard, get out of here. You're a loser.
Yeah.
You're fat. You're ugly. You're a crook.
It's very New York. It's like kind of like a trashy New York guy where you're like, you fucking nobody. Like that's how,
Well, it's politics is basically show business. And he was a professional showbiz guy.
Yeah.
So he was way better at show business. Because politics is basically a popularity contest.
Yeah.
Well, that was the first guy that was an actual popular person that entered into the popularity contest and actually knew how to manipulate the media. And by saying ridiculous shit all the time, whether or not it was on purpose or not, that's what got all these news organizations to start following him. And that just made him more popular. They thought they were exposing him. Like, look what he said about the Mexicans. But nobody cared. Like, this guy's wild. This is so much better than what we're used to.
It's the problem is other people were just not used to TV, right? So they're just sticking to a script. And when he goes off script, he was more comfortable.
Yeah.
And he saw how it was like a fucking boxing match. They were just like, what the fuck's he doing?
Also, he's like a comic. Like when, who was it that asked him the question? Who was it? Megyn Kelly? Was it Megyn Kelly that asked him the question? Yeah, it was. At the debates, you said horrible things about women. You called them fat. You called them big. Those only Rosie O'Donnell.
It's a punchline.
And
got a big pop.
It crushes.
Yeah.
It crushes. And you see her just like, oh my God. Like, what did I set him up? I lobbed one his way. And he just knocked it into the parking lot.
Fastball over the fucking over the plate. He just crushed it.
Hey, that's his thing is so different. Yeah.
Tell women you don't like fat pigs, dogs.
She thought she had him here.
And disgusting animals. Your Twitter account.
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
No, it wasn't.
He's smiling. He was proud of that one.
They're all clapping and cheering.
Your Twitter account?
Come on, you gotta hold.
Well, what do you expect her to do here?
Thank you.
For the record,
Hold the
it was
laugh.
well beyond Rosie.
Yes, I'm sure it was.
Your Twitter account is disparaging.
I mean, Jesus
Yes,
Christ.
I'm sure it was. Yes, I'm sure it was. It's amazing. Well, the guy's a character in a movie.
Yeah.
You know,
It
and I
doesn't
said
seem
yesterday, I hope it's not a Stephen King movie. But, you know, remember the Stephen King movie about the guy, like, he shakes hands with the guy that's going to be
Zone?
president? Yeah.
Yeah, Martin Sheen,
Yes,
wasn't that?
yeah.
That's a great movie.
It's a great movie.
Chris Walken?
Yes, great
Yeah,
movie.
that ending, that fucking oof.
Yeah.
Stephen
yeah.
King's made some good fucking
Oh,
shit.
my God. Get him back on Coke. Get him back on Coke. Give him Budweiser.
And a wide range of shit. It's like, you told me this guy did that, Shawshank, and Misery?
Yeah, Stand By Me.
Stand By Me is great.
I just watched it the other day with
Me
my
too.
family. It was
Dude,
amazing.
that last line fucked me. It always fucks me up when he's like, none of us had friends like when we were 12. I'm like, fuck you, Richard Dreyfuss.
Yeah, this is the thing. He holds his hand and he realizes.
Yeah, they did a
He's
great
gonna be
SNL
pushing the
parody of
button.
this. Yeah, this guy's gonna be Hitler.
He's going to be the one who kills us all.
Yeah.
Pressing the button.
Yeah, that's a good movie, man. That was
Yeah.
scary as fuck.
Well, that's what they're always trying to scare us about with Trump, that he's going to do that and start World War III and kill us all. But the problem is, this administration looks like they're on the verge of starting us into World War III. And when Trump was in office, that didn't happen. And here's the thing that they need to address. Everybody keeps saying he's going to be a dictator. He's going to do that. That would be more sellable if we didn't have 4 years of him actually being the president and doing none of those things.
Right. I mean, the thing is, hindsight's everything, right? Like you look back, like people said the same thing about, like, everyone hated Eisenhower, but then you look back and you're like, these weren't bad times, you know?
Yeah.
So with Trump, look, we all want to avoid World War III. I would hope.
At all costs.
Part of me is like, maybe Trump is such a fucking narcissist that he doesn't want the world to end.
Yeah, because he wants to do well while he's in charge.
Yeah.
That's good.
Maybe. I don't know.
For whatever motivation, whatever fuck it takes you to keep us from killing each other.
He does terrify me. I don't fucking feel like safe with him as a president.
Do you feel safe with Biden as a
No,
president?
of course not. The country's in shambles. Things are fucking bad.
I don't feel safe with anybody as president. But I don't buy their narrative. When you find out that, like, they lied about Russiagate for fucking 6 years and, like,
that was the beginning of the end. That was like when that's your whole, like, the Steele dossier is your whole thing.
Yeah.
That was really the undoing of a lot of cable news, I think.
They thought they could get away with it because they have gotten away with it before, which makes you think, how many of the stories, other than the ones we know about, like the weapons of mass destruction and how many of the stories were bullshit?
Yeah.
How many of the stories that ruined the lives of countless millions of people? How many of those stories are bullshit?
You can't go all in on a bad hand, and they did it again and again
and again.
And you got to make sure you have a fucking royal flush.
But dude, they did it with me with the COVID thing, with the ivermectin thing.
They did it with you with a lot of things.
They did, but the COVID one was crazy because they were all coordinated, calling it horse dewormer.
Right.
It's like every news organization was calling it horse dewormer and trying to mock me, like, hey guys, I can talk too. Like, are you fucking stupid?
Yeah.
But their whole game up until social media and up until podcasts was they were the only ones talking. So they could set a narrative and no one could do anything about it. They could decide that you're a this or you're a that, and then they push that out there and that was the end of it. Then you got labeled as this or that. But with podcasts got bigger than them and they hadn't realized it yet.
By a lot. I mean, that's the thing is, I saw your thing with Sanjay Gupta and he seemed apologetic, but
Sorta. Until he left.
Really?
Yeah, he left and went and talked to Don Lemon, and Don Lemon was still saying the same. But it is used for horses. It is a dewormer for.
He's my neighbor. I saw him drunk on the street the other day. Friendliest guy. I mean, he goes, I just saw Mark Norman at the Beacon, and I was like, all right,
He was talking to you?
Yeah, he said, "What's up to me on the street?"
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, and he goes, I just saw Mark Norman at the Beacon. It was a great show. I was like,
well, I'm sure he's probably okay.
Yeah,
he
just seemed like a nice guy.
He was stuck in a bad situation, a bad position that corrupts everyone. It's bad for everybody. Everyone on that network was terrible. They were all propagandists.
It's weird to think about how fortunate the generations were when, like, news wasn't constant. You got a break.
Right.
Colin Quinn's got a great bit now. Like, you go to the bathroom and you're like, what did I miss?
Right.
I mean, but that's fucking bad for the world. Like,
yeah,
I miss, even back in the day, like it was on twice a day, you know,
Right.
It was over. You got like Simpsons reruns and you're like,
Yeah.
all right, shit's peaceful.
If you really wanted to go crazy, you'd read the New York Times and you'd get all the news.
Yeah.
If you really want, but who did that? Very few
My
people
dad.
did that. Yeah, but most people that, you know, weren't terrified of everything, weren't
Yeah.
reading everything that's going on in fucking Sudan and what's going on in Asia, what's going on here and there. And now it's like we're being inundated by all of the bad news, because the bad news is the stuff that really gets people captivated. So it's all the bad news of the entire world and none of the good news. It's
I
like
know.
the most distorted version of reality ever.
I know,
All the bad
and,
news.
and then you go out and you talk to people and you're like, are we that divided? Like, I think
Right.
that's kind of what I feel like just touring the country. I feel the interactions I have with people are good and solid.
But
and
we also have to remember those are comedy fans, which are the people
That's
that are going to
true.
be the most reasonable. The people that's looking for the humor in things. You know, not saying there's a trans genocide. They're not going to come to your show. The trans genocide people are not going to come to your show. So it's the people that are, they're, you know, they're
Yeah.
kind of realizing like we need humor. Humor's an important part of civilization.
But I don't even mean just comedy. Like you interact with people at like restaurants or like whoever you see on the street. Like
Yeah.
For the most part, I've had like 2 fights on the road, like arguments, and like it's fucking quick. It's usually like, you know, over bullshit. It's not even. Gary Vita and I are like very. We're both New Yorkers, so it's like we can't help but do a confrontation. There was a woman being berated at my fucking. We were at the gate, a morning flight out of Columbus, and a woman was just yelling at a fucking TSA agent who was just doing her job. She did nothing wrong. She was just, but it was a woman with 2 kids with her, and she goes, "You're an idiot. Wow, you're so dumb." And we're just looking at each other like, it's 8 a.m. We're barely awake, but it's pretty like fucked up, right? And we're like, yeah, that's like really mean. And she just kept going, "You're so dumb. I'm going to get you fired." And then finally we're just like, "Hey," I just go, "Lady, enough." And Gary goes, "You're a nobody." Like that's how he's like a New York kid.
Wow.
And she turns to us, she goes, "Fuck you, you're short," to Gary.
Wow.
And he goes, "You should see me without my shirt on." I was like, "We had her. What are you doing?"
Why do you say you should see me?
Because he works out.
Oh, that's hilarious.
But I'm like, dude, we're comics. We could kill this woman. What the fuck are you doing?
Should have taken his shirt off. Should have got down in his underwear.
But
they probably would have arrested him for terrorism.
But that was like the one. But we felt fucking. We were laughing, and the woman was like, "Thank you." But I'm like, when do we ever fight with people on the like? It's occasionally we do that shit, but like most people are so cool that you meet. Most people are like good people, and then like how often do I miss like small towns like you'll go to like Appleton and like they don't talk politics. They're like living in like 1994 and they like it's like rude to talk politics, you know, and you're like, we keep that to yourself. And I'm like, man, I almost missed that point in time when it was like you just led with other shit. That wasn't your whole like sure we make fun of people sometimes who are like, these are my pronouns, but isn't it equally kind of annoying with people who lead with their political affiliation?
Just as bad.
I would say worse.
Or their diet or their exercise routine or yoga.
Anything.
Or anything. Like some people, they're just always trying to define themselves to you.
Yeah.
And they always want to define themselves in a nice way.
So you're just one thing?
Yeah.
That's all you are? So I look at, like, I do kind of miss those types of people who are like, hey, let's bond over something else other than the world ending.
Yeah. But, you know, when people don't have any legitimate conflict in their life, they manufacture conflict.
And they have to trauma bond with you.
God. Yeah. I have PTSD from last 4 years when Trump was in office. I can't do this again. That's all Ted Williams killed people.
By the way, I know exactly. Not to mention, like, they're like, I'm moving to Canada, and I'm like, you think Canada just wants all of our fucking whiners?
Yeah, listen, not only that, but Canada has like ridiculous free speech laws. They have hate speech laws. They can come down on you for a lot of things. They seized up the bank accounts of people that were protesting the truckers.
Oh, that was a fun
the
time.
truckers, the people that were donating to the truckers, they seized their bank accounts. Like, yeah, that's not a good place.
Yeah.
It's not a good place under this administration, at least.
Yeah, where do you go?
They went sideways. Canada was an amazing place 10 years ago. You go to Canada 10 years ago, it was awesome. I was always saying that I love Canada. It's like 20% less douchebags.
What do you like in Canada?
I love Montreal. Montreal's amazing.
Beautiful
I
city.
love Toronto. I love Vancouver. I love Canada.
Vancouver's one of the most beautiful
I don't
cities.
go to Canada anymore. But
Ever?
No.
You went to a gig there?
Not when that guy's president. Fuck you.
Yeah,
Or
but
whatever he is.
these
Prime
people
Minister.
are fans of yours. They want to see you still.
Fuck you. Get rid of that guy. I'll come back. I just don't trust any of it up there.
Yeah.
I just think that they're so far into tyranny right now. Like the laws that they're passing, the shit that they're doing, the erosion of people's rights. Like, I don't want to support it. I think it's fucking horrible.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people there just want to laugh. I think people need a laugh. You know?
Oh, yeah, they definitely need a laugh. They're in the middle of a full-blown communist takeover. Yeah, it's a scary spot.
Yeah.
It's scary. But it used to be amazing. I used to say that Canada's 20% less douchebags. Like, the people are 20% nicer than most people that you meet in America.
They're polite.
That's why they get roped into all this shit. That's why they get roped into hate speech laws, because they want to be kind. They want to be good people. They don't realize, like, compelled speech has a terrible ending. It always ends in communism, because someone has to compel that speech. Who does? The people with guns. And they tell you what to do.
Yeah.
And then you have violence that is enforced to get people to follow a doctrine that they may or may not believe in.
Yeah, I think you just gotta be pro free speech. I mean, for all the awful shit people can say, you still just have to be pro free speech.
That's Elon's take on it, you know, and that's what they're doing with Twitter.
Well, the weird thing about Twitter now is, like, for all the shit people will say about Elon, I think, like, look at the other social media platforms. Everything gets anything. There's like trigger words. They'll be like, "You said the word Nazi." I'm like, "Yeah, I condemn them in a joke," and they're like, "Well, it got buried because you said that." And you're like, "Cool. Well, that feels like some Nazi shit."
Yeah.
I can't use irony. I can't be sarcastic. That's the evil of, like, I think when they bury you are. It's a different type of censorship, but you are burying certain trigger words that you think might be offensive and hurt ad sales. Oh, cool. Now posting a joke on Instagram is similar to putting together a set for the Tonight Show. It's all fucking, this word's not okay.
Yeah.
This word's not okay.
Yeah.
Twitter's actually the only place left, if you think about it, which is really fucking weird, you know?
It's really weird because Twitter used to be the worst place for that.
Yeah.
Twitter was the place where the FBI literally, like, the whole Twitter files when Elon took over.
Right.
And they had Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger and all these guys, like,
Right. The Rolling
investigate.
Stone guy, yeah.
When they went into it and they're like, oh my God, the government was literally trying to stop legitimate professors at Stanford and people at Harvard and MIT from talking about their area of expertise.
Right.
They were trying to label them as kooks and get them kicked off of Twitter. The whole thing was fucking bananas. And if he didn't buy
people
Twitter,
used to get their accounts suspended a lot on
all the
Twitter.
time.
Remember that? Like, that was a big thing. But
All
now
the
it's
time.
like, now it's more like Instagram. TikTok's ridiculous, obviously. I mean, that one is like, good luck. Who the fuck knows? But even YouTube has kind of changed a little bit. I mean, YouTube is, everyone's changing. Is my my thing. But YouTube is like, it's kind of shocking. Like, my issue is, like, they keep moving the goalpost in, but there's no guidebook. They're not telling any of us what's not okay. They're just kind of making up the rules as they go along. And to
they
me,
ban
I'm like,
people's accounts. They don't even tell them why.
it's kind of,
Your account has violated our terms of service, and then that's it. And then you have no recourse.
and you're spending a lot of time and money building up these platforms, and they're like,
Mhm.
sorry.
Yep.
Well,
Fuck you.
it's pretty fucked up because, you know,
especially now during the election. Excuse me. During the election time now, they're really clamping down on that. And there's a lot of people getting shadow banned allegedly. And then there was a thing that Elon just released where he said that European governments were saying that they would be willing to give them money to have certain platforms censor certain political speech.
yeah.
And Elon was the only one who said no. And he talked about it publicly. He said these other groups, these other social media platforms complied. And like, I'm telling you about this.
Yeah.
You need to know.
It's pretty weird because they just keep moving the goalpost in.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bad. I see comics now kind of working toward the algorithm, and it is bad for entertainment and for art and stuff like that. And I get annoyed when comics are just like shocking for the sake of being shocking and lazy, but I don't think they should be fucking silenced.
Yeah, they shouldn't be silenced, but you're always going to have people that try things that don't work out, right?
Yeah.
Especially in an open-ended art form like comedy, where you're the writer, you're the producer, you're the editor, and you're delivering it. So
Yeah.
you're everything. You're the whole thing. And you're fucking around, and you're trying to come up with ways, and maybe you're desperate, so you try to figure out a way to juke the system, and you try to figure out a way to get your stuff seen and heard. You say things you might not even mean, but you think it's going to be good. It'll work. It's a little tool for you, and you're trying. And those guys, they're not our favorite, the guys that do like stupid shit like that, but that's also
But
like
they should
there's-
exist.
Yeah, they exist, but maybe they can get better one day. Like
Yeah.
a lot of us sucked in the beginning and better now. And over time, learn, you keep working at it. And it's an open-ended thing. You eventually figure it out
You
or
were
not.
talking about last night. There's guys that it takes them a minute.
Yeah.
And it should take you a minute. This is like, I think a lot of the comics like don't hit their stride till they hit like 40.
Right. Yeah, because you actually develop a nuanced take on life. You've had a bunch of bad relationships. You had a bunch of bad business deals. You've been fucked over by clubs.
That is good for comedy.
Yes.
Your life, anytime something bad happens to me, I'm like, fuck, it's a bit.
Here we go.
Isn't that crazy that, like, it's such a beautiful thing that something horrible can go wrong? I remember the first time I did your show, I missed, like, it took me 3 flights to get to a gig that I missed, and I'm like, that's like my opener in my new special. You know, it's like this long story, this hell travel day, and I'm like, this sucks, but we're very fortunate to have this outlet for that, you know?
Yeah, and I think just me, if I didn't do it, if I never did comedy again, or if I never had done it, I still would love it. Yeah. It's one of my favorite things to watch because it takes you away. It puts you in this place, and it's like a drug. Like, it makes you feel better. You know, when someone's on stage killing and you're laughing, you're like, you feel better. It's an amazing feeling to laugh at something. And to be able to do that for a living, we're the luckiest people alive, dude.
I was just on Bert's Fully Loaded thing. It's so fun, dude. It was such a good group of people, and he, like, turned into an adult summer camp. He's bringing, like, ice plunges. He brought a personal trainer. We're doing batting practice during the day. One day, Chad Daniels and I are fucking hooping dudes. I'm like, this is fucking fun. You know, we're surfing. You know, me, Bert, Kyle Kinane are surfing. We're hungover. I'm like, we're gonna puke on the fucking in the water. But I remember one night I'm just like watching Dave Attell on stage. I was like, oh, this is like the best. Like, you just get to, like, he's like one dude that, like, brings me back to, like, forget, like, oh yeah, it's so pure funny. It's like, it's not like anything, no agenda. It's just pure jokes, and you're like, oh yeah, that joke about, like, fucking, but me, I'm a Biden man, Hunter Biden. And I'm like, that's like a fucking great bait and switch, you know, or like, or the joke about, like, I got hit by a guy on a city bike the other day. It was my fault. I was on the sidewalk, and they're just like pure silly jokes, and you're just like transported to, like, being a kid. Like, I remember seeing him as a kid at Caroline's and being like, oh, this is what it's all about. Like,
yeah, he's just trying to be silly. And he's the best at it. And he's another guy that just he's not a promoter, right? So he's not as popular as he really should be based on how good he is. And it's kind of up to us to let everybody know. You know, I always feel like obligated to let everybody know. Like, when he was at the club, and I went and I came and watched one of his sets. I sat for the whole set, which I don't ordinarily do. I came in on a night where I wasn't working just to watch. It was fucking awesome. And after it, I couldn't wait to do stand-up again. I was like, I can't wait to go on stage. Like, it's like,
he's so quick. There was one time, you know, I used to go through the audience to the bathroom at the Comedy Cellar, and 3 dudes came out at the same time, all wearing glasses, and he goes, what is that, a nerd portal? To come up with that line off the cuff, I'm like, God, he's fucking good at this.
Yeah, he's always fast off the cuff. Like, he does that thing at the end where he brings comics on stage.
Terrifying,
because he's
Obi-Wan.
He's Obi-Wan. He's the Jedi, and on top of that, he's loose because he's been killing for 45 minutes.
Yeah,
and then he brings you on stage. You know, so it's kind of unfair. Like, you're cold, you're in the bag, like, hey, Dave, grab a mic. Okay, hey, they shits on you if you don't say anything funny. Yeah, he's awesome.
He's so good. Yeah, he'll fuck with you. He's great. I love that though. That, like, when you're like, few comics were like, usually I'm watching it and I'm being like, good joke. I like that. That was cool. But he's like one of the only dudes that I'm like, holy shit, I'm just like giggling. This is so stupid. I feel like a kid.
It's also all he cares about and all he does. He gets up in the morning, he reads the paper, he smokes cigarettes, he writes jokes. And when he goes to a town, he always has new jokes about the town. And, you know,
I learned that from him. He had, like, the local paper. I was like, local, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And then we'd, like, leave a diner at, like, 4 a.m. and he'd order a large iced coffee to go. I'd be like, what are you doing? You're out of your fucking mind. But, you know, yeah, he's just like, he's as pure a comic. It's like, we're so lucky to have him in New York, because he just, like, and he's so good to the young comics. I see the new, he'll be like, he called me and he was like, oh, I like following this new guy because he's like, he's got good stuff and he's bringing the heat. So he's like, you know,
he likes
he's aware of it.
Yeah, no, he's a national treasure, like, legitimately. And I tell everybody, if you get a chance, like, go to his website if he even has one.
He has one. He doesn't run it. I remember we were doing a road gig once, and he, like, as we're driving, I was like, how do you post this picture? He's like, oh, I don't do that shit. Like, he has someone doing everything, you know?
Yeah.
And it's always, like, hilarious because it's like he just writes the caption and sends a bunch. So it would be him be like, amazing weekend in, like, you know, Hartford, and he'll just be like this, like, angry in the photo. It, like, never matches because he sends it to another person. But you know, he
still has a flip phone.
Yeah, he has 2. I think he
has an iPhone that he uses,
but he only uses the flip phone.
Most of the time when he texts you, it's like it makes the same. He was sitting here texting someone. It was like beep, 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 beep. I go, what are you doing? He sent in Morse code, and I was realizing he was texting. I'm like, oh my God, you still text like that?
Yeah. He's old school.
Well, he went iPhone for a while, and then he realized, like, I'm too in my head with this.
Yeah,
I'm going to go back to it. Yeah, it's the better way. It's better. You see it with him. The results speak for themselves. You know?
Yeah, you're not distracted.
I mean, Aziz went to a flip phone.
Did he?
Yeah, he talked about it on stage. He was like, I got my brain back. He goes, yeah, I can't get directions or anything like that, but I got my brain back.
He's in Europe, too. He's totally...
Is he?
Yeah.
What is he doing?
I think his wife is in London. I think he just moved there. I haven't seen him forever.
Wow. Yeah. Well, some of those guys, you know, they're just like, they get hit hard once with a big cancellation. They're like, what?
No, he's that's over.
Yeah, but I know. But I mean, that thing changes, like it just changes your outlook on stuff.
Yeah. No, I'm sure. I mean, that was well, when it's written on babe.net, you know it's legit. And
definitely,
when that's the only one to pick a
nuanced perspective on who he is.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
Yeah, let's wrap this up. My brother, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much, man.
Let's have fun tonight. We're going to have a good
can't
time.
wait, yeah.
It's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
Tell everybody your social media, where to see your shit, your special.
New special, Sam Morril, You've Changed on Prime Video. I'm all over the road. I got like...
Prime's doing a bunch of them now, huh?
I think a few.
They did a Bill Burr one. I think Bill's doing his next
Hulu.
one.
He's doing
Hulu.
Yeah,
you're right.
No,
a bunch of other people have done Prime.
A few people have done Prime. Yeah, that was by far my best offer. And they, once I saw how they treated people in the warehouse, I was like, I want to be on board. So they've been good to me. And then I got that. I got I'm all over. I got like Miami, Baltimore. I'm trying to build material back up. I'm doing a Euro tour, so all over Europe, like London, Belfast, all that shit. And I post a lot of shit on punchup.live/Sam Morril because.
What is punchup.live?
My friend Danny Frankel started it. He used to work at Facebook, and he hates censorship of comedians. So Punch Up is where I gather emails, and it's like Patreon, but I don't take money. I just want emails so I can blast you when I come to your city. I don't spam you. It's just punchup.live/Sam Morril/sign up or just whatever. And I just I post gigs. I post bonus stuff that I won't post elsewhere because I don't want it to get like buried on some horse shit.
Right.
And it's good. He cares about comedy. He's a great guy.
That's cool. I'll check that out.
It's awesome.
All right. Beautiful.
Thank you, man.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Especially in the first season, like 1972 or 3, I think.
Columbo. I almost forgot about that show. They used to tell him not to smoke.
Well, no, like the character, I can tell they're probably just building up. Like you notice that he has a cigar in his hands,
right?
The whole series or every episode. But it's funny that in 1972 people are like, please don't smoke in here, or Mr. Columbo, Lieutenant Columbo. He's always being like reprimanded for it.
Interesting. I forgot about that.
And he's always really, Peter Falk's character. He's always like, oh, sorry, and he puts it out always. He's never like upset or anything.
Yeah, that was an interesting character, right? Because he was like this bumbling guy who was actually not. He was kind of setting you up the whole time, letting you underestimate him, acting like. Pardon me.
Yeah,
but another thing.
He's always about to leave, and he's like,
yeah.
oh, yeah. And he comes back.
And he's annoying people, and they're like, oh.
Incredible, though, aesthetic. And, like, the other day I'm watching this episode that Jonathan Demme directed, Steven Spielberg. I mean, like, all of these famous directors start to cut their teeth in TV and on episodic things like that. But there's a real tone to it and stuff that's cool, and the way everyone looked. But one other funny thing about it that I've noticed in Columbo is there's always starts with a murder, and then usually a lot of times in the arc of the story, someone shows up to the crime scene. Usually whoever did it or whatever, right? And so, but they're never upset. There's never someone that runs, what happened here? Your uncle's been murdered. Oh, I didn't do it. Like it's kind of like how it starts instead of some dramatic, like, oh my God, how can this, no one's even, they're just like, okay, well, you're bothering me now, In cop shows, you can always tell police, even SVU, they're always like, I've had enough. Can you guys leave? And they leave. I'm like, is that how it goes? I don't know.
No. It's weird how many of those shows there are where they catch the bad guy. Like it's like something that I guess people with anxiety need to let them feel like if someone is a bad person and they do commit a murder, they're going to get caught.
Like, are the interest in those kind of dark scenarios, you're only interested in them when there's justice at the end? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, for sure.
Like, because anything nebulous or whatever is like too real, maybe.
Yeah, there's those shows, and then there's medical shows. Remember when there was a time where like every other fucking show on TV was about a hospital?
Yeah. And the only one that I really remember is Quincy. So Jack Klugman yelling at everyone, he's yelling about the sandwich. He's yelling about the blood sample.
Yeah.
When we were kids, we were hardcore. We were in, that initial phase of American kind of hardcore punk stuff. Because we had just missed out the 77, 78, 79. And then there was an episode about the LA scene. And Quincy goes to the punk club. Don't you see what you kids are doing to yourselves with the loud music and the anger and the pills or whatever? And there was a thing when we were kids, and there was a song. I forget which band did it. But if you were fake, if you were Quincy punk, because they took like the way people looked on Quincy or whatever, and that instantly became
a fake punker.
Yeah, you're bullshit now.
When you started out, like what was the inspirations for your band? Like what were you guys into?
I mean, it's hard to untangle because my dad was a singer. So our dad was a singer. And he was my dad's kind of a strange guy in general. A lovely guy, but dynamic to say the least. But he had like a hit in the late 50s called Boom a Dip Dip, like a top 40 kind of record. And a couple of subsequent sort of, rock and roll singles. And he was living in New York and stuff. And then when that kind of pales out, and then he moves back to Atlanta and he immerses himself in like the folk music scene. And he was signed to a label called ABC Paramount. So by the time I come along in 66, it's kind of, he's not doing it anymore.
What was he doing?
He was schmata guy. He was in the middleman. He was like Willie Loman, He was in the garment business. My grandfather, Ike Robinson, they were in children's wear. My dad was in women's wear, and then ended later back in children's wear. But the one thing around the house that I remember, earliest memories, are him pulling out his guitar and singing folk songs. And just, I don't know, I'm a dyslexic person, and so you know what I mean? So there was, I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but there was something about always singing these songs. It would like open up stuff for me, almost like being high or and not in a psychedelic way, but in a way that it changed the space. You know what I mean? And records started doing that to me very early. And that kind of is where, so it's kind of, we think it's normal. Other kids' dads aren't playing old folk songs at the house that I know, But by the time Rich and I, we're kind of like angst-ridden suburban youth, For some reason, my parents decided to move to the suburbs, financial reasons, general apathy, ready to, begin the mound of resentment and regret. I don't know. All the things the suburbs represent me, I would say, for me, there was a television show, do you remember Night Flight on USA Network back in the early days?
I remember the name. I don't even remember what it was about.
Yeah, it would be like, it would come on at midnight, and it would be concerts and like films, like cool, like probably the first time I saw Eraserhead or Rude Boy, the movie about the Clash, and Decline of Western Civilization, punk things and new wave things. And I always had an interest in stranger things, and things that weren't normal, or, Mr. Roper and Three's Company or whatever, like, you know what I mean? And this show, they had a show that came on at 2 a.m, and it was from Los Angeles called New Wave Theater. And that was like huge, huge. Being a kid in the suburbs in Georgia where, it's still pretty much like that band, all the people listen to that band, Alabama, and, they wear like trucker hats and flannels and like want to beat you up because you have a Ramones record or something. And that's how it was.
Wow.
So this show was like a real beacon of, my mom was like, oh yeah,
it is.
Peter Ivers, a very interesting character, Peter Ivers.
Wealth of material they've surfaced in many incarnations. Tonight they're here as 45 Grave, piece of wax.
45, yeah. So this is what I'm really into. Don Bowles is the drummer in 45 Grave, who was in the Germs.
Not a happy childhood amongst them.
No, but I don't know. But they definitely made amazing, beautiful, cool outsider art, and I think something that we have a hard time understanding in this day and age is art that's made because of the visceral interaction with you and other people that has nothing to do with, I'm going to be a big star.
Right.
Some of the things I think, I'm like one of the last, the Black Crowes, we have to be one of the last bands of the time where we kind of felt it was our duty to never truly give in to the other side, you know what I mean? And kind of understand this us versus them idea, you know what I mean? Or vibe is something that's inspiring and something that is like, I was always interested in counterculture, and anyone, again, that's like why the algorithm maybe isn't as perfect, or it never will overtake everything, because there's always going to be the one person who's like, I'm going this way. And that's not enough for me, the deep dive people. And so we kind of found ourselves in the crosshairs of this kind of stuff. The Cramps, we were in the Cramps, the Gun Club. So, and then REM comes around, their first record, Chronic Town. And so my dad and my mom and dad had a lot of records, maybe 250 records, 300 records.
How are you?
Which was a lot of records back then. Bluegrass record.
I'm well. Do you have Discord? Well, do you have Discord? Do you have Discord? Just one moment. Just one moment. Yo, welcome. How are you living? Keen Leah. What's good? Yo, you, stay right there. Just one moment. Bass, just stay right there. Yep, just one moment. Yo, hold on. I'm live right now. Go to what I just sent you. Go where I just sent you. I just sent you a DM. There you go. What up, Keena Leah? Bass. Bass, can you hear me? I saw. Come to my Discord. I'm live right now. Come to my Discord. Are you coming? Bass Chad. Are you coming to my Discord? Come to my Discord. Dog, I just did. Go to that link, Discord. I just sent you a direct message. Go to that link. Go to my Discord. Yes, I'm live right now. That's okay. I'll wait. How was your day? LFG, baby, LFG.
Says companies are watching you and may soon start doing what's called personalized pricing. Let you know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Coming up next, we've got Slowing in Norwalk on the 5.
What's happening in seeing those delays continue to the 605. Still not clear exactly what is causing the slowing or what is happening in the area. So if you're stuck in those delays and you see what is happening, to continue yourself on keyword is if I'm tracking maybe an issue in the carpool lane, kind of checking out the top chance scans there. But anyway, I would appreciate that pull of one. Also, see your delays continue to build on the westbound side of the 91% through Corona. From as far back as Tyler, you'll see starts to slide toward the 241 toll road. For Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Nick Molly O'Keefe.
Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration. Since it was established, but there have been 2,500. I'm not from Bravo, noted podcaster. I heart you. Listen to Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage, on America's #1 podcast. When you're free, by heart app, and search Medal of Honor.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Country star John Rich is showing us that you don't need to be an economist to see the apparent randomness of how prices are set. In a social media post, he wrote, "Five Guys sells a double cheeseburger for $11.59 and a single cheeseburger for $9.79. That implies the patties are worth $1.80 and a pair of buns are $7.99. Just something I thought about for the first time and thought was kind of stupid. It's a good reminder that companies, including Five Guys, can trade on their brand to charge more than their competitors but take part in the so-called inflation we've seen over the past few years, which jacked up prices leads to record profits. But thankfully, that trend is starting to ease off as Walgreens, Michaels, Target, Amazon Fresh, Aldi, giant grocery stores, McDonald's, Burger King, and Wendy's, among others, are slashing prices.
What's going on, Ant? Hey, GB, you and I were talking the other day about. Hold on. We were talking about Kill Tony, right? Yeah.
It's the echo on you.
Dog. I understand. You might have to mute one. Or just one moment. Let me see. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, so I watched a bunch of Kill Tonys, and can you hear me? Excellent. I watched a bunch of Kill Tonys, and here's what I think. I think that the premise of the 1 minute to make us laugh, that's great. But it's really, I think, made me pretty vocal on what I think is funny and what I don't think is funny. And I think it's funny, but I don't think the jokes that make fun of people for things that they can't control, I don't like that. Yeah, there's some cheap shots that it's like, okay, if you want to make that joke, I understand, but like, come on, we're not 5. I mean, like little kids make fun of people for stupid things that they can't control. Make fun of something that's really creative. Like, it's always a physical thing. If a guy comes up who's fat, he's going to get made fun of because he's fat. If he comes out in a wheelchair, because he's in a wheelchair. If he has, a physical defect, it's like the first thing they're going to come out at him. It's never like, all right, well, your humor is really great and you're going to the top. I mean, I know you have to be talented to do that too, but it's just predictable humor sometimes. I'm not saying I don't like the show. I do. And I think I'll watch more of it. It's become somewhat predictable. Right, that's everything. Here's the thing. People need to stop joking about race, about gender, and about physical deformities. Like, if you stay away from those topics, and there's a huge world out there. Oh, and like, weight and things like that. Don't make fun of physical things or things that people can't control. There's a huge world out there to make fun of. But it's like, okay, somebody's going to come up and they have I don't know, they're really tall and skinny. Well, I'm going to call this guy, like, I'm going to say that he's really weak. Or I'm going to say that the wind's just going to blow him over. It's like, okay, we've all heard these. These are just tropes. These are just like, they're just common stereotypes about people that you're now naming. And it's like, oh, I won't. I like it. It's just, come on. There's some stuff that's funny and other stuff that's just easy humor that you're taking advantage of.
If you come in here and you're on Monday, you're still on here, and I would provide you with needles because I care about you.
I get that. I think it can still be alive, but you don't necessarily have to use it. Meaning, like the R word, RETA, that one. Okay, like, I understand people like to use it, but it's offensive to people. And if you want to have the widest appeal to a large audience, it's smart of these guys just to not mention it. I'm just doing things that are going to be good for their careers. Sure, you can go and just make fun of somebody because they're fat, or because they're skinny, or because they're color, or because, of a stereotype that you know about someone. Go ahead and do that. But you just look small-minded. You know what is really intelligent? Make a pun. Make a double entendre. Use satire. Do an impression. These are things that are funny. Yeah, they're better. They're better than some people. Right. Right. I don't think some of those people are good comedians. We can just have a difference of opinion there. Like the guy with brain damage, and I've only seen him once, but it's like, I kind of take it as sometimes he picks out these people with these disabilities to get them on stage. Maybe I give him another better chance, but also he kind of just makes fun of them, and I don't think that's nice. Sure, can you hear me? Excellent. I just think in general he takes some easy shots at people, and he doesn't necessarily need to. And the way that I define humor, believe it or not, there's a hierarchy. The highest type of humor, I think, is mime. Why? Because if I take the entire population of the world, or even just a room of 100 people that's based off the world, 20 of them are going to speak Chinese, 20 of them or 21 are going to speak Indian. You're going to have another 15 that speak English, another 15 that speak Spanish, something like that, and then the rest of all other languages. So if you come up there and tell a joke in English, not everybody's going to get it. But if you mime, almost everybody will get it. Okay, so mime is very high in my opinion. Then what? Pun, the wordplay is like incredibly creative and difficult to do. Then you have some other things like the impressionist satire. You can have a big mishmash. But then you get into like making fun of people based on race, and then you get on into people, and then you just get into fart jokes. And there's like a hierarchy to me, and this is just kind of, some of it is lowbrow humor. It's easy, and I can see why some people think it's just a little harsh. And I would say this, it could be much better, in my opinion, and everybody has their opinion on it, if they just don't make fun of people for physical things or things that, it just don't make fun of things that people can't control and do the show exactly the same way. And I personally think that would be funny. To me, it's even funnier. To me, it's even funnier if you don't mention it. It's the unsaid thing that makes it funnier. Yo, what's going on, Mike Reed? How you living, pimp? Oh, dude, just spreading alpha. Beautiful. GB, this is on you. GB, he's here. He'll tell you all about it.
I'm gonna send you the thing right now. Hello, GB. You can also go on EMA, right?
Hey, dude. Base Chad, I see you. You made it. Base Chad made it into my Discord. Thank you so much. Base Chad, you're amazing. Base Chad, I'm always live. You can always see me live in here. What'd you say? I'll check your DM. Thank you.
I just think it sounds like it could lead to things like discrimination. Like it just sounds like it's so wrong on so many levels. Find out more about this. Just talked about if we're gonna, I believe you're talking air tags on your KTLI segment this morning, and you're gonna talk about that this weekend as well.
Or whether we go see a band at a little club in LA. And I'm always looking for new, things to people that are interesting. If I could help them out in their careers, a lot of it is with really young artists. I want to put them in the studio. I want to give them good experience. I want to give them a great record deal because it's changed the model. But to do that, you have to go out and get in it. You know what I mean? And we always laugh. I'm like, is there anyone older here tonight than me? Like you're like, oh, there's Bud. You know what I mean? He's a freaky dude who still goes to see bands.
Yeah. Well, people don't want to let it go, and why should they? Why should you?
I
let
mean,
it
in
go?
LA right now is a great time. I mean,
Really?
there's a lot of good music going on in LA,
Really?
and there's a lot of bars where, we know if someone it plays great records, we'll go listen to them play records. You know what I mean? There's a lot of good record people, bands. There's a lot of cool. LA is very alive right now.
No kidding. Well, like what parts of LA are this happening?
I mean, it happens all over, but especially more downtown and like to the east.
Downtown.
I mean, yeah, you have to survive getting into the place.
Downtown is so fucked up. I know. But that's probably something that adds to the feeling of it.
You know what it does? And it's funny because I had a nostalgic moment about when we started talking about, look, man, don't get me wrong. My parents did the best they could. They're just fucking people too. But the other part of adventure and the other part of being interesting in like new wave theater, my mom's like, they all look like mental patients, just like you, like great, But was to go to downtown Atlanta in the 80s was dangerous too, during the crack epidemic. And, it was a violent place, and we were, obviously we were white kids from the suburbs traversing like this urban place to get into these little underground clubs to see these bands. That added to it. You know what I mean? It added,
yeah.
And just the aesthetic. You know what I mean? I was obsessed. I still am an obsessive, influenced by the beat writers and beat culture. And so for me, like, Jack Kerouac isn't writing about the suburbs. He's writing about the, Mexico City or whatever. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like all the Gregory Corso or Allen Ginsberg, all these poets and people are writing about all these experiences that don't seem to be happening in like a neighborhood where they call the houses a 5, 4, and a door.
Right.
You know what I mean? So a certain angst is cultivated.
Yeah.
That the only thing that could satisfy that would be something that I felt was gritty and real.
Well, there's something about if you can. I mean, I haven't been to downtown LA to see music in quite a while, but the last time I went there, I saw Gary Clark Jr. and Honey Honey at this very small place with maybe there was like 200 people in there. I took my daughter, and it was like a late show on a Monday night, like 11:30. And here we're seeing Gary Clark Jr. and Honey Honey play a cover of Midnight Rider. And it just felt so special because there was no one there.
And you survive.
And you get out. You're like, let's get out of here. Where's the car? Get the fuck out of here.
But you know what's weird about that? And I get it. And I spend a lot of my time reading. I read a lot of varied materials. And one thing that comes up is humans are dangerous.
Yeah.
And places where there's shit ton of them are usually pretty gross and dangerous.
Yeah. Well, it's just a numbers thing, right?
It's totally a numbers thing. It's other things, ills as well.
Sure.
That are hard for us to deal with. And look, if we're lucky enough to be walking upright and somehow mentally stable or whatever, right? But I think cities have always been dangerous places.
They certainly have.
Ancient Rome was a dangerous place.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? It was so wild. We were just in Sicily and we went to Palermo for the day, and it was. Have you ever been to Palermo?
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah.
So that city is like an electric wire that's got sparks shooting out of it, and you can't get a hold of it.
That's where my grandfather's from. Yeah,
from Palermo.
Yeah, when we went to Italy, one of the most interesting things.
By the way, is this water?
Yes. And there's coffee in this if you want.
Cheers.
One of the most interesting things is, just Italy in general, is like, every time I go there, I'm like, maybe I should live like this. Like, they fucking know how to relax. These people know how to relax. Like, with the way they sit down and eat. No one sits down and eat for 40 minutes. You sit down and eat for 2 hours.
French people have it dialed in pretty good.
They do.
They do. As well.
Yeah.
And they have pastis, which is
What is pastis?
Pastis is it's a aperitif from the south of France. You ever see it says Ricard? Marseille is famous for pastis. All Mediterranean cultures have an anisette-based drink. Italians have Sambuca. The Greeks have ouzo. Arat in Lebanese people, and there's all sorts of them. in the south of France, they drink one that's a little more sophisticated and a lot more herbs and things in it. And they say you always know in France someone from Marseille because they always have a pastis in their hand. It's like it's a high alcohol level, a lot of sugar, but it's delicious. You put it in ice and dilute it with water, and it makes it all this kind of milky color. You know? It's genius.
Well, it's just you only have a certain amount of time on this planet, and they've chosen to live their time in a more relaxed manner, more community based. And just people like to sit around.
Do you think that any of that has to do with embracing a certain middle classness or even lower middle? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like the working man. You know what I mean? Even in a blue collar way, I think. You know what I'm saying? Whereas
Right.
here, it seems that's been stripped away from something to be proud of, unless it's kind of, in a way, distortedly proud. You know?
Yeah.
Distortion of what that could be.
Right, I know what you're saying. Yeah. Well, in here it's supposed to be your main goal is to get to be the type of person that could look down upon that.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, your goal is not to exist in that and just accept it. This is life. The life is you have money for food, you have money for your house. Like you're not
well,
wealthy,
if you look at
but you're
like
okay.
media, like sitcoms from the 70s, whether it's Archie Bunker or whatever, like they're just people with jobs, and even Taxi or Barney Miller or whatever. You know what I mean? And now it's like then it turns into Full House, where somehow all these people and these kids live in this amazing house and everyone has clean clothes. You know what I mean? It's like
there's no struggle.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And it's not just recognition. I think it's not celebratory. It's just like, look, man, this doesn't make the man, right?
Right.
What my material things don't make me who I am. It's who I am, how I feel, what I've learned.
That's the big problem with what we're sold in Western culture. That the goal is to acquire things and to achieve a certain financial status, and then you'll have made it.
I get it. Pastis doesn't grow on trees. You know what I mean?
Right.
I got to pay for that shit.
Right, but it's not that expensive. You know what I mean? It's not. It's just
But
there's
you know
a
what's fucked up
distortion
about
of
that
goals.
though? Like when we were kids, and I get it. Like I said, I made the choice in my life. Mom and Dad, we weren't. You know, they were middle class people, but I made the choice. When I said I'm not going to university, I'm going to be in a band. My dad, that was like the last dollar I ever saw. Not even like, hey, you know what I mean? And, but I made that choice. That choice wasn't made for me.
Right.
You know what I mean? And within 2 years, I'm on the cover of Rolling Stone magazine, and we're fucking around, and you know what I mean? Like selling millions of records. I get that. You know what I mean? It's not lost on me, but it gets back to where we started talking about. There will always be a part of me that is making music because it's really maybe the only place where I'm truly free. You know what I mean? I have the freedom. You know, it's funny. I tell this story. We were on Saturday Night Live 2 times. The second time was on our second album, Southern Harmony. And we went on the show. It was the #1 record album in America. It debuted at #1. Our new single was a song called Sometimes Salvation. We were going to play that. We were going to play one of our big hit records. And at the time, it was called Remedy. And we had just written this song called Nonfiction. And I was like, let's play Nonfiction. And it's funny because it's different as my brother and I, Rich, was like, yeah, fuck it. You know what I mean? Like, it's a cool song. The guy, whoever was the music guy, he was like, you can't do that. And I was like, well, I mean, we can do what we want, I think. He was mad because we were smoking weed in the dressing room. I'm like, didn't John Belushi OD in the bathroom? I'm like, what do you fucking care? Call the cops.
Yeah.
I told him, call the cops. We get arrested and Saturday Night Live for smoking weed will be bigger than this. But the guy, now that I'm older, I realize I'm just totally being just horrible, like kid. But he goes, you're making a big mistake not playing this single. And I said, okay, well, here's the deal. You're on this show next week with some other fucking band. And then the next week after that. And then the next week after that. Well, this is my band. So let me make the mistake. I'm not going to let you tell us what to do. And if it's a mistake, then we'll fucking eat it, won't we? and I'm still here.
And where's he?
Well, it's funny. Someone told me he has I forget his name. I ran into him once before. He did not like our attitude. He was on a podcast about Saturday Night Live or something and said we were the worst people he ever dealt with in his entire career there. And I was like, well, thank you.
That's funny. The worst. How? Because you just didn't listen to him?
Yeah, we didn't do what he wanted.
That's not what you're supposed to do with artists.
Especially when you're young and you're still like, the fire is like so intense. You know what I mean?
That's always the problem with executive mindsets versus artistic mindsets, right? And some producer character who just wants everything to go according to this very specific plan they have laid out. And you're trying to take an artist, and first of all, just trying to take an artist and making them sing one song is kind of crazy, right? It's
I think we see that now.
Yeah.
You know, we see people are like, I'll do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's someone who's ready to jump up and do anything. And I think that's been a part of showbiz. But that's kind of what we were saying before. I think the talent show thing, you know, the vote for me.
Right.
You know what? No one was voting for us.
Right.
We were unvotable.
Right.
And that was part of the reason that we were drawn to these characters and these people and these other outsiders and these other whatever kind of spectrum we're on or whatever that's different, that we were like, you know, music to us represented everything anti-vote for me.
But did it feel weird to transcend that and become mainstream massive?
Yes, it's still weird.
Like, what is the juxtaposition? I mean, it has to be so strange. You're these rebels, and then all of a sudden you're the #1 fucking band in the world.
And then it was tough. It was maybe tougher for me because I was more boots on the ground in the scene and with people, and now it's like, especially in the 80s in Atlanta, it was like, you know, fuck major. Anyone who signs with a major label, man, fuck that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and I'm like, yeah, you know, like power to the people or whatever, you know. And then it's like you're on MTV 30 times a day, and you know, in between fucking Toyota commercials and Snapple or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, so. And it's weird because our politics are so in line with so many of the the alternative politics of music, the way, you know, that would the grunge or whatever, you know. So, you know, I'm the same age as all of the grunge bands, but I don't exist in the 90s in the same way. We weren't, you know what I mean? Because we were doing something. But it is funny, like, which, you know, people say, well, no fucking label is signing Kurt Cobain today. But as a matter of fact, Kurt and our generation of people we were talking about compliance and defiance. You're making a mistake. Fuck it. It's my mistake to make. It's my band. It's my art. And people and my kind of generation. It's not about being old. But now I think there's so much compliance. Okay. You know, I don't want to cause any trouble at the record label.
Yeah, we're all distorted right now with social media and all the different avenues for people to get attention and to get famous. It's so easy. I shouldn't say it's easy because it's rare but common. So it's like it's more highlighted which way you can go to achieve success. But do you remember that famous time where Kurt Cobain and Nirvana were playing and they were forcing them to lip sync?
Yeah.
And so what did Kurt do? Did he start reading out of a book or something like that? Like he did a bunch of wild things. Like,
yeah, of course. I mean,
see if you can find that, Jamie, because it's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, I know.
Nobody did that at the time. And they were telling them, no, you can't play live. So, yeah, here it is. Set to perform the recent single Smells Like Teen Spirit, the British music chart television program Top of the Pops. Time to show the policy requiring artists to sing live vocals over pre-recorded backtracks. As you would expect, Kurt Cobain and his bandmates would not let this go without having some fun. So they started fucking around in the middle of the song. Well, result was, and still one of the greatest middle fingers to live performances ever. The band literally made its own shred video.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, because you got to sing the live vocal over the track.
Yeah, so you start fucking around and coming up with new live.
Great.
Yeah.
I mean, we loved the Replacements. You know, that was like their being on Saturday Night Live was a disaster. But we thought, that's our band. You know what I mean? I remember every fucking person that we knew in Atlanta that Saturday night that the Replacements came on and made in TV on Saturday Night, we all were at parties and watching it and getting completely shit-faced. Watching, they like shaved their eyebrows off and shit and were rolling around and changed clothes. And people were like, oh dear, you know, we were like, yeah, cheering it on. Like, that's it. Isn't that part of one of the goals, is to be that big of a pain in the ass to the, and who are you being a pain in the ass to? But some authority.
Right.
Something that says you can't do that, or this is the way it goes. And that changes, you know, but I think as a youth, that's definitely something I'm not feeling with a lot of bands. I mean, I think it's there in like the punk scene and stuff like that, but they're not getting access to them. You know, Green Day is still that way. I feel.
The carrot is still dangled right in front of everybody's face. Is so close now, you know, especially with people that make it independently through YouTube and TikTok and all these different venues. There's just so many different ways that someone could become massively successful now.
I see. This is where I become the time traveler. I am from the last century.
Yeah.
I get it. I find, I don't, you know, I think a guy smashing his nuts on a rail on a skateboard is as funny as anyone, but I've seen it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like, you know what I mean? It's not like Steve Coogan or something. You know what I mean? Like craft and like subtext and like all this other weird cerebral stuff with comedy or whatever. I just don't. I will never. I guess it's just me as well. The things that the cinema that I enjoy, the books I read, the records that I listen to, there is all of them. If there's one thing in common, there's a level of craft.
There's a difference between having a fine meal at a very nice restaurant versus eating garbage.
Yeah,
eating tasty garbage. And TikTok is tasty garbage.
Yeah, you're right. That's absolutely. I've never thought about it.
It's bad for you, and you can't put it down, and you keep going to it, and you overconsume it.
And at least when it's just visual, you don't get a big stain on your shirt. And
well, you get a stain. I think you get a stain on your brain.
soul.
Yeah, I really do. I do. I think so much of what's going on today, like even if I just waste 10 minutes scrolling through TikTok, when it's over, I just feel like confused. Like, what am I doing? Like, why am I fucking paying attention to this shit?
I don't have any. I never did any of that.
You know, Facebook, Twitter, nothing.
No. I mean, the band has one, I guess, but
that's perfect.
But I don't personally.
Good.
I never tweeted or any of
Good
those
for
things.
you.
And it's funny, my phone, like, I'm still this way. You want to? My best friends, like the 3 or 4 people in the world that like I'm super the closest people, we talk on the phone.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like
I love talking on
for
the phone.
hours.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? About whatever. So it's I get it, but I don't. Yeah, I'm one of those older people. I just.
Well, you developed in a different time, and this time is fucking bizarre.
I can't imagine spending your life. Grown ass people spending all of their time playing video games. That's a real thing.
Well, at least that's exciting.
It is?
Yeah, video games.
Why does it give you a shock?
No, some video games are so immersive, man. You have 3D sound and incredible graphics.
Really?
And running through corridors and people are chasing you. It's very exciting. It hits all of your dopamine receptors and just it fires you up. I mean, video games are pretty fucking amazing now. But it's just the world that we're living in today it's not designed for human beings. It's designed to capture human beings, capture your attention. It's not like if you're spending your time going from a coffee shop to a restaurant to a bookstore to a record store to a live concert,
museum, to an art gallery.
These are human experiences. But if you're spending your time arguing with people on Twitter all day, like nothing is more depressing to me than seeing old rock stars argue about politics on Twitter. It is so goddamn depressing watching rock stars virtue signal and attacking people personally for having differing political beliefs. Like, and then looking at their timeline and realizing these poor fucks are addicted to this shit and they're doing this 5-6 hours every day.
Get off my lawn!
Yeah, it's get off my lawn.
Get off my lawn!
But it's it's fucking rock stars. It's like, good Lord, man. Do you have friends? Like, get out.
Yeah.
Get out of the house. Stop doing this.
We just, it's funny. We were gone for 3 months. We did the States on this latest tour. We played a lot of new songs from our latest record. It was amazing. And then we finished in Europe. And my wife and I stayed in Sicily and went back to London at the end. And I've been doing it for 35 years of that, 1990, first time I go to Europe. And it's still like, I don't care. 35 years, it's a lot of shows. I don't care if I wake up and I'm tired. And we have friends all over the place, which is a beautiful thing. Friends in Amsterdam, friends in Paris, friends in London, friends in Madrid, friends in this, Germany, whatever. But we're constantly out doing, what I mean? There's no way we're not hitting the town in any town and finding what it has that makes maybe it unique or special, whether that's taste, smell, touch, or whatever. I mean, it sounds silly, but like I said before, there's still adventure in the world. And I'm not talking about jumping out of an airplane adventure or, that just stimuli.
I think it's cognitive nutrition. I think it's actually good for you to experience different cultures and see how people hang out and see their restaurants and see,
and you see everyone's doing the same shit. They just styling it a little different.
Doing it in a different way, but it flavors your understanding of human beings.
That's why my very, very special place, the thing that I love almost more than any other thing, is Jamaica.
Really?
I was lucky enough to have a dear friend introduce me to Jamaica 30 years ago, and I have friends there, and I have a whole life there that has nothing to do with anything other than Jamaica shit. And I go to the country, and we have a country kind of life there, by the ocean and no resorts,
The food there is fucking
amazing food in Jamaica.
Jamaican food is so delicious.
And you have to get out there and eat it, and they have like anything else, the fruits there, the vegetables there, the seafood, and they say in Jamaica that a goat in Jamaica only has one bad day, man.
Yeah. It's not even a whole bad day. It's just a quick moment. One bad moment, and that's a wrap.
One bad moment, and the rest we're all happy with.
Yeah, and then the rest everyone's eating it. Yeah, that's one of the things I loved about Anthony Bourdain's show. That he would go and really immerse himself in these cultures and eat their food and hang out with their chefs and hang out with the people and get toured. Someone would take him on a tour around the town.
You know what happened too? Sometimes he would be tired and hungover.
Oh yeah,
and
most of the time.
Yeah, but again, I'd have people. I mean, I get it, man. Everyone has a tough thing, but it's like, oh dear, I don't know. I better get this. I'm like, okay.
If you enjoy what you're doing, being tired is not that bad.
No.
If you enjoy what you're doing, it's like, so what? Just get up, have a coffee, let's go.
And I bullshit you not. If for some reason I had to get a quick 20, 25 in, I could curl up right there and do it. And you wouldn't even know I was here.
I believe you.
Expert. That's 35 years of being on the road.
Knowing how to power nap.
I gotta go down. I'm gonna be in an intersection, waving a gun around with my pants down by my ankles or something.
I've learned how to sleep instantly on planes. I get on a plane and almost always I'm out cold.
Me too. I annoy every single person I'm traveling with.
Yeah.
How's he especially my? She's like, what?
How'd you fall asleep that quick?
Even with my Jamaican dog in my lap. We brought it when my wife and I were married in Jamaica, and we have a little street dog that we brought back.
Oh, that's cool.
Bammy Longface, yeah. And
wow.
Bammy, she's 35 pounds, but I can even sleep with my Jamaican street dog on my lap.
That's cool. So Jamaica's your spot, huh?
And they just got hit very hard with this hurricane, so it's, my friends are okay and stuff, but everyone's really shooken up over it in Jamaica.
Oh, it's scary shit, man.
And it's been they haven't had something like that since 2007, and this was worse.
I saw live footage of it, some live cell phone footage of it. It's just, unless you've experienced that live, when you were around the sky, and the sky becomes an angry monster, and everywhere around you is dangerous, and the winds are 120 miles an hour, and just it's so humbling.
I was in a tornado in Atlanta in the early 70s, and that was, I was probably too young to be traumatized, but I remember my parents trauma about this thing going over our house or whatever.
Oh, it's fucking terrifying shit, man.
But when it was over, though, when you're a kid, it was like amazing. Like the whole world was one big pine sap jungle gym. I mean, for weeks we were just, because you're just climbing in all the fallen trees. And my dad had some old Pontiac. And that thing was like a U in the car. Some giant pine trees smashed that.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was like a surrealist thing too as a kid. You know, like wow, everything's been shaken up.
Yeah, it's also a lesson in the temporary nature of things. You can look out and think, this is my lawn, this is where the car's parked, this is how things are. And then all of a sudden the sky's like, not today, bitch.
Yeah.
Let's throw a tree through your fucking house.
What was that commercial in the 70s that Mother Earth gets angry or whatever? Remember that? It was like shampoo or something. And then but it was like, oh, there was their catchphrase. And they would be like, you know.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
I don't know, it was like I think it might be shampoo or something.
Something stupid like that.
But it's true. You know what I mean? You have to deal. I mean, shit, fuck. Well, Katrina is still something like, you know, I love New Orleans is one of the most special cities in the world. And it's still amazing. It's still vibrant, dynamic, alive. But I think the scars of that place are still there. I mean, that was
devastating.
Brutal.
Yeah, unbelievably brutal. I mean, when hurricanes hit places and devastate them, it takes decades for them to recover, especially without aid. And then sometimes it's like the people that are there, they just don't want to do it anymore. It's like when you realize you're in a place that this happens and there's other places where this doesn't happen, you just get the fuck out, you know? But there's a humbling of being attached to nature in that way that I think, like I grew up in Boston, and there's something to the people that live up there that understand that every winter it's going to get so cold that you could die outside.
Right.
That's a reality that no one in LA experiences. Because in LA, it's like
earthquakes, fire, floods, zombie apocalypse.
I get a little bit of that, but you can kind of get away from that. It's not going to overcome your entire
You can build
city.
a very high fence and have the state-of-the-art security system.
The fires are wild. I was evacuated 3 times living in LA. We were in the valley.
Yeah.
3 separate times. The last time, the 2 houses across the street from my house burnt to the ground. It was wild. It's just wild going through your old neighborhood and seeing just house after house. Like there was 40 houses in our neighborhood that were burnt to the ground.
We were in Marin County, Northern California, and out in a place called Lagunitas, and this is 4 or 5 summers ago. And we just, you know, kept shit in the car, guitars, you know, there's one guitar I just can't live without, some picture, you know, we just kept both our cars filled because you're out, you know, just ashes falling in the yard every day, and scary.
Well, it's when it goes bad, it goes real bad. I was filming Fear Factor once in it was about an hour and a half away from LA, and the fires got so bad we had to stop shooting and drive home. And on the way home, we were off the 5 freeway, and on the way home, the entire right side of the highway for an hour was in flames. Like completely in flames, like a Lord of the Rings movie. Like you're waiting for demons to ride horses over the top of the mountains. There's something about those kind of scenes that's like, it puts you back in check. That's like, hey man, like maybe the things you're concentrating on aren't all that important for real.
I think it also touches us in our animalistic DNA of like still being that person, you know, these people, again, it's Quest for Fire, being these people who are really not just completely immersed in their environment as well for survival and sustenance and everything.
Yeah.
That it's still like in the way, I guess, you know, there's an instinctive thing in those moments that has to be the exact same chemical reaction in every human being in any expanse of time that we've been like this.
Yeah. When we were in Sicily, we were at one. I guess there was an eruption there recently.
There's one today or last night.
Yeah, that's right. I was seeing it on the news. But when we were there, we were near this one island that had a constant eruption. And at nighttime, you could see the red at the top of the mountain, just a little bit of red, like bubbling up off the top of the mountain. It's so fucking cool.
I've never really got close to something like that. Like a
you know. Have you ever done a tour in Hawaii? We fly over in a helicopter?
No.
Hawaii is wild. The Big Island is wild because it's growing every year because the lava is constantly flowing into the ocean. You can literally watch the island expand in real time.
That's wild.
And you fly over it in helicopters. So you're flying over, you're looking down at the lava pouring out of the earth. Is this Italy? Mount Etna. Look at that. Isn't that
Sicily,
wild, man?
That's incredible.
Not to be confused with regular Italy. Yeah, Sicilians think of themselves very differently. Look how beautiful that is, man. God, that's so fucking cool. We visited Pompeii, too.
I did that as a kid, and
That's
it's
crazy.
still one of the coolest. But I was like, you know, it's funny when I look back, you know, they have like up the streets, they'll have like the fountain at the end of the street or whatever, where the water would come, and you could see like where people lean their hand. There's like an indention for the centuries of people leaning in to get a sip of water. And I just put my hand on that as a kid, just like I almost couldn't stop like thinking about that.
Mm-hmm.
I do that all the time. I do that with my kids when I'm like fucking around. I'm like, shake the hand. I shook Chuck Berry's hand, Bo Diddley's hand.
Yeah.
I shook Little Richard's hand. John Lee Hooker. You know, they're all like laughing.
Yeah, you met John Lee Hooker?
I did one time.
Wow. That's a guy I'd love to meet.
It was, his handshake was like amazing. It was just like he touched my hand. It was just like a cloud. It was the softest like pillow. I was like, wow. And it was early days. We headlined the Memphis Blues Festival, and he went on before us. And I was like, I just don't think that's right. right. I know we're selling a lot of records, but
it's crazy.
That's John Lee Hooker, man.
Yeah.
Never get out of these blues alive.
Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, he was as cool as it gets. That's amazing, man. Have you ever met anybody that just like you're like, I can't believe I'm talking to this person?
Yes. But one time it was Dr. J.
Oh, wow.
I was at some party in Vegas. This is back in the mid-90s, some VH1 thing or something. And I was standing outside. Was at the Hard Rock. And this is the guy's name, Steve Wynn, who owns the thing, the Hard Rock. Or Wynn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or something.
He owns a bunch of that stuff.
Yeah, and this was, 30 years ago. And I was there, and he was like, oh, hey, Chris, you ever met Julius Erving? And I was like, I loved Dr. J so much growing up,
Mm-hmm.
He and George Gervin were my heroes. I played basketball. And I was like, and he was just so cool, and he was like, hey, man, nice to meet you. I was like a little kid, I just couldn't believe that I met Dr. J. I shook Dr. J's hand. I got to throw him in there, too.
Wow.
And the other one would be Robert Altman, the director.
Oh, really?
I met Robert at a party. I was at a party, like a Donatella Versace party in London, and there were a bunch of famous people there. But everyone sat down at a table, and and different things. And I was just like, oh, there, and he was with Richard E. Grant. They were making Gosford Park. Richard E. Grant also, I was impressed to see and meet because of the film With Nail and I is one of my favorite movies of all time. And there's With Nail, like there he is. I mean, it's Richard, but there's Bob Altman, who is, lord of my imagination and, one of the best some of my favorite films of all time. And so after when the dinner kind of like is less whatever, people are up talking to other people, I just go over to him. I'm like, fuck it, I'm just going to, because I would be a little bit timid or shy in that situation. And I would never think anyone, I still to this day never imagine anyone knows who I am or what I do or whatever. It's a good way to go through life, actually.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Being totally honest.
Yeah.
And then you find out most people don't know who you are, give a fuck what you do. But I go over and I introduce myself, and I instantly recognize that he smells like weed, like he's, got a roach in his pocket or something. And I'm like, Bob, are you holding? He goes, yeah, you want to get stoned? I was like, yeah. So he pulls out a joint, and like we're sitting there and we're just talking about weed. you know, he's like, it's hard to get. I get this from California, you know. And I was like, wow, man, and we smoked a joint and talked a little bit about music and jazz and London, and that was kind of it. And he was like, oh, you should come by the office, and I never took him up on it, like the production office, just because I felt out of my depth. You know what I mean? I should have, but that was like one of those things I will always remember.
It's interesting when you meet people that were heroes to you, and they're human beings. They're just normal.
Yeah.
And then you realize, like, especially in your case, like, you've become that to other people. And then some kid will come up to you, Chris Robinson?
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, fucking normal person, just a person. But to them, you're the Black Crows. You're not a normal person. You're a fucking god. You know, it's weird. You're an inaccessible, like, plateau of society that very few people ever experience.
I think music is a part of that as well.
Yeah.
You know, like you said. I mean, and there will always be. I don't know. I think that there's a connection in creation, art. Where does the idea come from? I mean, I think there's people who can manipulate that and make like, I'm going to make a pop song and it's going to sound like this. And I'm not saying that it's not special, not good, but then I think there's other things that I'm not using it in a Christian way or whatever, but there's a divine spark of something that happens or whatever drops in your lap, imagination-wise. The muse, the muse is real.
The muse is real. I think it is real too.
And the one thing that I do believe about the muse, and I consider the muse a female presence, a female,
most do,
dynamic.
Yeah.
And I feel that the muse, at least the muse that I feel is a very jealous thing. And I don't mean it in like any possessive way or anything weird, but just like the second your devotion is turned somewhere else, the muse could leave you. That might be as superstitious as throwing salt, over your shoulder or whatever, but I honestly believe that. And it makes it difficult in life because life isn't just the muse. Life isn't just the dream world that I live in my imagination. And the ideas have to come from somewhere. It's not just singing and dancing, and you have to have ideas. What is this? For me, I've always had to be involved with every aspect. The album covers, the stage design, the fucking laminate. Everything has to fit into a world that I can feel like I want to inhabit, something that's comfortable and interesting.
Yeah.
And I think if you remove, so it's not just the musical part of the muse, it's the whole thing. And I think if you're like, oh, you know what, I'm going to get into, if my reverence for that goes away, and even in the slightest, I feel that she will turn her back on me forever and I'll have nothing, no more poetry, no more music.
Well, you're probably right, because let's assume the muse is real. The muse would probably reserve its greatest inspiration for its most devoted followers.
I think so.
Yeah. The most devout followers are the ones that are going to be adherent to a ritual, sit in front of the computer or the notepad or however you write, and just like spend
I could
time.
never ever write lyrics on a screen. I could never do it.
You write it on paper?
Oh
yeah.
I'm like completely.
Does anybody write lyrics on screens?
I think, I think
like
a lot of people.
Artists that you know?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think a lot of hip hop people write rhymes on their phones, and
I know.
I know a lot of rock and roll people who were like, hey,
But the phone thing's convenient. I transfer all my notes to phones because and occasionally I'll write something on the phone. The best thing about the phone, honestly, is like sometimes I have an idea. Maybe I've had a couple of cocktails too, which is like, memory is slippery. When you're drinking with friends and you're having a good time, but you have an idea, I'll just like run into a bathroom stall and I'll hit the voice recorder and just say it.
I do that too. I do the voice recorder as well for like if I'm plucking around a guitar and I get a little something that I like. Or when Rich and I are writing songs too, like if we're not. But I've never had a home studio. I've never wanted that.
Really?
I never.
You want to go to a place?
I want to go to a place, and I like. A part of my thing is I like. Everyone's contribution. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, in the Black Crows, Rich and I write the songs. So, but the contributions can be musical or the product, or it could be anything.
Right.
I mean, sometimes it's the engineer and the producer and the band and
it's the vibe of those people being together.
And it's all about circulating and percolating and making something, everyone in on it. You know what I mean? Like an old submarine movie or something, you're being depth charged and everyone has a job to do so you don't die.
Right.
You know? But I think that's important for me, you know, like Prince is one of my musically, there's an argument made that maybe Prince was the baddest motherfucker of all time.
Definitely an argument.
I mean, because there's people who can write, there's people who can play, there's people who can produce and record, and there's people who can dance and sing and perform. That guy did it all at its ultimate level.
Every musical instrument.
Yeah,
he was insane. He was so good, and he was so different. I remember when the first album came out, it's just that picture of him with his shirt off, with like his hair, you know, and you hear the songs, and you're like, wow, this guy's out there.
The second record, Prince.
Is that the second
the first
record?
one? The first one's called For You, and there's a picture of him kind of like,
Is For You, is that one with Jack Me Off?
No, that's later.
Oh, okay.
For You, the first single is Soft and Wet, which is before Jack You Off. It has to be Soft and Wet. And I always laugh because I was by the time we're in the suburbs, I live in Atlanta. You know, I'm obsessed with black radio at the time. Only listening to V103 FM Atlanta. My first concert is Slave and Kool and the Gang and Sky at the Omni.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to see The Time, Vanity 6, SOS, Lakeside, Cameo.
Morris Day.
Yeah, that was one of the best concerts I've ever seen.
Wow.
At that time in my life, and only listening to that radio. So the first Prince single comes out, and it's Soft and Wet. It's a great song. Dun, 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 and like funky and cool. This little kind of disco breakdown in the middle, little roller skating shit in the middle. And I'm like, I didn't really know what Soft and Wet was yet. You know what I mean? I was like, is this like a washcloth that he left in the bed? What is it?
Yeah. No, he was a character, man.
I never met him. I saw him. I only saw him in concert once.
Really?
And it was fantastic. He was amazing.
He was doing a residency once at House of Blues in Vegas, but it was like really late at night. I had to do something in the morning, and I passed on going. To this day, I kill myself.
Because he would do the concert and then go play another 8 hours or whatever.
Yeah, well, he was going up really late. It's like it was after midnight, and I was like, I got shit I have to do tomorrow. I can't do this. I can't be that tired. And to this day, I'm like, fuck.
You know what's funny? The other person I met that put me very much at ease, but when I first said hello, that I was totally freaked out, was George Jones.
Oh wow!
I met him at the Ryman Auditorium after Johnny Cash passed away.
It's like meeting Jesus at the Sistine Chapel.
Man, I mean, I got ushered into this dressing room. You know, I was a guest. Chris Christopherson was there. I was amazed to meet him. But I'm like, fuck, George Jones, old possum's right there, and I end up talking to him, and he was really, really sweet, man. I wanted to talk about Kansas City Chiefs. He loved the Chiefs, and I used to watch football back then. And but I will always remember. So he was taking over for Johnny Cash, singing. I think it's Johnny Cash. Maybe it was Waylon's part. I don't know the song that great. The Highwayman. I was a highwayman. On the Columbia. Yeah. And he was the dam builder on the Columbia River or whatever. But he kept looking at the lyrics. He went, I'm a dam builder? And Chris was like, man, it's not like, he goes, I don't think my fans want me. I'm a damn builder. I mean, he just thought it was so funny. And I was like, what amazing, that I got to be in there. But the other funny part of that is they were like, Chris, we take a picture with George and Chris. And I'm like, I'm getting my fucking picture taken with George Jones and Chris Christopherson.
That's pretty wild.
This is the coolest thing. And I'm like in the middle, and I'm like, man, this is the coolest day ever. And then the door opens. My ex-wife was there too. But then the door opens, and Al Gore gets in the picture and ruins it. Like, get out of the picture. Ooh.
How did he get in there?
I don't know.
They start talking about the climate.
Well, yeah, that was his initial climate thing. But I'm like, let's talk about your wife telling people what they can listen to, whatever. Like, get out of here. Who are you? Self-righteous.
Yeah, people forgot about that. She was the one who made it actually helped albums. Because when they put those warning labels,
everyone wanted them.
Everybody wanted a warning label one. Yeah,
I never even got a warning label.
Oh, I remember when NWA had the warning label on them.
I mean, all of them. But I mean, I'm like, you guys are really seriously upset about the band Wasp. I mean, like,
it's really ridiculous now in hindsight. But I remember, I was in high school at the time. It was a big thing.
Well, they were telling you what to do again. You know what I mean? And a lot of it was racist. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. But it was like, I guess it was out of high school. It was like when rap music was really starting to emerge. And those lyrics were so shocking, like early Ice-T, Ice Cube, all that stuff.
It happened with rock and roll. You know what I mean?
Elvis Presley, they wouldn't let him shake his hips on TV.
I mean, it happened with Chuck Berry too. You know what I mean? And there's that. The initial phase, the cosmic fucking blood and brimstone of rock and roll ends pretty quickly when it starts, and then you turn into like the Paul Anka, Pat Boone sort of style until the Beatles really come back around. I mean,
right.
You have lots of cool records in between there, but they're small.
But it's interesting like that where things come in waves. They come in waves of great artists for whatever reason.
Yeah. Well, I think. I mean, at least if you look at like when I look at my age people, we were close enough to the Beatles and close enough to the Sex Pistols and close, you know what I mean, and the Stones and Zeppelin. That shit's long gone for a lot of younger people. You know, as time moves on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I have to ask you a question because before I forget, did Rick Rubin try to get you guys to change the name of your band?
Yes.
And did he really try to get you to change your name of the band to KKK, the Cobb County Crows?
I know that the king of yoga or whatever the fuck he's selling, whatever, I don't know, whatever his, but under that beard, that guy, and it's funny because good for Rick Rubin, whatever, he can do whatever he wants. He has very little, but he didn't say that's a true story.
Well, so
by the way, it was unimaginably offensive. Unimaginably. Why would you say that to us? You know what I mean?
Explain the
You have
conversation.
no idea.
How does it happen?
Because I think, well, we were called Mr. Crow's Garden, and it's a book. It's like a children's book from like the 20s called Mr. Crow's Garden with an E, so it's a name. He was Mr. Crow. And we were kind of, into like psychedelic, like it was that was the name of our band. So when we made Shake Your Moneymaker, a few years had gone by since we first were Mr. Crow's Garden, and now we don't sound like that. And George Trikulius, our producer and our A&R guy and our lifeline to the music business, to the world, who signed us and stuff, he was like, we need, you got to change the name. So there was a little bit of time where before we said we'll be the Black Crows. And that's when Rick interjected that's what because we're Southern. Aren't all Southern people fear-driven, ignorant bigots? Isn't every one of them?
But he didn't say it that way, right? So how did
he said it like, it'll be cool. It'll be like controversial. I'm like, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So and how did he bring it up?
Like, I think this is you're from Cobb County. See, well, we're not from there, but we're from Atlanta. By the way, it's fucking hard to get it to change Wikipedia. They're like, me and Rich are born in Marietta. We're not. We're from Atlanta, Georgia. Third generation Atlanta. And I was like, my grandfather was born in Atlanta in 1906. You know what I mean? So it's hard to get that shit changed. But he was like, oh, so you live in Cobb County, COBB. Well, you should change it to Cobb County Crows and put them all K's. And we were like, that's so foul and disgusting.
It's such a crazy idea to not have like context to it. Just to imagine that you're going to call a band the KKK. Like, what the fuck? Cobb County Crows actually sounds cool. With C's. It was the Cobb County CCC. No problems. Great name. Nothing wrong with it. You probably would have achieved the exact same success as the Black Crows. But
I don't know, because the poet in me and the armchair occultist would believe that the only way we achieved what we achieved, became what we became, is because of the way the some reason, also leaving the E in it, made, that was the one thing that I said we would do. So it's, and by the way, leaving the E in it was also great, and it's still great to this day when someone requests something or wants something from you and they misspell the name of the band. We're like, no, fuck that, no.
You could have looked there out a little bit. A little bit of a search.
Right there. You know what I mean?
It's not that hard to add an E. I just can't imagine that conversation. Someone saying,
I can't imagine it
especially
either,
Rick.
to be honest.
Well, Rick is a friend of mine. So just for clarity,
I don't hate Rick Rubin or anything.
He's
but
a genius.
He's
a fascinating guy. I mean, he's a very interesting thinker, and I can imagine this idea intrusively embedding itself in his mind and then coming out of his mouth. I just can't see.
I mean, to be honest, I found a lot of when, especially in this, when our first record came out, and we're on tour and we're working that record, and I'm the one who has to get up in the morning and, okay, so we're in Cleveland, now we're playing Cincinnati. I have to go to 10 radio stations in Cleveland and Cincinnati and do the handshaking and the talking and sell the band. I meet all the local promo people, so they pick you up and stuff. And everyone was really super cool, and they would be the people that could get you drugs and pay for drinks and stuff. Yeah. And but wow, I would be driving in the car with some of these guys, and they'd be like, "Must be tough being." I'm like, what? Talking down to me, like, you don't know me. Just because I'm Southern and I'm a musician doesn't mean that, talking down to me like I'm stupid or something. Or I'm like, whoa, you don't know.
Say, must be tough in what way?
Well, you're from Atlanta. Do they have schools there? You know what I mean? Just kind of patronizing me or thinking that everyone's supposed to go, just happen to be here. Places, damn. You know what I mean? I'm like, we're not. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You don't know what books I read. You don't know what I'm into. You don't know anything about me.
Well, there's always been a deep history of prejudice about people in what they would call the flyover states, the arrogance of New York and Los Angeles. And, you kind of...
Dude, these were the flyover state people talking to me.
Oh, that's funny. Even worse. There's some people that accept Chicago a little bit and some other cities, Detroit a little bit. But the reality it was about the coasts. And everything in between was bullshit.
As if everyone in Rochester, New York has a PhD in French literature.
By the way, that used to be kind of true when you would go on the road. Not true, but you would notice a marked difference in the awareness, if you were talking about anything out of the ordinary, the awareness of people's, what they knew in certain cities and certain places in the country versus what they knew in Los Angeles and New York.
Yeah.
There was a difference.
I mean, they're a hipper audience or something.
Yeah, they weren't as sophisticated. They didn't know as much. But that changed with the internet.
Everyone has exact
you go
same
to fucking
references.
Cleveland, Ohio, you go wherever you go. There's fucking people that get it. They get it.
Do you remember when Bill Hicks used to just look at the audience and go, moo?
Yeah.
Moo.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
A lot of people still haven't caught up to Bill.
Oh, he was great. I mean, he used to call it his flying saucer tour because he would only go to places where flying saucers would land. Weird little out of the way spots.
What's that record called? Rant in C minor or something? Or it's something
A minor?
It's an A minor.
I don't remember.
I don't know what key it's in, but I mean, I still put that on, and it's just
fantastic,
unbelievably fun.
Changed comedy, made people want to become profound. It changed comedy from just a bunch of stuff to laugh at to stuff that made you think about it after you're done laughing. Like,
I think George Carlin had that as well.
for sure. Yeah, for sure, in a different way. But Hicks was more psychedelic inspired, and it was just more
there's a rock and
esoteric.
roll
Yeah.
thing in
Mhm.
him that, for lack of another description, I think that gave him that kind of.
Yeah, it's the right
energy,
way to describe it. I think I had a chance to see him live a bunch of times. Luckily,
Like in a way, he understood what a great underground band means to someone.
Oh yeah, yeah, and what it meant to him. Yeah,
well, exactly.
Yeah, he was an artist. He was an artist that was also a comedian. He wasn't trying to conform to like whatever the stereotypical. This is the guy that's going to get a sitcom act is going to create. Yeah, but there's not a lot of those.
Is the sitcom worth it?
It doesn't exist anymore.
No, but I mean, for
At the
those
time,
comics that took that route, that
you know what? It was the golden carrot. It was the thing that they held over all of our heads. Is that if you develop an act that can be converted into a sitcom, all of a sudden you're Tim Allen and you have $50 million in the bank, or you're Jerry Seinfeld, or you're Brett Butler, or you're Roseanne Barr. There was like a few of those people. Yeah, and there's a bunch of people that had managed some more obscure shows that people forgot about, but they made a lot of money as well. And it was this thing that if you could get on a sitcom and then all of a sudden you're the king of queens. Like my friend Kevin James, that was his thing.
Right.
And that's how he got through it. And it's that was the magic portal to wealth. And it also fucked up a lot of people's acts because there was a lot of really funny
after
comics.
that,
yeah.
Now you're kind of stuck and
censored.
Yeah, and now the things that you want to say you can't say.
They self-censor. This is the saddest thing. I know some of the great comics of like the 90s that are ruined because they self-censor now, because they sort of developed this act for television, and then once they were on television, they got all that TV money. They wanted to keep it coming in, so they never really branched out into more offensive subject matter, or just
more provocative.
More provocative.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And I think irreverent in some ways. You know what I mean? And you feel free. Let everyone else will judge what that is.
Yeah. But it's just the problem is you're never going to make everybody happy. And now way more people have an opinion that they can express, like because of social media. Like everyone can express their opinion. It's not as simple as you hope to get the favor of a reviewer. Like someone who's cool, really likes bands, comes to see, oh, Bob's here. This guy's fucking cool. He's going to review our show. And you kind of trusted Bob. Bob was a good guy. He really loved music. Wasn't trying to tear things down. Those guys don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Now what everyone's trying to do is get people on social media to like them or not be mad at them. So when they put out a special, you see
be mad at them.
Yeah, you see these, which as a comic,
the role of the artist sometimes is to make your audience mad at you, to challenge them.
Yes.
I mean, not, you know what I mean? In a way like, oh God, how many things in life like that I didn't like at a time that I finally found my way through later and be like, oh, of course, thank you. You know what I mean? Like of course, that's the natural, progression. It's the natural way. And by the way, not everything is supposed to be like you were saying. And I guess that's where we are with this social media. Nothing can have that sort of mystique around it anymore because it's forcing too much out of someone. You're expecting too much from someone to either follow you and or understand, get it, or acceptance.
Right. Yeah. You know? Well, it's just a foolish pursuit. The pursuit of other people who you don't even know, their love and attention, and you'll morph and change and adapt whatever you're trying to produce in order to gain their favor. That's a fucking folly. That's such a foolish way of interacting with human beings. And whatever you create is not.
It's completely
false.
Right. I mean, you can see where, personally, I think you're starting to see culturally where that hollowness and that falseness isn't helping.
Oh, it's definitely not helping. It's pushing us over the edge. Yeah, it's not good. You need experiences from people where when they resonate when they put out these works, whether it's a book or music or anything, this thing represents their soul and their perspective and their actual. This is a thing they've created, not a thing they're doing so they hope you like it, not a thing they're doing so they hope you don't get mad, not a thing they're doing where you highlight social issues so people think you're a virtuous person. Yeah. It's not.
Well, it's funny when you say that, the virtuous part of it, that's funny too, because, especially like, the lobby of your place is full of pictures of famous people who have been arrested.
Yeah,
for
all my
shit.
mugshots.
Yeah. And it's like, I mean, in a way, in a counterculture way, whether it's a poet, a musician, a jazz musician, anyone, Robert Mitchum. What? Robert Mitchum's cooler than Kurt Douglas because he got busted for smoking pot. Okay, so Robert Mitchum's cooler than you, Kurt Douglas. But the outsider in culture, you know what I mean? The loser and the outsider are other themes that we do not celebrate as much. And I'm not talking about some fabricated pop star who pouts and is like, look how dark I am.
Right,
you know what I mean? That's
right.
not what I'm talking about.
No.
And that's always there. That's, again, showbiz and corporate things, can manipulate these kind of archetypes.
Yes.
And put them into kind of genre specific things that they want because they know.
Yeah.
That's something.
Formulating a rebel is so gross.
Yeah. Totally. Oh my God.
A formulated rebel, a disingenuous formulated rebel. Yeah. I mean, but
you see them.
You do. But I think they sort of make you really appreciate people that are true artists. So the people that are just, it really is just their expression, what they're trying to create. They hope people enjoy.
It's funny because that's, more than ever, not just for the fact that I really had to go through certain things to come in full circle with my career and my brother and what the Black Crowes mean. In my life, a lot of things, a lot of it starting with my wife, Camille, and stuff. But one of the things that keeps me excited, and one of the main things that I love is I know that and call us old-fashioned or call us naive or anything you want, it doesn't matter. But that we were talking about that stupid flame idea, this purity. But I know when we go out on tour and we write songs, make records, play concerts, it's something that is raw still in there. We're not in-ear monitors. There's no computer on our stage. You know what I mean? You see these fucking bands cancel a show because their laptop didn't work. I'm like, well, borrow your mom's. Borrow your mom's.
Do they really cancel shows because their laptop crashes?
It happens all the time.
That is fucking hilarious.
And there's bands that are up there not even playing, and they press a button and they're up. You know what I mean? But just fine. Whatever you want to do to get over. I get it. I was born the same year the Beatles made Revolver. I get it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But think about that. In my daughter's lifetime, the Beatles will be a fucking 100 years old. The record will be 1964 is 100 years ago.
That's crazy.
You know what I mean?
That's so crazy when you think about it that way. Because when I was a kid, it was just a decade or two ago.
Well, in the same decade between the Beatles, if that 100 years was the end of the Civil War and the Beatles, you know what I mean? It's weird. It's a weird thing to look at time that way. But
it really puts it into perspective because we look at everything through this lens of a finite lifespan of 100 years if you're lucky. We look at everything like this is like a long time, but it's not a long time. No, it's a fucking. I used to do this joke about that. The Constitution, like America was founded in 1776. I go, people live to be 100. That's 3 people ago. Yeah, 3 people ago they started this. Like it's nothing. Yeah, it's so new. Everything's so new. Civilization itself. Oh my God, it's so ancient. Is it really? It's not.
I mean, you're talking about 3,000 years, but in the big scope of things,
it's not that much time.
And I think historically, and because of science and things. It's like that idea of, well, this was the Bronze Age. It started on Thursday, but then they find a corpse in the ice in the Italian Alps, and the guy has a bronze sword, and he's 2,000 years before they thought. They're like, fuck, I gotta
There's a problem with that with archaeology.
I gotta get my abacus out and do the math.
Yeah, they're very reluctant to change the dates of things they've been publishing about forever. But there's some things that they find every now and then that force them. Like there's a place called Göbekli Tepe in Turkey that's 11,000 years old, and they found it in the 90s. I believe it was a sheep herder found this like piece of stone in the ground and kicked at it, moved it around, and realized it had an edge to it. And then they excavated it, and it's this enormous temple structure. They, to this day, have only excavated like 5% of it.
Yeah,
There's a lot of controversy behind it because people are like, why aren't they continuing to excavate? Like, what are they doing? Like,
well, now in archaeology, they can do almost just as much with sonic. They can plan out what's going on and not disrupt it.
Well, that's how they know there's many of these structures around that same area.
You know,
these things are 11,000 years old.
The last show of our tour, we were in Merida, Spain, playing in a Roman theater that they had only done the excavations in the 50s because I guess at a certain point they just filled. There's an amphitheater next to it where they would have gladiatorial games and things, and then a theater for theatrical and religious purposes. But you're like Pink Floyd gets Pompeii, we get Merida. It's still cool, you know.
Yeah.
But you're playing in this place. It was built during the reign of Augustus, and then the guy goes, "Yeah, well, you know, it was just filled with trash." There it is.
Wow, that's incredible.
It was just filled with trash, and then finally they dug it all out of there, you know. And so then this was down there.
Wow, that was all covered.
Yeah,
that's nuts. That is so nuts.
It was fantastic, beautiful place.
We went to Greece last year. I got to see the Delphi. Well, we went to Ulysses, or no, how do you say it?
Eleusinian.
Well, the Eleusinian mysteries, right? Eleusinian mysteries.
Where you could
Eleusis.
descend into the cave, I think.
Well,
at
Eleusis
one point was a parking lot, from what I read. Because I'm really.
You mean
really,
now?
Have they? Yeah, like where the original mysteries took place.
No, you can still go there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's all cordoned off. It's protected. You know, you have to go through a gate to get in. So there's guards there and stuff. But we went to there, which is where the Eleusinian mysteries were, and I got really lucky to go with my friend Brian Murarescu. I was there with my family, and Brian was there at the same time. And Brian Murarescu is a scholar who wrote this incredible book about the use of psychedelics in ancient Greece that's now been confirmed through, they take these old pieces of pottery and they found ergot in the pottery.
Yeah, of course.
They think all their wine was laced with psychedelics, and these people were, and they invented democracy. I mean, they were tripping balls and trying to give everybody an equal participation in society and figuring things out. But you're around these structures, and these are fucking thousands of years old.
What is it? The
kukion? The drink?
The drink.
Yeah, the kukion. Yeah.
You know, and they find this almost exact same structure in Peru as well.
Really?
And down in the thing, psychedelics, mirrors in the corner where they could build fires and like send lights around and stuff. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah.
And then, but what happens in Greece is what is the law? It's a once in a lifetime experience. But then the rich people get their hands on it and they start having their ceremonies, private ceremonies, more exclusive or elitist. And that's kind of the fall of that.
Well, the Romans put a stop to it.
No, they didn't.
They did. These people are like rethinking society the same way they put a stop to it in the 1960s. When the government made all psychedelic drugs Schedule 1, when they were doing that just so they can go after the anti-war protesters and the Black Panthers, and they changed the counterculture movement.
Cannabis is close to the same thing. I mean, you know, when I first made the decision to be a daily cannabis user, I was an outlaw. Now I'm a patient, you know?
Yeah, is that interesting?
You're like, we used to be the, you know, people think they killed Bob Marley because of shit like that. But now it's just like, it's my medicine.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's now in how many states, Jamie? Legal in how many? Did we say it was like legal in 19? And I think it's half the country has legal marijuana. Half the country. And the other half the country wants it. It's like, what are we doing? Like, how the fuck is it 2024 with all that we know about all the drugs, and that this one, 24 states, 3 territories in Washington, D.C. have legalized recreational cannabis use. 7 states have decriminalized its use. Commercial distribution is legal in all jurisdictions where possession is legal, except for Virginia and Washington, D.C. Personal cultivation for recreational use is allowed in all jurisdictions except for Delaware, Illinois, New Jersey. That's surprising. And Washington State. That's even more surprising.
Well, first off, let's just be honest. No one's ever had fun in Delaware. I'm just kidding.
Isn't that where Biden's from? I think it's just a dumb thing for us to be hanging on to. The fact that they're still allowing grown adults to tell other grown adults what they can do with their consciousness. With all the data that we know about things that are very harmful, that are not just legal but prescribed by doctors.
How about just everything is harmful that they allow in the world? You know, they don't give a fuck about the sea being a plastic desert, but don't smoke pot. Or, I mean, I find that's always been the case with authority, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like language, you know what I mean? What language you know what I mean? What language can you use and how you use it?
Sex and violence, you know.
Talk about Rome. Now we're going back to Rome. And one of the reasons Rome was so successful is because they placated. And when we talk about Rome, we're not talking about Italy. We're talking about the city-state of Rome. That is the thing that conquered the room, the city-state. And the surrounding areas were other things. But they keep the masses happy with violence and free bread.
Yep.
And, you know, in the same way that you control people by fear and ignorance. Keep them, you know what I mean? And it's exactly.
And TikTok. Just keep them mildly entertained all day long.
I find the idea of TikTok about as interesting as the game TikTok.
Tic-tac-toe?
Tic-tac-toe, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that either.
No, I'm not doing that either. It is crazy when you go to the Coliseum and you realize the extent of the construction of it and how elaborate it was and how many different things they had going on, where they would turn into they'd have boats,
naval
they'd fill it up with water.
Yeah, incredible.
Wild shit. They'd have animals in cages they could race through the floor.
It's unimaginable.
And now, you know, the thing about going there too is you go, I wonder if they ever thought this was going to end. Did they ever imagine?
No, of course not.
No, they certainly never imagined some idiot comedian and his family from California at the time. We're going to go visit and go, whoa, cool. This is where they had sword fights. Whoa.
I mean, I imagine, it's. I think some of the emperors probably, in an egocentric way, felt, and it's true. Everyone knows, you know, a lot, you know. There might be some kid who never heard a Byrds record, but he might know who Nero was, or Caligula or something, or like the most dramatic sort of deranged parts of like where that period of Rome of the dictator starts to become.
It's just always shocking when you go to a place that was in complete control of like most of the world, and then now it's nothing. Now it's gone. Now it's just ruins that people visit, and it's just a city.
Yeah, what if Bill Gates had been like, you know, Guido, you know, whatever? It'd be a different thing. You know? Like, what if the whole internet came from Italy, not America? You know what I mean?
Right. It's just always weird to go to a place too when you're from America.
Claudio Gazzo, whatever. Like he came up with this. You know what I mean? But they had a pretty good run in the Renaissance.
Oh, well, they've had amazing runs. Artistically, I mean, that's also something I think about when I go to Italy. Like, there is something about their life and their lifestyle that contributes to this incredible body of work when it comes to art, when it comes to music, when it comes to sculptures and paintings. Like, there's so many great artists that came from that part of the world.
Have you ever seen a book called Naples 44?
No.
Do you know this book? It's a friend of mine gave it to me a couple of years ago. It's a British Secret Service officer, comes to Naples in 1944, directly in the, you know, push of the Allies pushing the Germans and then fascists up the peninsula from Sicily and then landing in Italy. And it's an unbelievable book that this guy writes, and it's the sadness and the like tragedy of it. And like anything else, war is dramatic, war is pain and violent. The aftermath of war is something that people rarely can wrap their heads around or are interested in. Maybe because it's even, you know, you take away the drama of the battle and stuff, it's bleak. But there's something about, and this guy, not Italian, English guy, but he captures the spirit of the humanity within like this transitional period in Naples, but unimaginable stories, depravity, but also great exalted human things as well. And then just some things that are incredible, like, you know, Italians in their clothes. And even the aristocratic class in Naples to the person that could, when they didn't have any fabric, and around this time after that, they're walking around Naples in beautifully tailored suits made of old army blankets that they would use black paint on to make them look chic. And and I was like, wow, I would love to see that garment in a museum. But just all manner of things. And there's another American guy was there at the same time and wrote another book about it, which is also very interesting because this guy was one of the only books of that time. I have it in my phone, I can tell you, but that talks about like the gay scene with the soldiers in Naples and stuff too, like during this thing, like just you know what I mean? Incredible stories, incredible survival and heroics and art and culture that still survive, and during like the darkest time. It's a great book, unbelievable, unforgettable.
What's always interesting too when you're thinking about things thriving and existing against resistance, in a dark time or a different time of much more difficulty, and you get a chance to sort of feel what they felt when they were doing what they were doing.
I mean, I think culturally, historically, I think one of the great reasons Europeans have a much different attitude, you're talking about, Sicilians, Italians, Spain, but everyone, French, Spanish people know how to have a good time.
Oh yeah, sure,
sure. To have two events like the World War I and World War II, we have very little. It's hard for us to understand what those two events must have felt like through communities, cities, families. I just read another amazing book called Wine and War. It's a history of like the wine business during the Nazi occupation during World War II. Unimaginable, wild shit going on. But the French people, because Germans, they knew as well, like, what's the blood of France? It's the wine. What is the thing that holds it together and all these things? But it's also a great commodity and also something of great elevated status, all this stuff with the way they dealt with the Vichy. I just, and I'm like, wow, man, these guys had a lot on their plate for 5 years and leading up to the, inevitable Nazi occupation.
Well, even in World War I. In World War I, France lost 25% of its men. And then in World War II, they lost another 25%.
And in the book, and also this history, I think that's one of the people, one of the reasons I think Germany, a lot of French people just didn't want to do it again. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that, and I think it's funny too, like history repeats itself all the time, and we know this, and there was a lot of infighting and political things within the French government at that time, whether that's, through the military or whatever, that made them really a soft spot. They had there was no cohesiveness of the way they would think about fighting or defending or whatever.
Yeah.
But they went out in the end, you know what I mean? But this book about just how that affects all the different wine regions and the characters and stuff.
That has to be insane.
It's a great book.
Because it's so important over there. Wine is everything to them. It's so important.
And, it's funny. One of the things in the book, you're like, okay, so they're obviously, confiscating everything for the Wehrmacht and doing all this stuff. But they take this, I might be wrong, but I think it's the Poulet Fusé. They take this guy has however many casks or whatever. And they just take everything. And then the guy's upset. He's been in his family for 400 years or whatever. And he's sitting there with his head in his hands. And they're like, it's just wine. He goes, I know it's just wine. But they destroyed 300-year-old casks, the oak barrels. That's the secret to our wine. And they chopped them up and threw them on a fire or whatever, you know what I mean? And that he was more upset about that than the wine itself at that time. And he was like, they're irreplaceable. Could never, ever have that again. It's been in my family for stuff like that really gets my head spinning up. Oh yeah, forget it. It's not just the grape and the person that makes the wine. It's that, you know what I mean? It's every detail, every aspect.
Well, they can also destroy the history of how it was made. Like people won't know how to do it correctly. I mean, that's one of the darker aspects of occupation is when they destroy ancient stuff, like the burning of the Library of Alexandria. Or,
I mean, could you imagine what that? I mean, we have no. I mean, unimaginably. And by the way, who burned it down? Christians.
Did they?
Yeah, it was Christian people who ran amok because of something that had happened, some sort of crime that was committed or something, and it was the early Christians who burned that down.
Those motherfuckers. Can you imagine if that had some sort of an explanation as to how they built the pyramids and it's lost forever?
Or it could be anything.
Anything.
I mean, millions and millions of.
But that was the most sophisticated society that has even today ever existed. If you look at ancient Egypt, in terms of their ability to construct things that baffle us to this day, like the Great Pyramid baffles people to this day.
Yeah.
There's hundreds of thousands of people debating how and why and what they were for and what they did, and we really don't know.
I'm also interested in anything where before science becomes one thing and like the occult is another thing. And I'll just, there's a certain time, and I'm really interested in John Dee, the great occultist, scientist, English around the Elizabeth I reign, alchemist.
Mm-hmm.
But that his scientific ideas were equally, they possessed the same gravity as his occult ideas. And that those things were in the same world. They weren't removed from each other. It wasn't like one was silly and one was serious.
Right.
They were both taken with the same level of, sobriety or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we were talking before. I think there's to remove the mystic from everything, or not to be able to at least have a nod to it or understand. I mean, what is ancient Egypt? You know what I mean? But yes,
Right.
They're a great civilization that could organize, but at its base and what's holding it together is this mystical, like weird thing. Like
very much
so. To remove that completely, I think it's I don't know. It seems so rigid.
It's a foolish, rational,
there has to be
reductionist.
integration
Yes.
of different things because you feel people's need for that to integrate those things.
Well, there has been in all great cultures, right? I mean, in Chichen Itza, have you ever been to the ancient Mayan structures?
I've been to some, but I didn't go to that one. I went to two other ones, and they're in
places of worship, and they all involve rituals. There was a lot going, and what they did was incredible.
And psychedelics.
Yeah.
I mean, as well.
I went to Chichen Itza. We got lucky. There was a really good professor that was kind of explaining things to us, and he was talking about the different psychedelics that they believed that they would use and the way they had structured all of their buildings to align with constellations and the way they had sort of worshipped this whole integration of the sky into all of their architecture.
I mean, it's an integration into universal consciousness.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what it is. And it's funny, like, because you think, well, you're poisoning the water. Well, it's all one living organism, and the universe is one living organism.
Right.
I mean, I don't want to get too far out, man, but of course, it's all just like the ecosystem or whatever. Like the frog eats the tadpole, and then the bird eats the frog, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's just because you can't see it doesn't mean that it's not.
It scales up.
Yeah. And out and within.
And in. Yeah. Forever. Yeah. That's the reality of it. So it's not just we're poisoning the water, we're poisoning ourselves.
Yeah. And of course, again, I would like to think the earth is a strong thing, and I don't get wrapped up in it, but it's like, I mean, if you live in your own shit, you get sores,
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And
hence the plague.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's this is just when you think about the universe as a whole, it's just too big for our brains. We just think about our neighborhood or our lives or our personal problems or our bills or
our TikTok.
Yeah. Nonsense. And it's just thinking about nonsense.
You know what
seems
people think
easier.
about? That they can buy shoes that they don't have to touch to put their feet in. I see this.
You just order them.
We see a commercial, and the guy walks over. They're like, "Never touch your shoes again." I'm like, "Wow," you know what I mean? Like, finally,
shoes you can slide into.
Yeah, and I'm like, amazing. Everyone relax. You never have to touch your shoe. What if I want to touch my shoes?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, some people don't understand. They want comfort, and some people, especially if you're doing something you don't enjoy, you think of struggle as like your job or work. And then once you're not doing that, you don't want any struggle. You just want relaxation.
But isn't it funny also that our culture is dictating a certain health thing? Take the sober challenge. Go to the gym. Buy these gym clothes and walk around in them. Do all this, but we're not going to take care of anything else. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like you don't care about our mental health.
Right.
You don't really care about our health. You know what I mean? You don't do anything, but it's like, but culturally, let's start putting this out there. You know what I mean? Like why, when I first went to New York City, there were bars and bookstores and weird junk stores and all sorts of things that weren't corporate. And now it's just gyms and banks. And I don't really go to the gym, but I imagine you could get an ATM in the gym next door to the bank with the ATM. You know
I'm sure you could. A lot of gyms, I'm sure, have ATMs.
I'm just saying, like be healthy, you know what I mean? But I'm like, it is funny. Like, there's nothing that's saying to you be cerebral.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right.
There's not a lot out there. You watch old Dick Cavett shows. They're smart people. Then they're not promoting a movie or a fucking book or what. They're just talking about ideas and philosophy and art and their culture and the society. Even what was his name? Mike Douglas show. There's Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
And John Lennon and then some senator from Oklahoma or whatever. They're just talking.
You could do that back then.
Now it's got to be, the interview is pre-done. It's about the mood. They show the clip.
But that's only on television. But that's also why podcasts are so popular.
True.
Just that you can just kind of talk about anything.
You have a new place that's also not under the scrutiny of having to play commercials every 5 seconds.
It's also that's a big factor, but it's also not under anybody else's direction or advice. That's what's really important. How can you?
No, I know.
Look, if I'm not doing it, it's not going to happen.
Cynical. I'm just being cynical.
But I mean, if I'm not doing it at my level of the game, if I'm not doing it, like you don't have to do it. You just don't. You don't have to. All you have to do is make something that resonates with people and avoid anybody else's input. I've had a lot of bad input come my way that I've ignored. And especially in the early days when things started to kind of take off, everybody has an opinion about how you can grow this thing to the next level, which those are what I talk about. How to take the show to the next level. I thought about having more celebrity and more this and that. And everyone has advice. And maybe just avoid these kind of topics, or maybe this and that. Like, as long as you don't have any input from other people, then whether people like it or don't like it, at least it's you. It's you and the people you're talking to, and it's a real thing. It's not a
promotional
thing.
It's not a buy this. Or,
right.
Yeah, exactly.
It just exists
which is just one dimension of things.
Yes.
And it's nice to be clean cut and your teeth are white and you're smiling and you're selling shit. By the way, I got a pair of shoes. You don't even have to touch them. Like, what size are you?
I don't even understand that. But it's just.
If I could walk around like an 18th century French Duke, I would.
Look at that jacket. That is a rock and roll fucking jacket. I've been looking at that thinking the moment I saw you, can I wear that? I don't know if I can pull that off.
Your muscles are too big to get in.
Well, I mean, I can get one tailored.
We can get you one.
But I'm just thinking, I don't know if I could pull that off out in public. People are like, what are you doing, dude? As a comedian, like, you can't be too cool. Unless you're Cat Williams.
I knew you were going to say
Cat can be cool as fuck.
I'll tell you why Cat Williams is cool, because he's still out there talking shit, and an 8-year-old beat him up that time. Remember that shit? 11-year-old kid in the hood grabbed that motherfucker in the headlock. He's like, let go of me. And he's like laying on the ground. I was like, man, you gotta be cool to come back from that.
Well, he's just real. He is who he is, and everybody loves him. But that guy can wear anything. But I can't. I can't wear sparkly shoes. Look at him.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Look at him in his fur coat, his fucking giant rings. He's an awesome dude too. Fun guy.
Yeah,
in real life. I only got to meet him the one time where I did a podcast with him, and and it was because he did another podcast. And he said Joe Rogan will never have me on his podcast, and I'm like, I'll have you on anytime you want. Like, we just never talked. I never met him before.
Oh, really?
No, and then finally I
thought comedians were like drummers. They all know each other. Every drummer knows every drummer in every band.
Well, I know everybody else. I just never met him.
That's funny.
He was already so huge that when he would stop by in comedy clubs, this is like after the Pimp Chronicles, he would only like go by, we'd go to a bunch of different clubs, and if you weren't there when Cat was there, you missed him. So he only came to the Comedy Store like a handful of times. And the Comedy Store was my haunt, and that's where I went with all my friends and all the the best comics in LA and New York would all collaborate at the Comedy Store. And I never got to see him there. I mean, I'd heard he was like smacked somebody once, like so he got a fight with somebody in the front porch one night. I missed it, but I'd always admired him. I thought, and I'd always talk nice about him. I didn't understand why he thought I wouldn't have him on the podcast. But once I met him, he's a joy. He's a funny, smart dude who's a lot of what he's saying, he knows what the fuck he's doing. He's like very tongue in cheek and very just having a good time with it. But he's a genuine character, like a genuine, unique character.
I would love to meet him.
Oh, he's great. You'd love him. Very smart dude, too. Very.
If I see him at the airport, I'll say, "Yo, man, you like this jacket?"
He might be able to fit in that. It'll be a little long. Might have to get the sleeves taken in. But yeah, where the fuck do you get that jacket?
My wife got me this jacket.
It's pretty dope.
Yeah.
She's got good taste.
Yeah, she truly does.
Yeah, and then you're wearing about 10 pounds of silver.
Yeah, it's true. They call me the silver stacker. I don't know if you know that.
That's what the kids call it. My daughter calls it that when she wears a bunch
That's
of
my
great
stack, man.
Stacks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
stacks.
into my stack.
I'm just learning about these things.
I just got to be careful not to fall in the pool.
Yeah. But I just love when rock stars stay rock stars. It's nothing bums me out more than seeing an old rock star in a golf shirt. I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You gotta hang in there.
Yeah.
I know you're 60.
Fucking 60. I just saw the Stones. They're 80. They look
they're amazing.
I mean,
amazing.
I have Stones. I mean, the Stones are everything. I love the Rolling Stones. I always have. And the Black Crowes toured with them in 1995. We did all of Europe with them. We did Wembley Stadium with them. I've got to hang with Keith and Ron. I've hung with Mick a little bit. They're the fucking Rolling Stones, and so my wife and I and my 14-year-old daughter who lives on the East Coast, she was with us for the few weeks this summer. I'm like, let's go. You know what I mean? I haven't seen them in a while, and we went, and I went without any, you know what I mean? I went with nothing. I wasn't going in with any expectation except to be there with everyone and see the Rolling Stones and be there. And they were great. Mick Jagger's voice was incredible.
Incredible.
I mean, his energy and stuff's incredible, but his singing, they did Wild Horses that night, and I looked over, and my 14-year-old was like crying, and I was like, I'm so proud of you. She's feeling it so deep. And great Midnight Rambler. They're in a stadium with just like Ronnie and Keith just had like 2 speakers on stage and still playing. A lot of bands don't play live anymore. They have their digital shit through the PA. There's not even any sound on stage.
Wow.
It's all through their in-ears. And to me, that's really weird. Whatever it takes for you to get the gig, I'm hip to. People do it. I've seen cool shows like that, but personally, I like a lot of sonic chaos.
You want it real.
Yeah. I want to feel it.
I saw them at CODA, the Circuit of the Americas, a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And, it's just, when you watch Mick Jagger walk out on the stage, you almost can't believe he's really there. Like, how is that really him?
I told my wife he's like a Sasquatch, but everyone's seen him.
Right. It's like he's still out there. I remember Bill Hicks had a bit in 1988 about the Stones still doing it.
Yeah.
In 1988, about this, it was this crazy thing. Oh my God, the Stones have a new album. Like, what? This is 88.
Yeah.
And here we are in 2024, and they're still out there killing it. And the show was amazing.
It was amazing.
Amazing. It's so good.
The best. I consider myself a Midnight Rambler aficionado. One of the best Midnight Ramblers I've ever heard.
Oh, they were so good.
So good, and people were, you know what I mean? Just it was really. I'm so happy that we went to SoFi Stadium. You know what I mean? It was great, because I will admit sometimes, and okay, let's be honest, I get access to backstage, it's cool. But sometimes in big places like that, I get a little bit like, not because of that people would know who you were. I just get weird around giant crowds.
Right.
I did when I was little. I didn't like theme park, all sorts of weird stuff.
Yeah.
But it was so cool. I was so inspired. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
that
walked
guy
up,
has-
I like floated out of there so happy.
That guy has 2 trailers that he takes with him everywhere that are just a gym. 2 huge trailers that are just like Mick Jagger works out every day. And when he gets out on that stage and like he's fucking 80.
I know.
He might be 81
If
now.
I live to be 80, you can come find me. I'm going to be 300 pounds living in Sicily. And they're going to, you know, those beautiful painted wagons, they'll drag me around. And it, like,
But you won't even get to 300 pounds eating their food.
No, you don't.
That's what's crazy. That's when you realize we're being poisoned.
Yeah.
When you eat in Europe for a week and you don't gain any weight. You're like, this is nuts. I had pizza. I had pasta. I didn't feel bad.
Mm-hmm.
You come over here, you feel like you got hit with a tranquilizer dart.
Yeah.
Like, we're fucking poisoning ourselves. You won't get to 300 pounds if you live in Sicily.
No.
Unless you drink a lot of fucking wine.
Yeah, and even the wine is like,
it's better. Well, it's just, there's something about, like, just the air there. Just something about the atmosphere.
I'm English. We are pretty much in our DNA English, and then like a big scoop of Polish Jew on top. You know,
Mhm.
not even a big scoop at this point. Both my grandfather and my dad were shiksa-loving Jewish men who whittled me and my brother down to about 20%. And but when I don't know, there's something about there that is so just, I don't know. I love to go to Paris, but Paris isn't relaxing. You know, I'm out all day doing stuff. I love London. I love Madrid. I love lots of places. I love Rome. I love lots of places in the world. There's something about Sicily, man. I'm like, I'm in. You know what I mean? Like, this is, like you said, it's something about the lifestyle. Just so laid back. And it's, maybe I like it because it's a bit of anachronism. I think, you know what I mean? Like, you feel like you've stepped out of the same pace and or rhythm of the modern future world that we see every day.
Yes, it's a different vibration. It's a different way. I mean, and then everybody's doing it that way too. So you sort of settle into their way of life. You sort of settle into their pace of things.
And
it's
then
more
if you
relaxing.
need a shot of adrenaline, just hit Palermo. Because that place is wild.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's so good.
Is it still run by the mob?
I don't know. They say no.
Oh, then yes.
They say that it doesn't exist anymore, but if I remember, there was a big scandal during lockdown in some small town in Sicily, or maybe it was Palermo. I'd have to research it. That the police were upset because some old mob guy had died, and they had a giant parade. No one was in here.
masks.
Yeah, everyone was just out there. Old people, you know, everyone was out there doing their thing for Don, whoever it was, who was not with us anymore. And I was like, okay, they didn't want that story out. You know what I mean? But,
yeah. Well, those people ran that place for a long ass time. You know, they're an integrated part of their society, like the Yakuza is in Japan.
Yeah.
It's just
for a very long time. For
a very
actually,
long time.
You know,
Yeah.
the way it works. Have you ever seen a funny movie called Johnny Stecchino?
No.
With Roberto Bellini, the Italian comedic actor?
No.
You would love it.
Yeah?
It's so fun. It's from the 80s, and Stecchino is a toothpick, yeah? So he's Johnny Toothpick. And it's that, what's the story of, it's a famous story that, you know, he's a school teacher in Naples or whatever, but or in Italy, and this girl who's wife or lover, whatever, some big gangster in Sicily. He's in hiding because he did like ratted on someone. I don't know, something. She sees him and he looks just like him, so she brings him to Sicily, and he's like walking around. People are like, "Yo, what are you doing?" You know what I mean? Like, so it's that kind of thing, but it's unbelievably funny movie. It's insane.
Do you remember there's an Italian singer who created a very popular song where it was fake American lyrics? God, I'm trying to remember his name, but it was a song where he's singing fake words that sound like he's singing like the Rolling Stones or you know, the Beatles or something like that, but he's doing it with fake words. It's like what he thinks American songs sound like, but it's gibberish. This is the guy. What is his name? Adriano Celentano. Give me some volume on this.
Wow.
Listen, but it's really cool.
That's amazing. I love
You
that.
should
It's
listen
a
to the
cool
whole
song,
thing.
too.
This song is very cool. There's
I really
a couple
like
of different versions of it. This is like a live performance of it, but there's another one that's like a music video of it, and it's like really fucking interesting what that guy did.
That's cool. That's really good.
Yeah, he just made up fake American music. It's fucking great.
I'm gonna do that next week.
Why not? Fuck it. I mean, you know, there's a lot of songs that have like words that aren't really words. You know, they're just kind of like sounds, you know. Dan Auerbach talks about that from the Black Keys. Like a lot of times when he sings things, he's just like making up sounds, making up words.
Mick Jagger did it.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, or he took words and mashed them into something that was more.
Especially live in the 70s, he has a lot of vowels going on. And you're like, I don't know what he's saying. It's so good.
But man, he's not lost any of the energy. If you watch like his old performances and now, it's just an older guy doing the same vibe.
I mean, it's also very cool because they play everything in the same key. You know, you'll find a lot of older, and I get it, man. It's, you know, singing is a physical thing. I mean, my one thing is kind of like the muse. Like if I stopped singing, it would go away. You know what I mean? If I didn't sing, you know. I'm going to take 2 years off. It would never get back to where my voice is.
Why is that?
It's just the nature of the physicality, I think. You know what I mean? Especially as it's 35 years, 40 years of singing.
So it's like you're working muscles in your neck.
Vocal cords are just muscles, yeah.
Wow. And you're working them on a regular basis and they get out of shape.
Yeah. And then like that, and then it just won't come back.
Oh,
or it won't come back to where I'd like to. I really like where my voice is. You know what I mean? We sing the songs in the same keys, you know. It was funny. We played the Forum. We were the first concert in the Forum, LA Forum, after COVID. And it was I had never played there. It was a big night. It was, you know, friends and family. It was great. But George Drakoulias, who's produced our first two records, and signed the band, after the show, he was like, if I had known you'd still be singing them 30 whatever years later, we could have put the keys down for you, you know. I was like, that wasn't how it worked back then. Because, you know, in rock and roll, you get, you know, you have the verse and then you get to the chorus and you want to get it exciting. So
yeah.
You want to knock it up a notch, you know. But we don't change them either, and I like that. I mean, my voice has changed, obviously, but
it's still the same key. Do you wonder how long you're going to do it? Do you ever think about stopping?
I don't. I do sometimes. I mean, you know, the pandemic was funny for me because at first, not financial really things or whatever. It was just like, you know, since I was a teenager, pretty much this is what we do. We tour and we do concerts and we make music, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, maybe I'm going to go a little kooky, not doing it. And then I had horrible days like everyone else, and, you know, despair and fear and stuff of the unknown. But a lot of those days, like, I have a lot of interests, you know what I mean? I have a lot of others. I'd like to write a book. I'd maybe like to write more than one book, you know, find my voice outside of the musician in another artistic way or whatever, and just loving my wife and
living life.
And, you know, moving to Sicily. But a lot of those things, you know, I'm not ready to do that now. But also I look ahead and I'm like, do I want to be on stage when I'm 75? Do I want to? There's a difference if I have to. I don't know. I guess I'll call it if I'm lucky enough to get to 75. You know what I mean? I'll get through the end of the week. You know what I mean? But I do. I love it. But that event gave me the perspective of there's other. I don't want. You know what I mean? I would hate to be. I've always hated the idea that this is all I can do. Mm-hmm. That might sound weird, but
no, it's a great.
Because I'm born to do it. I love that kind of scenario, like. You know, like this is my wife's, like when I watch you with friends, when I see you in your element, this is obviously what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
But I think I have, I don't know if ambition is the right word, but I definitely have interest in things that have nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
You know,
well, that's part of being a human, right? Yeah. You don't want to be isolated to one specific interest. There's so many fascinating things.
And the isolation, that's a thing too. And I'm really happy with, could we have a level of success that's greater or whatever? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But the one thing I like about my life is I'm not the kind of, I'm not so well known that I still can't do my own grocery shopping. I love to cook. I like to go to the market. I like to pick out my shit, you know, or that you can't get, you know what I mean? That we have access to the whole world, you know, and I don't have to worry about anyone giving a shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
About, or the people that do like it, that come up to me wherever I am in the world, they're usually real fans. They're not celebrity people.
Right.
So they're like, man, I saw you at when you played this song, you know, and that's the other thing about music. It's like rock music. You know, you can do a lot of stuff, but you know, one thing about the songs we've written, and I meet people, and people play the songs we've written at weddings and at funerals. You know what I mean? Not just parties and not just things, but like, you know, my brother, I wrote, you know, when we wrote "She Talks to Angels," I always have time, and I'm always humbled by people's experiences with that song and addiction and things in their lives, whether it's them, family member, loss, or people that have overcome things, you know what I mean? And that we, you know, just wrote that song one day when we were kids, and that means so much to people. I mean, there's a lot of songs like that in our repertoire that people come up to. I mean, really funny things sometimes. Like people will pick some song. I'm like, that was your wedding song? I'm like, okay. That's weird.
Jealous?
Or more obscure, even.
Really?
You know, like some weird, like, this song called Nonfiction. Like we walked down the aisle to I'm like, the Nonfiction, really? It's kind of a dark song. You know?
Well, that's it. You're giving out, you know, with music. It's like it's an art form that changes people's feeling. When you hear a great song, it literally gives you energy.
Completely.
Yeah. It's a drug. It really is. It's like an audio.
I'm exactly the same. I mean, it's maddening to be with me because this is the only time during this day that I don't have music on. But you know what I mean? But I listen to French music from the 20s, and I listen to like Peruvian cumbias from the 70s, or avant-garde electronic composers, whatever, you know, or blues and rock and roll and jazz and funk and R&B and whatever, but a lot.
Yeah.
You know, like,
well, that means you're doing the right thing, right? Like you really love it.
I also need it, like you just said, not only just for energy, but like for some soulful connection as well. And you know, especially with, you know, when I was younger, we all suffer from depression, and some people have a more acute relationships with that. But you know, if there's a certain melancholy that comes over me, there's only some artist that I can sail across that deep water with, you know what I mean? To kind of assure me that I'm not the only, we're not the only ones that feel this way. We're not the only ones that are, you know, life is that is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, you're not, no matter how rich you are, no matter how successful you are, no matter who you are, you still have to deal with the ups and downs of it.
Absolutely.
And I think adversity is the thing that really makes us who we are. You know, that's one thing as like being a father. I'm like, I'm not afraid of the adversity my kids face. As a matter of fact, that's what I really want to get to, is how, because what makes us who we are is how we deal with adversity.
And if you don't deal with any adversity, it's not good.
And if you push it under the table or this or that and
avoid it.
Yeah, then where are you? You know what I mean? Where's the and the great, and it's, these things are cliches, but the greatest lessons are the hardest ones. You know what I mean? Those are the ones that stick to you the most.
Yes. And those are the ones that make you grow.
I have a great friend who's in a fantastic band. They just opened for us. We've been friends. His name is Jim Jones. This band's called the Jim Jones All-Stars. He was in a band called The Hypnotics. And we've known each other for 30 years, and he went through really deep heroin addiction in the 90s. And it's funny to talk to him, and I love him, you know, he's like, yeah, man, it was a lesson. You know what I mean? I'm like, that's a fucking tough lesson, and I'm happy you're still here to talk about it. But I love his attitude. You know what I mean? I love that spirit in people. You know what I mean? That it didn't, you know, I learned from this, and I've moved on from this, and I don't have any regrets. I don't have any resentment towards this or anger towards about it. And it's no one's doing but my own. That responsibility, take responsibility for stuff, is a big, and that's important. And I think we see a lot of that gone away, you know what I mean, with people. And every story is different, you know what I mean? And not everything is the same. And the what is real and what isn't real between there, that's for everyone to figure out, for people, you know? But
the fact that can be captured in a song and, like you said, sort of carry you through these bad moments where you realize like other people are experiencing grief, hardship, depression, darkness, terrible thoughts of loss. And that's the reason why those songs are so popular. It's not like people want to suffer. Like, no, there's like something they're resonating with.
And anger is a part of that too, you know what I mean? Like, and it's funny, like with the newer music, I'm like, you guys, like the world looks pretty shitty. Aren't you guys pissed a little bit? Or you're just like, no, I'm just gonna get some likes and my pants fit right and my hair is good. I'm like, okay, I get pop music is light sometimes, but I would like for the young people to, I'd like to see in the art a little more of anger.
Well, I'd like to see more rock. It's like when I'm looking at music coming up today, there's a great absence of strong new rock bands that seem like rock bands from the past.
Guitar, bass.
Yes. I mean, goddamn it, people still love that music. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, you go see AC/DC there at a fucking stadium.
Yeah.
You go see Metallica there at a stadium.
Yes.
So people are going.
So what the fuck happened? Where is everybody?
I mean, I think it's definitely there. It's just, it's again, I think people for some reason think the music business is supposed to be the gauge, or they're just like any other fucking salesman. Mm-hmm. They always have been. Just because one salesman had a cool taste and one didn't, don't kid yourself.
Right.
They're not artists. They're salesmen. And there's cool people and not cool people, but they're not, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think like, now we live in a time, and you see it a lot. You see people making comments about it in our industry about how you're just following. Mm-hmm. Whereas before, you had things that were popular, but someone said, fuck, sign the Stooges.
Yeah.
Danny Fields did that, but he had great taste, but he was still a record company guy, the business side of it. Someone, you know what I mean? Someone said, sign Susie and the Banshees or whatever. Someone said, dude, I mean, Bob Dylan. You didn't know when they made first Bob Dylan record that he'd be 83 years old, Bob Dylan today. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And a lot of people said, don't sign him. He's not marketable. He's not commercial. And, that's my thing. Where I'm looking for still that maverick spirit, or somebody who does have the wherewithal and or vision to see that maybe something is a little bit outside the box, still could have not just, it would have importance and it can be popular as well.
Well, of course, and it always has been that way. The idea that everyone has a short attention span now and we're interested in frivolous things. No, that's not true. That's just still junk food. It's still junk food.
Right.
And there's still people that like a nice meal. I'm glad you're out there, dude. Thanks for doing this. I really appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed talking to you.
We got to talk about a lot of weird stuff.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Bye, everybody.
Okay, you said Discord / Rabbi. Just Rabbi. .me. Oh, .me.
What's this issue, guys? Mentally challenged.
I've had some cognitive things going on. Rothschild.
BTW, you look mad cute today.
Thank you.
Love you, bro.
One love. How y'all doing? How's everybody doing? What up, Tasty Boo?
Say it back, you bitch.
Wait, who said that? Oh, Bobby. Hi, Bobby. Yeah. Love you too, Bobby. Rabbi.
What's good?
Discord.me/rabbi.
TF, I tried to be nice, and look what you do.
Stop, bro.
Rabbi Skill Drills is his Discord.
Okay,
yes. This is why I can't be nice.
Stop. Dude, you're so emotional today. What happened to you? What happened to you? Wait, how do you search for Discord servers, gang? How do you search for a server? I know how to add friends. Like, the fuck? Oh, here we go. Now we're friends. Like, can you send me a link to the server? I don't know how to search for a server, guys. I don't have any clue. I know I always just add servers from links.
Yes.
Correct? Hi, how are we doing, Jetty?
I need to send you
Hi, Tex. Yeah, please do. If you could. Thank you. Thank you, Jetty Spaghetti. How we doing, Baller, W Baller in the building? Bush, can you stream with someone? Didn't know you could? Yeah, you can. You know what y'all are going to talk about? Nah, he said he wanted to interview me.
What are you looking for?
What are you looking for? I'm gonna Rabbi Roth wants to interview me. Thank you, Jeff. Join 1,000+ members. All right, which call do I join?
Got you.
Where do I join up?
I've had Discord for 5 years and don't know how to work it.
Yeah, I feel that, bro. I had it for years.
Talking to that Pisco.
Holy fuck! Look how many fucking channels he had. Holy fuck, bro! Why so many goddamn channels, bro? Holy shit! I've never seen something with this many channels.
4 rabbis in it.
Holy
He's
fuck!
gonna take your info and have sex with your face.
Okay. Sounds like fun.
Same.
Oh, I gotta agree. Continue.
There he is. How you doing, CLB? Welcome, welcome. So glad that you're here. All right. So I understand that your time is limited. We're going to get to the questions as quickly as possible. Just one moment, as I would like to record this as you're streaming. I would like to stream as well. This will be essentially a very amazing podcast, one of perhaps many that I will do in the future. I did one this morning. It went really well. So with that, let me pull you up on my other account. I agree with your Discord right now, or I'm sorry, your chat. You look really great today, so good on you. How you doing, big dog? You ready? Here we go. All right. What's your favorite time of the day?
Favorite time of the day? Probably favorite time of the day is evening time, especially because everybody is off work. That's when everybody's relaxed. Best time to socialize, especially when your life consists of being on the internet. You know, it's 2024 right now, and everybody, it seems like more people's social life is involved on the internet than like in actual real life. You know what I mean?
I do. Excellent.
It's crazy how it seems like the world has changed so much. And I've seen like polls and statistics based on how like relationships are formed basically online now more than actually in real life, which is just wild to me.
For sure.
But yeah, I don't know. My whole life consists of being online and socializing and networking online. So I mean, I'd say anytime after like 5, probably say between 5 and midnight kind of time frame.
Excellent. That's a sweet spot. All right. What's your biggest weakness and why?
Biggest weakness and why? Probably, okay, mute one on my right, the audio, got it. I would say it's probably my generosity, because people tend to take advantage of that,
I understand. It's an excellent answer as well.
And I've realized in life that
some points you do need to put yourself first in some situations, just so you don't get taken advantage of. I would say my generosity could be. I wouldn't. Is that my greatest weakness? That's a good question. I think it can be. I couldn't tell you what really like is peak. That there's no like positive to it because generosity, there's a lot of positives more than negatives. But I would say I am like overly generous, and it has been known to be detrimental, I guess, in a sense.
Excellent. Well, I've heard of your generosity from other people. That's an amazing asset. And just one moment. Apologies. Let me just audio. Okay, we should be better now. All right, next question. What's your biggest strength?
Biggest strength, I would say networking, socializing, networking. Everything that has been on kick and streaming, just in the sense that I am a firm believer in it's not what you know, it's who you know.
Word. Absolutely. Yeah. Well put. Next question. What's the biggest learning experience you've had and why?
Biggest learning experience you've had and why? That's a good question. Honestly, streaming, biggest learning experience. I really didn't have much education outside of high school. I tried college for a semester. It just wasn't for me. I was more focused on making money and trying to be successful rather than building my knowledge towards a field that I wanted to work because I've never really had a passion for anything. So I would say streaming. I mean, before streaming, I'd watched Twitch, man, for 7 years. Watch streamers, but I would just watch gaming streamers. And I would watch streamers like Shroud, Tifu, Cluxy, like all these big streamers that I never would type in chat, man. I was a lurker, and I would just have them up all day and just have them in the background. So really, when it came to streaming, I didn't know what streaming key was. I didn't know anything about Streamlabs. I didn't know anything about these bots. I didn't know much about Discord. The only thing I've done on Discord was game and hop in a call. And so, really just becoming a well-rounded streamer and trying to make a stream that's entertaining and I guess eye-catching. I would say streaming. Yeah.
Excellent.
Really.
Next question. What's your idea of a perfect date?
Idea of a perfect date? That's an interesting question. I would say idea of a perfect date is probably, honestly, I like subtle. So say it's first date, you kind of want just something to break the ice, man. I don't like a whole we got a whole dessert planned after a nice dinner planned and then a walk in the park and then home for a movie. I'd rather just like a froyo or a nice what's the word? Or Starbucks kind of thing, man.
Absolutely. Something
it's really,
easy.
Really off first impressions, you can tell real fast if someone's interesting to you and intriguing, if you like to further your relationship with them.
Excellent. And I know that you, in the chat, we're looking at like 5 minutes. We've gone through 5 questions. There are 73 in this Vogue list, and we can do a lightning round. You can take as long as you want, but I know your time is valuable. So if it's okay, can we continue?
Yeah.
Excellent. Next question. What's one advice you wish you could give up?
What's one advice?
Yeah, like something that you perhaps do that's bad that you wish you could stop.
Nicotine.
Okay. Absolutely. That's honest.
It's not healthy for you. I mean, and also there's nicotine, just vaping, there's not been, they're obviously constantly doing studies on it, but it hasn't been around long enough to actually know what it does to your body.
Right.
I'd say maybe.
Excellent.
For sure.
All right. What's a cause that is important to you?
A cause?
Yes. What's a cause?
That's a good one. There's so many, you know.
Definitely. Will you give to charity on a monthly basis? To whom do you give?
It depends on the month.
Okay.
It depends on the month. I always usually my top gifters of the previous months, I will reach out to them on Discord and be like, what causes do you think? So multiple times the second month, donating to veterans. Next month, some autism foundation. And I would say human trafficking. So probably, like weirdly out of there.
There you go.
Especially like child trafficking.
Excellent. You like charities that help against child trafficking?
No, that's not what I was saying about it. Well, so I'm going back to the question you had asked. Oh, if one thing you could eliminate, essentially.
So the question was, what's a cause that is important to you?
A cause.
Yeah,
that is a cause. But
It
you know,
is,
the
it
weird
is.
thing is like I haven't really been involved or donated any charities that have to do with that because one, it's really not spoken. Like there's not much out speaking on these things. I think it's really more, it's deeper and more open. I mean, just based on the Epstein situation. I mean, all the people involved in that, very big dogs, and I don't know, man. I think it's really hush hush. The news tries to hush that, like I mean, but I would say it's not a cause that I've been supporting yet, but I really want to figure out how to.
There you go. What's the best compliment you've ever received?
Best compliment I've ever received. Interesting question. Probably. People, I don't know the phrase or exactly how you word it, but it's my generosity and my selflessness, I guess.
Excellent. Beautiful.
Anyway, on that.
Wonderful. When are you most inspired?
When, like, what time of day?
It could be anything. It could be after an event. It could be when you're with someone. It could be a time of day.
I would say times that definitely when I'm most inspired is when I would say honestly a lot of my the members that support my community whenever they gift a lot because of who I am and know what causes I'm trying to help and what I do. That's when it inspires me. Honestly, when days that people support my channel. That's really when
Excellent.
it makes me feel like I'm not doing something right.
Very well. Sweet or savory?
Savory.
Very nice. What song can you listen to on repeat?
EXO Tour Life by the Uzi Vert.
Beautiful. What makes you smile the most?
Making people laugh.
Beautiful. What's one thing people don't know about you?
That's one thing people don't know about it. I have a tattoo on my ass of a squirt emoji.
There you go. What's your preferred type of footwear, or do you prefer barefoot?
Versace slides.
There you go. Vintage or new?
I'd say new.
What are 3 things you can't live without?
Coffee. Friends. I'd say friends and family. Coffee, family, and
You got it if you wanted to say that. Coffee, friends, and family. That's 3 things. Excellent. Window or aisle seat? Window or aisle seat, like in an airplane? Excellent. What's your current TV character obsession or movie? Anything like that. Okay. Do you like any characters of any kind? Superheroes? On American Dad? There you go. That's perfect. Do you prefer when women wear leather or lace? What's the most adventurous thing that you've done in your life?
Probably went on a cruise through the Mediterranean.
How would you define yourself in 3 words?
I'd say funny, kind, generous.
Excellent. What's your current favorite piece of clothing that you own?
Let's see. Probably my little parka. So it's just a jacket, a little parka. It's a long jacket.
What's a must-have clothing item that everyone should own?
Probably underwear.
Oh, there you go. Good answer. What's inspiring you in your life right now?
My community.
Beautiful. What's the best piece of advice you've ever received?
Keep your money in your pockets and your wink in your pants.
There you go. What's your pet peeve?
Pet peeve is
It means
if someone's duck-footed or pigeon-toed.
Interesting. Do you prefer a woman in diamonds or pearls?
Probably pearls.
Nice. What's something you notice about someone when you first meet them?
Their sense of style.
What's your biggest regret?
Not starting streaming at a younger age.
There you go. What's heavily played on your music playlist right now?
Artist.
Yeah, or genre?
Well, it's all rap pretty much. I would say King Carson as the artist.
There you go. What's your favorite board game?
Favorite board game? Play board games. Monopoly.
Excellent. What's your guilty pleasure?
Guilty pleasure. Guilty. Okay, so guilty. Sweets. I was sweet kids, I guess.
Perfect. What book did you most recently finish?
Everybody poops.
Beautiful. What are you currently reading?
Nothing.
Okay. How do you start your day?
Coffee and cake.
Beautiful. What's your favorite holiday? If you could raid one person's closet, who would it be?
Futures.
Beautiful. If you could switch lives with one person for one day, who would it be? Beautiful. We're past the halfway mark. What's one thing you've always wanted to try, but you've been too scared to do?
Skydiving.
Beautiful. What's the one thing you wish you knew at age 19?
How to budget.
Excellent. Besides your phone or wallet, what's a couple of must-have items for a person?
Definitely chapstick and a Band-Aid.
Perfect. If you were not a business and automation coach, what would you be doing? Pardon me, that's not what you are. If you weren't a streamer, what would you be doing?
I'd be dead.
Okay. So this gives you a passion for what? Living.
Oh, for sure.
Same here. I completely agree. Great answer. What's something you can't do?
Take advantage of someone.
Excellent answer. Where was the best vacation you've ever taken?
Hawaii.
Excellent. What's one city you've always dreamed of traveling to?
Tokyo.
Excellent. What's something you always travel with?
AirPods.
Cool. What's your favorite food?
Japanese.
Ooh.
Sushi.
What's your favorite dessert?
Mochi.
What's your favorite snack?
Goldfish.
Beautiful. What's a movie that made you cry?
I'm gonna skip that one.
That's okay. That totally makes sense. I understand. What's your favorite movie of the last 5 years?
5 years.
Could be a documentary too. Or television series, if you want to do that. But I know you said you don't like TV.
Or television series.
Mhm.
Rick and Morty.
Oh, excellent, excellent answer. All right. What's one talent you wish you had?
What's talent I wish I had? Being able to dance.
Nice. What's your favorite exercise?
Exercise.
Yes.
Probably black pull downs.
Excellent. What's your favorite band?
My favorite band.
Correct.
And probably Blink-182.
Very cool. What's your favorite fast food order?
Chick-fil-A.
What's some? Oh, yeah, not just Chick-fil-A. What would you get at Chick-fil-A?
Just like, I don't know what combo it is.
Excellent. Beautiful. What's something you don't want to be in 10 years?
Debbie.
What's the cutest thing on the planet Earth?
Kittens.
Beautiful. What's the best thing that happened this year?
Best thing that happened this year?
Correct.
It's getting verified case.
Absolutely. Shout out to you. What's your favorite cocktail?
A Moscow Mule.
Very cool. What do you usually eat for dinner?
Chick-fil-A.
What movie makes you laugh the hardest?
Step Brothers.
Oh, great choice. What do you usually eat for lunch?
Chick-fil-A.
What do you usually eat for breakfast?
Yeah.
Hey, we're in the middle of an interview. Apologies. How are you?
I don't get breakfast.
You skip breakfast. Okay. Just one moment. Kyle, we're very happy that you're here. But if you don't mind, just until I'm done with this, I've got just a few more questions and ask the definite. Okay. We're almost done. What's your favorite thing in the world?
Favorite thing in the world?
Yes.
Family.
Excellent. What's your favorite color?
Green.
Beautiful. What color clothing do you wear the most?
Probably gray.
Excellent. What are 3 words to describe living where you live?
Boring. Lame. And country.
Excellent. Do you like surprises?
I do. Yeah.
Excellent. What's one thing you had to learn the hard way?
Starting your own business.
Excellent. All right. Look, home stretch. What's something you're tired of?
Tired of?
Yep.
People view body.
Excellent. What do you turn to when you're sad?
My cat.
Excellent. What's your cat's name?
Mr. Kills.
Beautiful. What's a trend you would like to see disappear forever?
TikTok.
Excellent. And finally, what do you want to be? For what do you want to be remembered?
My charitable work.
Beautiful. Well, CLB 69, that was Rabbi Rothschild's version of those 73 questions. I want to thank you so much for being here. You've been a wonderful guest. I've got this recorded, and I'll send it to you once it's published, and it's a unique way. And thank you so much for being here.
Yeah. Also, I read your Reddit post image of me, and I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Well, I want you to know if I can ever be of any service to you or you need any help, let me know, okay?
Awesome. Thank you.
Take care. Yo, Thao. I'm unmuting you. Thank you so much for your patience. Apologies, server unmute. Feel free to say anything you want. Thank you. How are you?
Yeah, well, I'm good.
Excellent. How'd you hear about me?
You sent me the link.
Oh, hell yeah.
On Telegram. You remember, right?
Yeah,
It was
yesterday, exactly. Welcome, Kiwi. Oh, Kiwi's here. Oh, somebody else is here. Hey, how are you today? How are you? Excellent. Oh, yeah. Do you use ChatGPT?
Yeah, sometimes I do that.
Excellent. Do you have an Upwork account?
Yeah, I have an Upwork account.
You're the man. You know what to do then. Good on you.
Yeah, I know what to do. So I normally get some jobs on Upwork. But on Upwork, they don't really pay much on Upwork. So I don't really go get that much. But I still used to do the job too.
I understand. Well, okay, so let me tell you about myself. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Now, you're a coder, so you're going to understand what I'm going to show you is going to take over the world. What do I mean? Okay, do you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got 4 of these robots right now. And check this out. What these things do you know what Kick is? K-I-C-K?
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. So I'm the biggest troll on Kick, and here's why. I've developed robots that automatically spam on Kick my link, Rabbi Rothschild, discord.me/Rabbi, and to get people in here and to get more people to know about me. And I've become famous. So you just saw it clicked, and now it's publishing the, and you can see over here, you're going to see it's going to close. Here's the pointer. It's going to close. It's going to go. It's very smart. It has position. It has image recognition technology where it will know where to click, and it can recognize pictures. So it recognizes the follow button, and you'll see it's very, very intelligent. So here it is, making its move. Yeah. And so watch what it's going to do. It's going to just watch the pink. It's going to come over here. Excellent. It's going to open a new window. And what it does is it goes down the front page of Kick. So everybody knows about me. That guy, you just came in here, and I was doing an interview with that guy. That guy's a big streamer on this platform. And so watch right here. See this pink button, this pink pointer? It's going to press the follow button. It just pressed it. Exactly, by itself. Totally automated. And then it's going to come over here, and it's going to create a clip. And if you're like, what's a clip? It is basically 30 seconds of their video that is then going to be saved with my name in it and a link to this Discord. So I get a lot of people in here checking this place out, and it's a very effective way of getting out the word. So let me explain who I am, what I do. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I've been live streaming my life on YouTube 24/7 on 8 different streams for more than 3 years. This is the biggest event in global history. It's essentially the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother. I'm always streaming. This is essentially the world's biggest time capsule. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is the biggest event in global history. Essentially, hey, what's going on? Just 1 moment. Hey, Mike. Hey, how are you? Hey, Mike, come to my Discord. I sent you a link. Just 1 moment. Hey, what's up, Mike? Yes, you do. And we're going to make them all rich. Why? Because content is king. Bill Gates coined that phrase in the 1990s, and I have more content than any person in global history. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had become Earth's most valuable resource, more valuable than petroleum, than oil, than gold, than platinum, than everything. And I have more data online than anybody. Look at all these devices.
Yeah, bro, I see you are like 24 hours online, bro.
Always.
You're just streaming before. I would like, nobody can say you are not.
That's right.
Everyone will know you. Yeah.
And I'll be the most famous person in the world someday, perhaps. And I'm going to do my best to help, particularly Africa. It's a place that I care about a lot. So in addition to... Beautiful. So, as you know, I'm involved in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enid project that helps to build wells in Africa. I want to help continuing with that and also get people desalination plants where you take water from the ocean and pump it onto land to make it drinkable. And
I'm working on a restaurant in Africa right now, but I haven't completed. I'm pushing it little by little.
Excellent. I want to ensure that we solve world hunger through agricultural drones, through saltwater greenhouses, through vertical farming, through hydroponics, and through cloud seeding. These are all really good ideas, especially for Africa. Africa is so large. People don't realize it, at least in the other parts of the world, and it needs...
If you invest in Africa, you'll be the richest. I'm telling you.
Well, I'm already going to be the richest because I have so much data. So how are we going to help the world? We're going to help Africa and we're going to help the people of Africa. We're going to help the homeless people in the United States, and we're going to help all the people in Africa.
Yeah. Well, I'm so excited. I got to meet you earlier before the.
Absolutely. So this is a really big deal. And why? I mean, I'm literally always online. You can always see what I'm doing. Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
Not really. No, I don't know.
Okay, so Joe Rogan has the biggest podcast in the world. And it's called the Joe Rogan Experience. And so I just listen to that podcast all the time. And I listen to documentaries, watch documentaries. They're going on in the background. You can see I've got a projector going. And what these things do is they broadcast my life to the world. And essentially, I've just built a bigger and bigger community. Now, the question arises, like, well, Rabbi, you've been doing this for 3 years. Why aren't you more famous? Well, the thing is, I was just streaming my life, but I wasn't as much marketing myself. I wasn't as much basically promoting myself until much more the last year.
Don't worry, bro. I will help you. Promote yourself. I'll promote you all everywhere. I have like about thousands of Africa boys.
Oh, excellent.
So, and all that stuff.
So tell them this.
Don't worry.
Tell them this. If I know a lot of them need jobs. And what they can do is come to this Discord and I'll walk them through step by step, not how to make an Upwork account because they don't have your skills, but how to make a Fiverr account, which is much more up their alley, where they can make $5 to make someone a Snapchat account or a Facebook account or some kind of account, but they can provide for themselves. And I'll teach them that. I teach English in here. So I have some people from India who are learning English from me. I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I have had 6-figure incomes, contracts with Fortune 500 companies. So I'm very well versed in the tech world and I understand.
Give me like 5 minutes. My boss is coming.
Take your time. Absolutely. You do what you need to do. Absolutely. Take care. Son of a bitch. How do I fix this? Did you fucking get it? Stupid thing. Alright. So now what? I wonder if these are recording. Probably not. So. Alright. Stop. Yo, if this thing isn't recording, stop. Oh, fuck. Yeah, dude, stop. Okay. What account is this? Dude, no. Stopping stream. Dog. What account? No one fucking knows. Dude, I really fucked this up. Recover it. Alright, so Rabbi Rothschild. And then shit. And start it again. Do by time. Search filters latest. Upload date last hour. Dog, what is that horse shit? Search filters. Upload date today. It was 7 hours. 7 hours, 52 minutes. Nope. Wait, no. Is it this? What's this?
Okay.
Fuck. Oh, it's just fucking doing their shit. Oh, who knows? What is this? Dog. Dog. Just go to the one that was just going. Yo. What? Go to here. Go to here. Rabbi Rothschild. Dude, it should have been just uploaded in the last 2 hours or whatever. Or today. Last hour. Yeah, what is this shit? Yo, dog. How are you?
African boys that walk on that. I tell them what to do. I'm going to do them. So, I could get them on board here. Could try to do this together, you understand? Give a supporting hand to you, you understand? Let's see where it goes.
I got you, dog. You do what you need to do. Come back whenever you can, okay? Tell everyone in your country about this, and we'll make them rich. Take care, my friend.
How are you? Excellent. I care about a lot. So in addition to beautiful, what's your favorite snack? What would you be doing? Pardon me, that's not what you are. If you weren't a streamer, what would you be doing? Okay. So this gives you adventurous thing that you've done in your life. Wanted to try adventures. You got it if you wanted to say that. Coffee, friends, and family. That's it. I understand. What's your favorite movie? Excellent. I've got just a few more questions. Yeah. Okay. Where? Almost done. What's your favorite thing in the world? Yes. Excellent. What's your favorite? Excellent. What's your favorite? What would you define your? What's your current TV character obsession? Beautiful. What makes you smile the most? Excellent. actually a very amazing podcast, one of perhaps many that. There he is. How you doing, CLB? Welcome, welcome. So glad that you're here. All right. So I understand that your time is limited. We're going to get to the questions as quickly as possible. Just one moment, as I would like to record this as you're streaming. I'd like to stream as well. This will be essentially a very amazing podcast, one of perhaps many that I will do in the future. I did one this morning. It went really well. So with that, let me do up. I agree with your Discord right now, or I'm sorry, your chat. You look really great today, so good on you. How you doing, big dog? Ready? We go. All right. What's your favorite time of the day?
Best time to socialize, especially when you're like this stuff being on, you know, I mean, 2024 right now, and like more people socialize is involved on the internet than like actual real life.
Yeah, very. superheroes.
Stop. Clever. Adventure. Bonnie Carmen. Playlist. Last hour live. Dude, no. Stop. It was like 7 hours long. Bingo. Yo, dog. Everything sucks. Hey, everybody. Let's not hear him. Are you ready?
等一下，我去拿个水。泡泡泡，泡泡泡。要去拿个新杯子，叫你送新杯子。
Dog. Screen recorder? Of course, they don't have that because all these people suck. What in the fuck is this shit? Oh, is it this guy or something? This guy? Shut the fuck up. Oh, shit. Is it making sound? Oh, this sucks. Dog. Is this making noise? No, I love that. No, I can't fucking stand that shit. Doesn't work. Don't suck cock. Dog. Dude. Does this thing just suck? Dog, let's see if it works. Really? Yeah. CLB 69. Rabbi Rothschild fucked up. He did not. Rabbi Rothschild did not record that. CLB
There
69.
he is. How you doing, CLB?
Rabbi Rothschild fucked up. I did not record the audio from our conversation. Why? The screen recorder doesn't do it by default, or at least not on my iPhone. And it was just such an impromptu thing. You answered the questions beautifully. It gives me an opportunity to talk about CLB for a little bit in the beginning. CLB is an amazing streamer. They have a very charitable heart. They've got an amazing fashion sense. They really diversify themselves as a streamer. Okay, with that being said, and I fucked this up because I should have been recording the other way. Fuck. Yo, dog. CLB is an amazing streamer. Unfortunately, Rabbi did not record the audio for a recent conversation. It was just an impromptu podcast. Like, I wasn't ever going to do a podcast. But I think I'll be the king of them someday. So CLB, you need to understand that it's just a learning curve, and people laugh at this in the future. But I'm going to make it really cool because I might be able to show it to you in different views, perhaps? I don't know. So if you're like, okay, Rabbi, show me what you're going to do. Dog, just CLB, you should know that you have a very charitable heart. You can find CLB at CLB69 on Kick. And with that, Rabbi, dog, are you fucking serious? You can't flip the camera? Are you fucking serious? This is some shit. Dog. Oh, man. This shit sucks. Dog. CLB, you're going to be like, what the fuck is this? Just roll with it. Oh, fuck. Alright. So, like, just roll with it. It'll be tight. In the future, it'll be very artsy. I think you'll appreciate it. I mean, I'm going the extra mile here because I'm going to try to link these up. Get your face on here. You're going to get multiple versions of Rabbi. It's pretty amazing. Okay, so without further ado, this is at CLB69 on Kick. They're amazing. They're going to be a big-time streamer. They have some amazing sound in here, and it may just not have gotten all the way through, but I've got it on different versions, and perhaps in the future we'll be able to amplify it. And it's just a lesson for Rabbi in the future. Here we go. I probably should speed this up.
There he is. How you doing, CLB? Welcome, welcome. So glad that you're here. All right. So I understand that your time is limited. We're going to get to the questions as quickly as possible. Just one moment, as I would like to record this as you're streaming. I'd like to stream as well. This will be essentially a very amazing podcast, one of perhaps many that I will do in the future. I did one this morning. It went really well. So with that, let me hook you up. I agree with your Discord right now, or I'm sorry, your chat. You look really great today, so good on you. How you doing, big dog? You ready? Here we go. All right. What's your favorite time of the day?
Favorite time of the day? Probably favorite time of the day is evening time. Just because everybody off work, everybody's relaxed. Best time to socialize, especially when your life is being on. I mean, 2024 right now, and more people socialize and involved on the internet and like actual real life.
I do. Excellent.
It's crazy how roads change so much. I see like on how like relationships are formed online and how more in real life wildly.
For sure.
But yeah, I don't know, my whole life being online and realizing and networking online. So I mean, I'd say be kind of like 5, at least 5.
Excellent. All right. What's your biggest reading weakness and why?
This probably I would say probably my generosity. People didn't take advantage of that.
I understand. That's an excellent answer.
And I realized like some points just back to my generosity. I would that's my like often I am over as
Excellent. Well, I've heard of your generosity from other people. That's amazing. So, just out. All right, next question. What's your biggest strength?
I would say network.
What's the biggest experience you've had and why?
Honestly, learning is I really didn't have much education. My college just wasn't being around that kind of stuff.
That's fine. Question. What's your height? Okay.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Son of a bitch. Alright. This sucks. Okay, now what?
I know that you.
You shut the fuck up. Alright, what? This shit sucks. And I fucked up. I fucked it up. Just give up on it. But no, I refuse. I in 2028. Okay. Rabbi. This sucks. Oh yeah, I'm so life's not fucking archived. Nobody can hear any of it.
It's not a good time for being the bunch of club members. And here's what I think. I think that PH was big or something. And I was standing outside. Was that the heart?
Okay, so it'd be that one. And just end that bitch. This one?
Something. He rolled a bunch of those. Yeah, this was 30 years ago. And I was there, and he was like, oh.
15 minutes ago? No, I thought it was longer than that. Dog. I fucked it up.
Of special needs people, perhaps. That is obviously.
Like I'm in and out. Yeah.
I'm thinking of that, but then you get into like making fun of people based on race, and then you get.
What the fuck? Dog. How about that one? All these streams are so just beyond terrible. They're like unusable. Okay, is it YouTube? So what do you want to do? Go over here? No. YouTube. Just go right there. It's fucking live. No. Filter. Live. Whatever one that one is. Yo. Get this shit together. Orlando Jet. I mean Bible Rabbi, and I mean live. Okay, what's that one? No. No. What's this one? No. What's this one? No. Yo. Started streaming 8 hours ago. Okay, go. This shit isn't gonna work, I bet. Hey, no sound.
Oh, there we go. I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Turn it on, boogeyman.
This shit sucks. Is he live right now? Is this one live? Yo. This shit sucks. Yo. This shit sucks. You can't hear anything. This shit sucks. This is unwatchable. Yo.
Dog, does that make Trump the best?
Nikki, dude. Yo. Come on, you shitbag. What in the fuck? Hey everybody, I have everything fucking saved except the shit that I want to save. Really? Yeah, dude, I have stupid shit. This shit sucks. Okay, what is it? Instagram? Yep, just to wait for it to say, hey, dog, we did not record your shit. There is? Guaranteed. I will, man. Come on, you shitbag. Hey! Your shit is unwatchable. Yo. Son of a bitch.
The person.
Fuck. 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 Hey everybody, I have so much fucking shit. Dog. This sucks.
When I was a security guard. Well, I was a security guard at Great Woods. Great Woods is it's a concert place in Mansfield, Massachusetts. And I was
Right here.
Within like 10 seconds of hearing it, I was able to come up with 2 amazing ones, and then we can't come up with anything else. Like, within like
What the fuck? Dog, your shit sucks. But this sucks perhaps as much.
Jim to be found. Job, I got like moves.
You guys will see your slide.
descriptions of everything. It's quite detailed. So with that being said, there's an old phrase, at least from the movie Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. Essentially, I created
Dog, which one of these are fucking live right now?
essentially I created the truth. It like the
Blue Stadium with Kansas City Chiefs. Thanks is TSA who was just doing.
we just started. We're doing a podcast. How you doing, big dog? I can hear you.
To the left, like 10 feet in front of me in Manhattan, right in front of me. You don't like accept it. Oh God! I was like, that was that shit. I think she just wasn't. Some guy who's like, full gas on the film. Resonates with people. Watches this shit. Trump is like, I'm getting you did it too? Woody Allen Film Festival in New York and just nuked it. Like, you're different. Yeah, I was trying. On the phone, I think it's gonna just try to see him out.
Do you like to go to the beach? Do you like to go to picnic? Do you like to go hiking? What do you like to do?
If you had a picnic and singing these songs, genius. Calorie, everyone. This guy's had a lot. I don't know what he's doing.
You've been involved for donating to charities that have.
Oh, so
No, that's not what your name was. Or did you like? No, what?
next question. Which one?
Yeah. Was where the fire guys. I guess around it. I didn't know much about who. He's pretty strange. Like his PP. Know yourself.
And with your doing it as I would welcome
Rabbi said it.
Yo, CLB. Yo, CLB. Rabbi Rothschild here. You were Rabbi Rothschild's first video podcast, and Rabbi Rothschild fucked up. Rabbi Rothschild did not record the audio. And under normal conditions, it'd be like, okay, it's your first time, whatever. But I'm going to try to salvage it. I think we can make it work. And so I'm going to do what I can. Here we go. Let's see here. Do this sideways. Shit. Okay. So this is for CLB 69. I'm doing my best here, and I just want you to know in the future I know how to avoid all this, hopefully. This is actually a live stream, so that's still going. So we're just going to see if it works. And again, apologies that it doesn't. CLB 69 is a great streamer. They're live on Kick all the time. They've got a unique style. They're a really kind person. They're generous. Please check them out. They're at CLB 69 on Kick. And check them out on other social media as well. Follow them. Join their Discord. They're a nice person. Well, this is how it happened. So watch it if you want. If you want to fast forward to the podcast part, you can see. But this is how Rabbi Rothschild's podcast career started. Here you go. Okay, so I fucked that up a little bit. All right, so I think that should do it. Now I'm going to do a lot of editing. So CLB69, you should know, like, oh, Rabbi had to do a lot to fix all this for me, but we were able to save it. And that's what I think is important about this project is like, hey, I have redundant streams for a reason. I want to be as uncancelable as possible. So essentially, if one stream isn't recording really well, or the sound isn't working, or one is choppy, another one's going to be getting it. And I'm on so many different platforms. So that's for CLB 69. That is his podcast of Rabbi 73 questions. And he should know that I will improve in the future. This is my first one. He knows it was kind of just like he took a poll. We didn't arrange this, but he did a really great job. And I could hear him. So I hope you can. If you can, there are some audio people out there who I know will be able to make this really something. And it'll be cool because CLB 69, you'll be the one to basically kick off the video portion of these podcasts. I did one earlier today, but that one was only audio, though I did have it, I'm on camera. But you should know that I'm going to try to get this one on video as well with like a picture-in-picture. And if the sound doesn't sync up, we have our whole lives and perhaps digital immortality to get it to work. And I'm just doing everything I can to record as much as possible. So as you know, it was just a spur of the moment thing. Hopefully this records. I don't even know. You never know with these things. So with that, peace out. Thank you so much, CLB 69, for your time, and have a wonderful day. How is this going to work? We need to improve these phones so badly. Dog, this shit sucks. Are you serious? Dog. Are you fucking serious? There you go.
Rabbi Rothschild here. You were Rabbi Rothschild's first video podcast, and Rabbi Rothschild fucked up. Rabbi Rothschild did not record the audio. And under normal
More than actually real life, which is just wild to me. It's, I would say my generosity, he's not making money and out for you. I mean, and also there's coffee.
Yo, CLB.
Dude, hop to a girl, be so proud of me. Fuck. Okay, how the fuck is this gonna work? Let's try it. Dog, is this even recording? That sucks. Everything sucks. Okay, it's gonna be a thing on a thing. Alright, so do you want to play this one? You don't suck cock though, that's the thing. Come on. Dude. Dude. Hey. There you go. No. Dog. Dude, just one moment. I know the orientation sucks. Dog. Dude. Where is that orientation thing? I guess? I don't know. Sure? What is this? Damn it. Is it playing? Is this a fucking video? Oh, bitch. Play. Dog. This shit. Here. Play. Dog. Dog. There we go. Now we want to play this with a thing on a thing? How are you going to be able to do that? Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. We're going to try this. This is like super advanced. You're like, dude, I don't give a shit. Like, hey, calm down. Dog, just... What is this bullshit? Dog. This shit sucks. Close. Oh, stop. Dude, stop this. How do I want to do this? Okay, this is it. Shit. Okay, so that one's recording that. This sucks. Stop this. Oh, stop this. This is the worst. Dude, just stop everything. Okay, how could I do it?
Oh, CLB, Rabbi Rothschild here. Your Discord. And I'm on so many different platforms, so that's for CLB. What the fuck? Am I like little?
The political, yeah, upheaval, racial tension, you name it, it was there. Assassinations, I remember it vividly.
Yeah, we'll talk more about the craziness that is this election cycle. Obviously, we're living in it, but it's not necessarily unprecedented. The turmoil is not unprecedented. Can we agree that the reporting of Biden dropping out, dropping out of the race is inaccurate? He was forced out. People call him a patriot, American. He went out fighting, kicking and screaming. He didn't want to leave. But dropping out, kicked out for acting. Thank you. Okay. I'll take that. It's okay. Sure.
Janet,
Ton of a time.
Janet, do you really think that Gary did a good job of being his dog? Would you be willing to allow him to give a first name to his photographer and
anthropomorphize or Western culturize the naming of an alien cat.
What is his orientation?
That man thing. That doesn't exist. That's not they don't worry about that stuff.
Has it got the puberty yet?
Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Okay, that was the funniest thing I've heard all morning.
Oh, sorry about that. All right, Christopher Wray, the head of the FBI, is testifying before the House Judiciary Committee today about the attempted assassination attempts on President Trump, and talked about what they know about the shooter in this case, and among other things. He has said that he looked up information about Lee Harvey Oswald killing JFK. Like, what was the distance at which that shot was taken, or those shots? It appears that he flew a drone in the area of that rally in Boulder, Pennsylvania, but not over the actual stage area, but in the general area.
It was about 200 yards from the staging area where he flew the drone.
They also said to Christopher Wray that there were 8 shots that they can confirm.
Did Brooks fire 8 shots? We have recovered 8 cartridges on the roof. Why was Brooks allowed to get off 8 shots? Well, that, I think, is something we're still digging into.
They also, Director Wray, talked about the explosives that were found. They said they found 2. He was hesitating when he described them as explosive devices, but 2 things that were, we'll say, capable of exploding in the car, and then 1 at home.
At a moment, it looks like because of the on-off position on the receivers, that if he had tried to detonate those devices from the roof, it would not have worked. But that doesn't mean the explosives weren't dangerous. I'm sure.
Republicans are leaning into the algorithm, shall we call it. They say that they're skeptical over the FBI's ability to conduct this investigation because the Justice Department is under the Biden administration.
Yeah,
But if they wanted to make it go away, they could make it go away.
I get real uncomfortable when you start talking about law enforcement agencies that for some reason would lean one way or the other. I understand people arguing that the Department of Justice itself has been weaponized because of the investigations that have taken place. But you also have people complaining that the Department of Justice was weaponized against Joe Biden because of the Robert Hur's report or the special counsel that was appointed to look at the Hunter Biden case.
So you go back to James Comey and Trump and demanding loyalty and all of that.
Yeah, that's not what those people being law enforcement. That's not what they swear allegiance to. They don't swear allegiance to you or a party. They swear allegiance to the country and the upholding of the Constitution. That's where it should begin and end. Officials trying to figure out exactly what this guy knew. I think the most important thing is whether he was simply a loner trying to get notoriety, or if there was anybody else that may have been involved with his planning, with his equipping, all of that. And we don't know yet.
All right, coming up next, there will be guns on those LAPD officers who are patrolling the Olympics. We'll tell you about the 180 there. Also, a story about little Mibu, a female red panda. It's also coming your way in the next hour. See, so there's something nice.
Gary and Jim will continue right after this.
KFI AM 640 Grenada, what it means, why it matters. And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Nigeria.
Live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app.
Loaded. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. People armed with an AK-47 have robbed a convenience store in the San Fernando Valley. A red car parked in front of a 7-Eleven in the Canoga Park area this morning. 3 people wearing masks got out. Surveillance video shows the people inside the store. One is seen holding the assault rifle and pointing it at the clerk. That robber demanded cash as the others stole snacks and alcohol. The 4th person was waiting in the getaway car outside. The clerk says he feels lucky to be alive. LAPD Chief Dominic Joy says street takeovers have become more common and more dangerous.
The police commission, despite having 4 task forces, they just don't have the resources critical than ever. The chief says it's becoming more difficult to track down possible locations in advance. Steve Carrera, KFI News.
The LA County Board of Supervisors has approved a ballot measure for voters in November to consider increasing the board to 9 members. Supervisor Lindsay Horvath says the voters would also decide whether to create a county-wide elected executive.
By starting with the voters, we ensure that we don't venture down the same path as other jurisdictions, which have led to little reform and risk eroding public trust in the process.
Supervisors separately approved a requirement that any costs associated with county-wide ballot measures must also be presented to voters before Election Day. San Clemente is considering a sales tax bump to pay for a yearly sand replenishment program to fight coastal erosion.
About 60,000 tons of sand will start being delivered to North Beach next week, which San Clemente City Manager Andy Halls has a post about.
CLB, Rabbi Rothschild here. You were Rabbi Rothschild's first video podcast, and Rabbi Rothschild fucked up. Rabbi Rothschild did not record the audio. Under normal conditions, it'd be like
a project that the state frankly should be paying for. The council will consider a sales tax increase next month.
This is for CLB 69. I'm doing my best here, and I just want you to know in the future I know how to avoid all this. Hopefully, this is actually a live stream, so that's still going. So we're just gonna see if it works. And again, apologies that if it doesn't. CLB 69 is a great streamer. They're live on Kick all the time. They've got a unique style. They're a really kind person. They're generous. Please check them out. They're at CLB 69 on Kick. And check them out on other social media as well. Follow them. Join their Discord.
FBI Director Christopher Wray told the panel the shooter had rudimentary explosive devices.
The FBI lab is exploiting those explosive devices. There were, we've recovered 3 devices, 2 in his vehicle, and 1 back in his residence.
Wray also says the shooter had a drone flying around
They're live on Kick all
a few hours before shots rang out earlier this month.
the Discord.
Buildings in downtown San Diego have been covered with massive ads for Comic-Con, which gets underway tonight. Lord of the Rings, The Walking Dead, Star Wars, and Turtles are among those being promoted, but officials say some of the building wraps are illegal. Range from between 1 and 10,000.
You can see, but this is how Rabbi Rothschild. There he is. How you doing, CLB? Welcome, welcome. So glad that you're here. All right. So I understand that your time is there.
At the Disneyland Resort, and he's got a foul mouth. Deadpool will be the latest addition to the Avengers campus at California Adventure Park. Deadpool will make his first appearance in the park on Friday. That's the same day Deadpool and Wolverine hits theaters. He's only going to be in the park for a limited time, and officials haven't yet said if he will have direct interaction.
Now that you're here. All right.
Another KFI heat advisory still up for the valleys, mountains, and
Welcome, welcome. So glad that you're here.
Probably the beach, 70s for highs there. 80s to low 90s for Metro LA and the No Sea. Mid 90s to 107 for the valleys and Inland Empire. Low 100s with a chance of thunderstorms for the Antelope Valley. About the same for tomorrow, that we cool down 5 to 10 degrees on Friday and cool down a little bit more as we head into the weekend. It's 77 in Irvine, 73 in Carson, 85 in Calabasas, 73 in Huntington Beach. The KFI Market Report is brought to you by Revive Real Estate.
Right now,
down 344 points.
podcast one of perhaps.
541, and the S&P 500 is down 100.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
Watch it if you want. If you want to fast forward to the podcast part, you can see. But this is how Rabbi Rothschild. There he is. How you doing, CLB? Welcome, welcome. So glad that you're here.
Relatively decent at Studio City to the Climate Pass until you've been calling with them. Still going for you. Waterwalk southbound from before Sands Mountain Boulevard, almost as far back as Sunset is Speedway to
Welcome. So glad that you're here. How you doing, CLB? Welcome, welcome. So glad that you're here. All right. So I understand that your time is limited. We're going to get to the question. There he is. How you doing, CLB? Welcome, welcome.
So glad that you're here. All right, so I understand that your time is limited. We're going to get to the questions as quickly as possible. Just one moment, as I would like to record this. For this as your this will be essentially a one moment, as I would like to record this as you're streaming. I would like to stream as well. This will be essentially a very amazing podcast, one of perhaps many that I will do in the future. I did one this morning going really well. So with that, let me pull you up under account. I agree with your Discord.
Titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I would like to stream as well. This will be essentially a very
Chris was cashing out of the successful ad company he created with
just one moment, as I would like to record this as you're streaming. I would like to stream as well. This will be essentially a very amazing podcast, one of perhaps many that I will do in the future. I did one this morning, went really well. So with that,
to Las Vegas. Never gave
let me pull you up under account. I agree with your Discord right now, or I'm sorry, your chat. You look really great today, so good on you. How you doing, Joe? You ready? Your Discord right now, or I'm sorry, your chat. Let me pull you up under account. I agree with your Discord right now, or I'm sorry, your
follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music.
How you doing, Joe?
Podcasts all in one.
You ready?
Jerry Chip, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Always, usually I
1968 was also the deadliest year in Vietnam.
That's too. My top kickers in the previous months, I will reach out to them on Discord and be like,
I like to think about how we are
multiple times.
But you didn't just fall out of that coconut tree, Gary.
You didn't. Nor did I.
No.
Nor did you.
No.
No coconuts, trees, zero.
There's a lot of history here that we can learn from.
And the thing is, we don't have to be
Next month, lost some losses in our nation. I would say human trafficking. Weirdly, we guys actually like child.
Let's double check on that. Of course, we're going to get things a good idea. That's what I needed from his confidence and a little bit of humility.
Excellent. You like charities that help against child
He will be addressing.
No, that's not what I was saying. I'm going back to the question you asked. My thinking is sexually is.
So the question was, what's a cause that is important to you?
Oh, a cause?
Yeah,
that is a cause. But everything else is like, I haven't really been involved or donated any charities that have to do with that because one, there's really not supposed to. There's not much else.
Did say that he is going to start what he calls lower level
donations
to the American PAC that he set up to back Trump with some cash injections, but he's not doing $45 million.
There you go. What's the best compliment you've ever received?
That was big news. So, awful story here locally. Baby girl, believed to be about a day old, was found dead outside a home in Woodland Hills overnight. A woman in her early 20s
case apparently went to Woodland Hills Medical Center for treatment last night and showed signs that she had either just given birth or miscarried.
Based on that situation, a lot of people have very big dogs. And I don't know, man. I think it's really much nicer to do is try to step by step. But I would say that's not a lot that I've been supporting yet, but I really want to figure out how to.
There you go. What's the best compliment you've ever received?
Went to extra time, and the about 10 seconds, which nobody ever says in soccer. And even I watched the highlight this morning. It was crazy. What soccer is electric. 6 shots on goal.
People, I don't know the phrase or something exactly how it would be worded. Just my generosity.
32 LAPD will travel overseas next week as part of the Olympic delegation under the supervision of the French National Police, according to law enforcement documents. France will cover the officers' airfare and lodging, but not.
Well, I don't know the phrase or something. The phrase or something exactly how it would be worded.
Put the over under and
After an event, it could be when you're with someone, it could be a time of day.
The reserves in this case have gone to police cabinet, just like regular officers, for the same functions as regular full-time officers. 3 teams of these reserves will stay in France at working 8 to 12-hour shifts 5 days a week.
I would say at times that
Will not be
definitely
wearing
when
but they will be in full uniform, and like we said, armed with service weapons. They're really bored to provide
support my community.
France.
Since I'm trying to help what I do, that's my inspiration. Honestly, but days that work with my family, that's really what makes me feel kind of
trying to disrupt the
ne'er-do-wells.
those are bad guys. Yes. Foreign police and military personnel that are from non-European
It could be after an event, it could be when you're with someone.
when they are on French soil. But former LAPD Chief Moore was one of those voices that was able to talk to the government into relaxing its rules so that the United States officers could carry their weapons. They've been planning this for a long time.
constantly do studies on it, but it has been around long enough to actually know what it ties to your body.
Right. All right. What's a cause that is important to you?
A cause?
Yes, what's a cause?
I have 9 more days left. I guess I can hang out in France if you guys don't mind.
Sure.
And they're like, wait.
Your French is leaving a lot to be desired.
Oh, I haven't even started.
Boy. You know, I tried the Rosetta Stone to learn French before I was going to Paris.
How did that go?
I learned Milo Bear, green bicycle, and baguette, croissant. Goodness, I do not want to hear that.
If I could ever be of any service to you or you need any help, let me know, okay?
Awesome, thank you.
Take care.
What's going on? What to expect?
Yo, Thao, I'm unmuting you. Thank you so much for your patience. All right.
Maybe performing at the opening ceremony.
Really? That would be powerful.
I mean,
Thank you. Take care.
but powerful for its own reason.
I haven't watched that.
Absolutely. Well, I want you to know if I can ever be of any
Disneyland news is straight ahead. Jim Harbaugh news. A tear in the sky is also
service to you or you need any help.
$1,000. Holy hell.
BB King is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A wildfire in Ventura County has forced families out of their homes. The fire burning.
You know if I can ever be of any service to you or you need any help, let me know, okay?
Over 250 acres yesterday.
For being here.
Yeah, I'll sign right here. I didn't post it here. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Well,
California, using Santa Barbara missionaries have set out on foot from a city in southern Mexico.
It's a unique way, and thank you so much for being here.
I'll start right here. Credit goes to the channel, and I appreciate that.
To close the border. Kobe Bryant's locker from Staples Center is up for auction. The Sotheby's auction is being held
Beautiful. Well, CLB 69, that was rather rare.
also get a scrapbook and poster from
And finally, what do you want to be? For what do you want to be remembered? For what do you want to be remembered? And finally, what do you want to be? For what do you want to be remembered?
Logan's relief on Friday is going to drop down to 109. This is the time of year when I really appreciate my American Vision windows, specifically the dual pane out. American Vision windows is
Excellent. What do you turn to when you're sad?
service and the quality of the windows. American Vision windows will give your home an instant upgrade in value and
Excellent. What you can't see.
energy efficient windows are so popular right now.
What's a transit?
Windows, ones I had in my house, the original windows, they let the heat right in, and so you're spending a lot of money on thermostat. Right now, the deal is incredible. You get a free upgrade to
You would like to see disappear forever.
Matrix, a free upgrade to the South package, and free.
What's a transit you would like to see disappear forever?
Offering the best packages on our best-selling windows. You will pay
What's a transit you would like to see disappear forever?
offers, give them a call, 888-785-5713, 888-785-5713, or see the website for details on approved credit.
That's what you can't see. What's it?
From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places that
That's what do you turn to when you're sad? That's what you can't see. What's it?
Problems for you still happening in the Studio City area. 101 South and quarantine and 2 left lanes are shut down. That's why you're seeing especially heavy driving on the 101 South itself right now for as far back as
What's a transit?
Southern California's only airport traffic reports. I'm Nick Polly of the team.
Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. It was established in 18, but there have been 3,517
That's what you can't see. What's a transit?
Search Medal of Honor.
All the good stuff. Pants on top of pop culture.
Call it supply and demand at work. After years of
That's what you can't see. What's a transit you would like to see disappear forever?
expensive alternatives to artificially high prices, some chains are now lower.
And finally, what do you want to be? For what do you want to be remembered?
Stores are among the retailers that have announced sweeping price cuts to lure customers back. Fast food giants McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's are also feeling the heat, with each introducing a slate of discount menu items. The new move towards price cuts comes as the Bureau of Economic Analysis found that corporate profits soared 3.9% to a record $2.8 trillion in the fourth quarter of 2023 after a stunning 9.8% spike for all of 2022. While wages as a whole rose 4.4% last year, posted over 2 decades.
What's a transit you would like to see disappear forever? And finally, what do you want to be? For what do you want to be remembered? Beautiful.
Maybe the cell phones in the classrooms has been a topic of debate lately around the nation. New York Governor Kathy Hochul now getting feedback from parents and officials as she explores a proposal to ban cell phones in schools statewide.
That is what I'm saying is a driver for the challenges are nothing but facing mentally. Also, how hard it is for education to actually occur in our classrooms.
you.